The truth is, by its
Alright, welcome back everyone, I hope you're having a wonderful day. Jesus Christ, it is warm as fuck over here in Britbongaland. Right, let's crack on, shall we? Last time where we left off, we got a decent amount through the return of the Obra Dinn. We kind of got like the first 3 things done, and we got, so like after every 3, basically the way the game works, for those who don't know, yeah, 3 fates solved. After you work out 3 fates, it confirms them, so you essentially make progress in blocks of 3. So, I can't remember exactly what we got up to. There was a bloodbath on the cannon deck, last I remember. Oh fuck, I've forgotten how weird this game looks. Jeez, it just hit my brain all in one go. Yeah, so we just found this body who was in the memory of this other body who was over here. There was like a giant mutiny. Oh yeah, we've unlocked the bottom deck too now because this thing opened up in the previous memory. Oh my god, okay, I don't think we've actually, I can't remember if we engaged with that corpse or not. By the way, I was just thinking, honestly, like, the soundtrack to this game kind of fucking bops. I don't know who else agrees. I would assume it's most people who've played it, to be honest. Jesus Christ, this ship is pretty fucking big, isn't it? It's a large puddle of blood. Oh, it's from just up, wait, no, what? That's over there. There's no blood on the floor there. There's like a tiny bit of blood on the floor here. Wait, where's... Is this just water then? I wonder what this is from. I have no idea. How strange. Anyway, what are you? Oh! We can actually check out the skull. Weird. Okay. I mean, we're going to be doing that at some point. We have a shadow of a doubt, but we should probably check out the first corpse we've found. Actually, wait, I don't... thought I just saw something. I think I'm losing my fucking mind. There's a whole, like, worksman's area. That's pretty neat. Okay, these seem to be going below deck again. There's a treasure chest here, some bunks. I mean, honestly, there's not a whole heck of a lot to see at the minute down here, really. In before I open the door and there's a corpse. It's gonna happen. It's inevitable. Did not happen. I'm genuinely slightly surprised. That's okay. Anyway, my god, that's a lot of flashy lights. Wait, what is all of... I don't remember. Is this just... This must be... Oh, it's lights. I see. Okay, so that's how the lighting... Okay. I was wondering what these patches of white were, because I just haven't played... You know, I haven't played the game in 2 days, so... I'm not used to the aesthetic at all, but yeah, it's just the lighting. Weird. Alright, cool. I guess, first things first, we should try and remind ourselves of where we were. So, we looked at this corpse here. We know there's a mutiny of some description, so we're trying to piece together the 2 sides. So, chapter 6? No, 11 or 9? One of the 2.
Easy now. You're in a bad way.
Yes, I remember this text.
Where is my Frenchman?
The squid's gone. Your mate was torn apart.
Okay, I remember now. The Damned could have been a person. We're unsure.
It left with the storm.
But the Damned could have been a person.
Said he chased it off.
Okay, yeah, so there's a person coming up from down there. There's a person over here. This is all still before the two people here get killed. I guess before, like... this. You know what? This is probably the start of the mutiny. This must be an important person, would be my guess. No, that's not who I care about. I want to see who this guy was. Thank you. Okay. It's this fella, alright. When you come into a memory, can I already... The officer's... Wait, hang on. Is that the same guy? I think it is. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah, it definitely is. Okay, so... If I click on you, we can... Okay, cool. We can give him a name and a fate. I'm just going to check if there's a Verdumped in the name list, because then we can try and maybe work out who that is. It's also possible Verdamped is just a word that I'm not familiar with. Wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. Okay, no Verdamped in the list. So yeah, okay, it's probably just a word or something. I don't know. Okay. Oh my god, this is going to be a pain in the ass, because this game's all about deduction. I guess I'm just going to have to like remind myself of all the events that have just happened. So, we got... Okay. This guy's here, he's in 7 memories. Jesus, a lot. Well, I guess it's probably all the fighting ones. There's this guy who was clubbed by an unknown attacker. Okay. Oh, so he must go out into the hallway here and get absolutely wrecked by someone, but I can't remember for the life of me who. Okay. Honestly, I don't think there's that much we can glean from just that memory on its own. So what I'm going to suggest is, you know what, it might just be a good idea to go through all the memories again, because I cannot fucking remember how these events occurred. We haven't gone into these rooms, have we? There might be another corpse in one of these. Clearly not in that one. Clearly not in this one either. Alright, fair enough. To a swimming star. Incredible. I know there's a corpse in this room back here. There's blood coming out of it. This is the guy who, you know... Someone else in here called for someone to get a surgeon's kit at some point. I know that happened for sure. I guess let's check out the skull. Wait, what is... I want to know what that is below. Because it looks like blood's leaked down from a higher... Yeah, what the fuck is going on here? There's blood on the ceiling, blood on the floor. Man, I have no idea. How strange. Anyway, we checked these 2 doors. There was nothing behind them. We know halfway down here there's a skull of some... There it is, that we can actually investigate, which I find very funny. So let's do it.
Take him to the carpet.
Hit her here. One swing. Get through the skull and stone her brain. I'll cut her throat when you've done it.
Here?
Yeah. Come on before she kicks up.
That's really funny. I wonder if you're going to have to determine the cow's fate. I kind of hope so. I guess we'll see.
Ever been on a farm, John?
Okay, alright, we have a name. That's pretty useful, actually. Okay, so F's in chat. This must be Charlie. This can't be anyone else but Charlie. God damn it, Charlie. So, Charles Minor. Was that, wait? Yeah, Charles Minor. We're looking for a Charlie ideally, but Charlie could be... I know, Charles isn't... Charles is generally the nickname of a Charlie, isn't it? I don't feel like... There's no Charlie in the list, though. If there's no Charlie in the list, he's probably going to end up being one of the unknowns. We've got an unknown topman, unknown midshipsman. I think this is the midship, if I had to guess. But I don't know anything about ships, so... Unknown passenger, maybe? Fuck, yeah, there's no Charles. I'm assuming it's not Charlie. Oh, sorry, I'm assuming Charles isn't Charlie. I guess first things first, let's wait to the end of this memory. Fucking hell, a lot of animals down here, Jesus. I just realised. It's like months worth of livestock. What is going on? Hello, spear friend. Yeah, I'm gonna guess this is the midship because there's another thing that goes down. So, oh my god, this dude has a fucking monkey? That's beyond based. Unknown is just a label, like if you know someone is an officer, you can tag them as unknown officer. I see, okay. Welcome to the stream, by the way. Enlasium? Enlasium. Okay, cool, I think I nailed that, kind of. Welcome to the stream, I hope you're having a wonderful day. This man is not having a super happy fun day. There's a lot of people in this memory, actually, to be honest. This door's open as well. There's a person here! Unexpected, I think is the best way to summarize that. Okay, where's this from? From chapter 2. Oh my god, what? We've skipped so much time. What did it say just then? A large cow was slaughtered for his meat. Is this like a bonus meme? This is so strange. There's no deduction to be made here. We don't have to work out any fates. Wait, there's a corpse here? Wait, it's not this guy, is it? No, okay. Oh, it's... I see. This is a corpse. Understandable. Right. Yeah, it must just be that. I'm just checking to see if there was any others, but... I didn't... Oh, you can kind of see it through walls and stuff, actually. I didn't realize this was a corpse. My guess was this person was just being taken to, like, I don't know... taken to some form of imprisonment. But evidently that is not the case. Go, corpse, go. I do find it kind of funny. I found so many corpses and I've only made like 2 deductions so far. Or 3 deductions, I should say. Alright, cool. Well, go on. Why not?
Well, same as the other fellow. Some lung disease.
I see. Okay.
Made worse by the cold. Will it spread? If so, we'd all have it. They must have picked it up at the Alaska house. I checked all hands just now, and everyone is healthy.
And him? What are his chances?
I gave him some laudanum. We'll see.
Okay. So this was that fellow on the stairs then, I guess. Jesus. Oh my... You know what? I think, much like a disease, I think we've teased apart a seam. I think this memory is going to spread. There's going to be a lot of corpses coming in from whatever the fuck is causing, I don't know, the black lung or something. Like, it appears to be the case anyway. I think we're going to get a lot of, yeah, it's going to be an awful lot of corpses. All strung together. Maybe we should have worked out what the fuck was happening with the mutiny first. I feel like this might have been a bad idea. We're going to find too much shit without anything to do with any of them, really, I guess. We haven't really got much in the way of... I don't know how you're supposed to, like, deduce stuff, really. Other than, like, names and seeing when people die. I mean, this person obviously died via a sickness. Well, who were you, anyway? I can't see. Oh, that fellow in the corner. All right. By the way, if you're in chat, do say hi. Don't be ashamed to, you know, come and let me know how your day was or something. Who is this? How did they die? Some kind of sickness, if I had to guess. Definitely not alive. Illness. Froze. Oh shit! It's the dude. How you doing, mate? Welcome back to the stream. Illness. Succumbed by a tragic illness of some description. Yeah, we don't know who they are. That's for fucking sure. Are you ready? Are you ready for Corpse City? It's going to be about 20,000 corpses strung together. We'll be visiting about 20,000 memories. Just get ready for it. Please let me out. I would like to... Why can I not leave? There we go. Okay. That's a little strange. I'm still curious to know what this is. Like, either water or blood splattered on the, you know, up and above and down below as well. Presumably it's blood. Oh my god.
सही है उठो कुछ पी लो
Doing good. Spotify hit me with some with a surprise Berserk cover today, so I guess I decided to rewatch the original series. I should rewatch it at some point as well, to be honest. I did really enjoy it. I would not be in this close proximity as someone with some horrifying... Oh my god. Like I said, Corpse City, mate. There's so many fucking corpses. Jesus Christ. Oh shit, they're playing cards! Wait, hang on. How many cards have they got? That's at least... I think that's 3 in hand. Okay, they're not playing Hold'em. What cards do you... Oh, man, I can't even think of a game with 3 cards in hand. How weird. But yeah, Berserk's such an unbelievably fucking good show. It's actually ridiculous. Alright, well, I don't think there's too much to explore on this one. Just piles. There's so many corpses. There's literally like 10 corpses. There's the what? Yeah, oh my god, there's more. There's like... I think there's 6 here. No, there's 5 here. There's like 10 over there. Well, not 10, sorry. There's another 2 in the same place where he was already ill. 22 others were present here. Yeah, no kidding. Most of them were not alive, though. Gonna assume this person also succumbed to some kind of an illness. Alright. Are you ready for our watch to go fucking crazy? No? Oh. There's so many corpses, though. That's so weird. Alright, fair enough, or whatever. True, never watched any of the movies, so I'll do it after the original. Yeah, fair. Okay, so this guy came down with some form of illness. He's only been in 1 memory so far. No idea how to work out who that is. Who are you? He's been in 3 memories. First memory was number 14. That doesn't really help me all too much. Same memories on deck map. I don't think this... Oh my god. I just realized the deck map expanded. Okay. Ah, here we go. Okay. So, I guess it shows you the 3 memories they're in. So, they were in a bit of cold part 1, a bit of cold part 3. Oh, sorry, a bit of cold part 1, 2, and 3. Okay. So, they've been in all of these. That's interesting. Good to know. That's this fellow here. I don't think he's dead yet. Do we have anything written down on him? Succumb to a tragedy. Okay, so he dies as well, actually. Okay. Who's this fellow in the back? Oh, this guy was crushed by a beast. He was... Oh, shit. Perished in the Doom Part 3. Oh, he was one of the guys crushed by the cannon. Interesting. Okay, good to know, good to know. True, I've never watched any of the movies. I'll do that after the original. I haven't seen any of the movies either. I have no idea if any of them are any good or anything. I know the anime, like the one outside of the 97 one, I know they're not particularly well liked. Really, we can't investigate these corpses? That's very surprising to me. It would be a bit much for this one scene, admittedly. I was surprised when I saw that many, so... I guess because they're just numbers, you can't really deduce anything. One of the things I do find interesting, by the way, is that... So the game has told me, when you look at somebody and hover over their face, if their face is blurry like that, that means you haven't got enough information for a name. If they're unblurry like that, you have got enough information for a name. I have no idea how we're going to work out anyone's names currently, but I guess, do you know what? One of the things, I've only been listening really out for names. I think you've got to listen out a bit more for positions. As in, like, if somebody says, like, Captain, come over here, then you know they're the captain, for example, right? Assuming you can deduce who that actually is. I think we should go... Do you know what? I think we've pushed forward a bit too much. Let's go back to the mutiny and try and work out if we can see who anyone's names are. But that is still good to know that we've gotten a bunch of... Oh. So there's 3 deaths that happen... I think that's what I meant. I think that's 3 deaths in a bitter cold. I mean, there are definitely more across the whole ship, but that's okay. Okay. Yeah, I think, you know what? We'll do this shit a bit later. Let's come back up to the mutiny and work our way through these memories again. Okay. I'm going to listen to the text a little more intently. And just see if there's any positions or anything I can work out. Okay.
You're cut.
Don't leave me.
Bear up, son. I'll stay with you.
Tell Pete's mother I tried my best
Aye.
to pull him back, to save him.
You tell her yourself. Brennan! Bring the surgeon's kit!
Oh, yeah, I forgot about this completely. There's someone called Brennan who he called out for to bring the surgeon's kit. So, this guy, presumably, is the first mate, was shot with a gun by Captain... Okay, so this was the first guy that was killed that we worked out ages ago. He called for Brennan. I'm gonna go ahead and assume... So, he's just fought this guy. Fuck, I have no idea who Brennan could be. Hang on, wait. I'm trying to remember what happened. So, because I know maybe this guy got attacked by one of these guys, and then it sort of chained through. I can't remember for sure. Wait, hang on. This guy was also killed by the captain. So, this guy could be Brennan then. Because the guy who was trying to mend the dude who just died was killed by the captain. Oh, sorry, was calling for someone. So presumably it was one of their friends. So, and this guy was also killed by the captain, so he was part of the same like group that tried to kill the captain at the very end. So, I'm just for now gonna guess this is Brennan. Obviously, it's not. It's definitely not foolproof. Not even close. There is no Brennan in the list. Oh, wait. Henry Brennan. It's a second name. Okay, wait. Hang on. Are there any other Brennans? Doesn't seem to be the case. Is that really the only Brennan? How weird. Alright, fair enough. Well, I would guess this is Henry Brennan. If that's correct, then hopefully we'll be able to... I mean, we need to find 3 more fates to confirm it. But, I mean, we could possibly be correct. This guy, what was his fate? Did we work it out? Met an unknown fate. I mean, does bled out count? Would that count as a fate? Hang on. There's no... No, there's no bled out. Lost blood, maybe? No. Nah, okay, alright, we should probably just... Okay, let's work our way back through the memories to try and see who killed this guy and how. Do we have any... One sec. Do we have anything written down for this dude? Was clubbed. Okay. So this guy was clubbed. This guy met an unknown fate. We don't know how this dude died either. Alright, fuck it. Can we go back to this guy's memory? We can. Yeah, we can. Okay, cool. Alright. Okay, so this dude was shot in... Oh, this dude was shot in the face. I remember now. Wait, did we really not log that? That's so fucking dumb. They didn't meet an unknown fate. Are you kidding me? They were shot. Quite clearly by a gun. Jesus. It's not that hard to deduce, my guy. Alright. Okay, who's this fellow? Clubbed by an unknown attacker. Alright. This guy... Okay, so our friend... Oh, he was knifed. Okay. This guy did not meet an unknown fate. He was killed by... Wait, knifed. There we go. Knifed straight in the back. Literally backstabbed. But the question is who by? That's the real question. Are you... I think this is the guy who tries to help. No, okay, this is the guy who clubs the next guy then. Yeah, he's coming down with a bat. So this is the guy... Okay, you know what? I'm actually more confident in my Brennan call now, because this is the guy who comes down to help the fellow over there, and then when he's calling for Brennan, it makes sense that because he knows this guy is out there. So I think that's a reasonable guess. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I don't know what the fuck's going on over here. I'm not gonna try and work any of this shit out yet. Who are you? I don't remember you at all. This is the captain? Wait, so he knows what's going on to some extent? Oh, shit, okay. Oh, this guy was clearly stabbed with a sword somehow. Have I got met an unknown fate? Okay. So, you know what? What might be good is if we could try and work out Brennan's fate. That might be a good idea. Because that's at least... I'm now fairly confident Brennan... yeah. This is Brennan, basically. Oh, we know his fate. He was knifed, of course, yeah. Wait, hang on. If we know this is Brennan, we also know one of the people that Brennan killed, right? I think it's this guy. Was clubbed by an unknown attacker, so that makes sense. Okay, so this guy must have been clubbed by Brennan. That makes sense. Or, I mean, not... If that is Brennan, he's coming down with a club. It's literally 1-to-1, alright? The question is who knifed this guy. The assumption is the dude who's being shot. Hang on one sec. Okay. Fuck, right, it's gonna be hard. Okay, so let's work this out. If these two are friends, we can assume they're on the same team, which means they're on the same team as this guy. This guy, probably killed by the dude who's being shot. So that dude is on the other team. But that doesn't make sense, because then this guy shot this guy, who is presumably on the opposite team, which means he should be allied with the guy on the ground. But if that's the case, why would these guys come down and club him? Maybe it's less simple than just the two-team situation, I guess? Maybe? But otherwise that doesn't make sense. I must have missed something. But whatever, we're going to have to make some guesses at some point. So that's this guy. We know... We checked out this dude's corpse and he was shot in the face. This guy was clubbed, we know that. But let's just go there again real quick. Yes, this dude was absolutely fucking clobbered. Wait, no. No, this happens after. This is the dude who shot him. Yeah, this is after. You know what? I don't even know if I've seen this memory before. I think I have. But I'm not 100%. So this unknown soul was clubbed by Henry Brennan. That's accurate. Okay. What's all this, you damn fool? That doesn't really give me much to go on, I'm not gonna lie. I know there's a corpse on the chair we can go check out again. Man, this game is so much work, honestly. Okay, well, so far, the only thing we've managed to deduce is this is Henry Brennan, and I think that's really it. We should try and check out the corpse in here again, actually. I think that's the next thing I want to do. Maybe there'll be some text that reminds you of something. I guess we don't have to go to the memories to read the text necessarily. If we just bring up our thing. Yeah, here we go. So, here we go. Yeah, okay, we have all the parts of this. I can't remember what the X's and the slashes were. It was something to do with people dying and people dying, like, off camera or some shit. Okay. Put me down, let go. Easy now, you're in a bad way. The squid, where is my Frenchman? The squid's gone, your mate was torn apart. Verdammt, this beast is dead. How did you kill it? We didn't, it left with the storm. Captain came up from the hold, said he chased it off. You should rest. Curse like that does not lift for nothing. Do you reckon this could be... I feel like this could be the second or fourth mate, because he's immediately... Hang on. Maybe not. Wait, one sec. What did they say to him? One sec. Nah, I'm not sure. Verdun is German, by the way. Might be important. Ah, that is good intel. What does it mean? Because I thought it was a name when I first saw it. So, and I obviously worked out that wasn't the case because there was no one called Verdun. So, but what does it mean? Man, I just don't think there's that much to glean from this, honestly. Means damn. Oh, okay. 5 others were present. So lots of people, lots of the people who were present were the people that were killed in the end. I guess that makes perfect sense, because it's like the first part of this whole inciting event. Man, I have no idea what to do with all this information. I actually have no fucking idea. Let's check out the rest of the scene real quick. Okay. Who are you? You the first mate? You're not the first mate. We don't have enough. Okay, we don't have enough to go on for your name. What about you? Are you anyone important? You were the person who was clubbed by Henry Brennan, pardon me. That's Brennan, isn't it? No, that's the guy who calls for Brennan, the first mate. Yeah, okay. Wait, really? You can't? Oh, okay. Where is Brennan, or who we believe Brennan to be? Okay. So this is Henry Brennan, we think. This is the first mate, who is clearly in some way mates with Brennan. Man, we just got to get more names. But I don't know how. Okay, who is there? I tell you what, let's have a scour. Okay, all these people at the back, apparently we should have enough intel to work out who they are. What are you in? Appear in the first memory, perished in the Doom Part 6. Okay. Oh, wait, this was before, though. This is before the mutiny. This guy just fucking exploded. This unknown soul was blasted by an explosion. Okay. Get to the main bit quick. Hold on, hold on. Throw it. Throw the powder. I don't think that gives me anything, to be honest. Not especially, anyway. Okay, last one, move quick. Oi, you'll not take the last boat. Pull, look out. Stop, let them go. No, damn. You know what? Let's check out that memory again. So it was part 2 of this whole thing. But I believe to get to the memory, we have to go to the upper decks. The corpse was up there. There was a name in there, so maybe we can attach that to someone, and hopefully there's a scene that will start making things make a bit more sense. Yes, there's 2 corpses up here. I think this is the one we care about right now.
Last one.
Yeah, this is the one, right? Yeah, okay, this is absolutely the one. Okay. Oh, we already... Okay, we gave a name to this guy. So, Paul Moss, first mate steward, killed by a sword by an unknown attacker. We haven't got enough information to work out this person's name. Is this person they would have to be, right? Yeah, okay, they're not. They're not blood. So, Paul Moss is a reasonable guess, considering she calls out for Paul immediately. But why would she... I mean, could just be teams, right? Who is this? You don't look familiar. I was wondering if he was maybe down bottom deck helping out somewhere. Is she just, like, chilling? She's just sitting like, oh man, today's so boring. All these, but you know, just casual civil war happens every day on the old Obra Dinn. Okay, apparently we can work out this person's name too. They're in 3 memories. Disappeared and escape. Disappearances. Okay. Who is this? What fate befell them? So this person disappeared. 4 wayward souls disappeared during the events of this chapter. Their fates are catalogued here. That was it. So the X's and the slashes are deaths, then disappearances. So there were 4 disappearances and just a shit ton of deaths, because it's like a mutiny, essentially, right? Okay. So we still don't really know who that is. Okay, so I'm trying to guess what might have happened before this to cause this guy to get wounded. And this was the next thing to happen. Somebody got stabbed. One sec. We're in this memory right now, right? We can go downstairs and have a little peek. See if there's anything. Yeah, so this guy... Okay. Oh, wait. This was after, wasn't it, right? Yeah, this was after. Okay, okay. So this event here is after that dude down there being, Okay, you know what? Hang on. If we go back to that first memory then, maybe we could come up here and see what was going on a little before. I think someone's corpse is getting thrown overboard, if I remember correctly. Someone comes up from out there. Oh, okay. So this dude's heading up. Who is this guy? So that's the captain heading up. Who's this coming up from here? The person. So okay. So this is the. I'm pretty sure that's the dude who gets stabbed and ends up crawling for like 90% of the time. So who do they get stabbed by? We still don't really know. So let's go to memory 3 and try and work out who they were stabbed by. Let's memorize some faces. Okay, you are the captain. Yes. You are the dude who tries to help the guy who gets stabbed. This guy just, I mean, sits here and doesn't do a whole heck of a lot. Okay, we'll call this guy Top Hat Man for now. So Top Hat Man's chilling down here. This just looks like the dude from the lighthouse. So we'll call this guy this is Willem Dafoe. And who is this guy? This guy was clubbed by Henry Brennan, but we don't know who he is. He's got a funky hat. I think, honestly, the main thing we want to work out is what does Willem Dafoe do? Because I'm pretty sure, I think it's possible that Willem Dafoe ends up stabbing this guy who comes up from the bottom. So, you know what? We should make note as well, actually. So, I think this guy... This is a deduction rating. Oh! New tip. A higher rating means it will be more difficult to deduce this person's identity. Focus on the easily deducible identities first and leave the more difficult ones for later. I did not realise that. Anyway, I was just going to enter this as an unknown midshipsman. I think. So they came from the midships, that's my guess. But that actually helps a lot. So okay, what identities do we have that we have a high chance of being able to work out who they are? Well, we know who you are, so ignore that, I suppose. Willem Dafoe, are you easy to deduce? Yes or no? We cannot deduce you. Okay, good to know. What about you? Cannot deduce you either. There must be someone with like a low rating, right? This fellow has a 2 on his deduction thing. Okay. We're looking for a 1 ideally, but 2 is pretty good. Two's not bad, that's for sure. How can we... Wait, what? FYI, the X in the transcript is the person that died... means the person that died said that. Ah! That's huge intel. Thank you. Okay, wait. So put me down, let go. So this is the guy who died, said that. Right, I understand. Easy now, they're in a bad way. The squid, where is my Frenchman? The squid's gone, your mate was torn apart. Verdamped, the beast is dead. So, yeah, okay. We understand all that. Right, okay. So, we should go back and look at some of the squid memories then. Because we know this guy's mate was torn apart by the squid. So if we try and find out who his mate was, maybe we can try and get his name. Wait, hang on. Let's see if we can... I guess, wait, the squid must have been earlier, right? Escape, bargain... No, wait, I think it's going the opposite way. So, it would go escape, then the end. And this is where they fought the squid. No? No, this was just the murder. Yeah, okay, that's the very end. So, no, never mind, I was correct. Okay, so it's chronological. So... Bargain is an entire chapter we're missing. The Doom is the squid. Right, okay. This guy was torn in half by the squid. There are no... Yeah, okay. So this guy, we know for fact this guy was torn apart by the squid. So there's a high chance that he is mates with the guy who just died on the sofa at the minute. Or sitting down, I guess I should say. 2 as well for you. Okay. Can't work out who you are, apparently. Neither of you two. 3 for you. Man, maybe we should just try and find more memories, because honestly, everyone has like a 2 or a 3. Man, what was the... Okay, in the Bitter Cold is very early on. So apparently we should be able to work out who this was. He's number 1. You know what? Maybe we should... Okay, maybe we should come back to the mutiny. There's only 3 parts to a Bitter Cold. That's a very short chapter. And if we can get these 3 deductions, that'd be ideal. So yeah, let's just go... You know what? Yeah. Hashtag fuck this. Let's go back to a Bitter Cold. We were onto something there. Okay. Have you played? I'm assuming you've played this game before. Enlasium. I don't know how to pronounce your name. Okay. So, what was... I'm trying to remember what the final corpse we looked up... yeah? Oh, okay, fair. I'm trying to remember what the final corpse we checked out was. I'm pretty sure it was this one. This is the most recent memory. Bitter Cold Part 1 of 3. Okay, yeah, that's correct. This is the earliest memory. Stop your cheating. Worry about yourself. Sayed. Whatever that means. Get up. Drink something. There were 2 different languages, weren't there? The first one looked Russian, and then the second one looked closer to, like, Turkish or something. I don't know exactly what language it was. Hang on, let's have a little read through that again. One sec. Wait, just bring up the book, dude. Yeah, these look like 2 different languages. This looks like Russian, I think. Then this looks like some form of, not Arabic, but like some kind of Middle Eastern or close to that sort of part of the world language. Okay, we should be able to deduce who this was. Who are you? You look awfully familiar. Unknown. In other memories, though. Do we know who you are? This guy was crushed by the beast. Okay. So this person succumbed to a tragic illness. Was anyone... No one was talking to them in the memory, right? It was just stop your cheating, worry about yourself, Sayed, here we go, okay. So they were talking to him in some kind of like Middle Eastern language. So let's... Is there anyone on this ship? Okay, England, for Austria, it would be... I don't think it'd be any of these. Persia? 3 Russians, so they're all going to be around the table, actually, which means... Okay, wait, hang on, that helps out quite a lot. I have no idea what Sierra Leone is. I have no idea what part of the world that's in. Okay, these motherfuckers over here were definitely chatting Russian, though. So, as far as I'm concerned... Try anyway. They were all Russian, 100%. So I'm just going to label them all as one of the Russian people. And at some point, hopefully we'll be able to make a better determination. Okay. So these are probably all mixed at the very least. Probably all wrong as well. But I just want to get some notes down, essentially. That's not a proper guess. We'll consider that like a footnote, right? Okay, how the fuck do we work out who this man is? Okay, we know he died of an illness. He's got a 1 rating on deduction. It should be very... Wait, fuck. What's the little question mark? Guidance. Identify 5 people deduction ratings. Fate validation using the book. Generally... Oh, so it's just the help menu. Okay, that's fine. I don't care. Wait. Am I dumb as fuck? Sayed. His name is Sayed. Oh my god. Dude. How am I this dumb? How did I not realize that was a name? I could be wrong. But I'm like 90% sure that's a name. There's no... Solomon Sayed. There we go. Okay, I'll just check there's no other Sayeds in the list. I wonder why some of these people call their peers by By second name. I wonder if that's like a common thing in certain cultures or something. Okay, Solomon Syed succumbed to a tragic illness. We've worked that one out. Jesus fucking Christ. That should have been so much easier than it was. I can't believe that took so long to click. Jesus, I feel real dumb. Is 90% of this game just feeling really stupid? I wouldn't be that surprised if it is. Okay. F's in chat for Syed. Okay, what were the three? There was the skull, right? That was the first memory. Yeah, someone was falling ill after. Okay, so yeah, that was the first memory from this place. Is there anyone... Okay, you've got a 1 on deduction. You've also only got a 1 on deduction, so we should go check out part 2 again. To be fair, we didn't really properly look into part 2 because we found a new corpse straight away and we're like, you know what? Let's at least go check. Let's just go get the new memory first things first.
Well, same as the other fellow. Some lung disease, non-consumption. Made worse by the cold.
Will it spread?
If so, we'd all have it. They must have picked it up at the Alaska house. I checked all hands just now, and everyone is healthy.
And him? What are his chances?
I gave him some laudanum. We'll see.
Okay. Don't think any of that really helps, to be honest. Gonna go ahead... The fuck? Oh, it's the monkey! Gonna go ahead and assume they won't have, like, name tags on these dorms or anything like that I can go on. Okay, it's this fellow in the back here. Oh, is this a new character? No. No, that's the third mate, you muppet. You already know who that is. Okay, fair enough. You got me. Why? Okay, this guy's a 1. The other 1 rating deduction thing we had literally just told us, like, they just said his name. So there must be something really obvious I'm missing. Unknown, he's in 3 memories, okay. First memory... Okay, so he's just in all the bitter end memories, I see. Okay. As someone who's played this game, the second guy that dies of illness should probably have a higher rating. Oh, really? So the guy I'm trying to work out now should have a higher rating. Fair enough, okay. So this is like a notoriously difficult 1 rating. This should probably be a 2 rating. Well, I mean, to be honest, everything we know so far, everyone we have that we haven't deduced is like a 2 or higher for the most part, right? One sec. So, yeah. So, this guy we deduced. This guy we don't know. I mean, there's no one to deduce here, apparently. There's a murder. Oh, interesting. Spicy. Unholy captives. Interesting. Soldiers of the Sea. Yes, like in the Doom, this guy's a 3 rating. We can't work out who any of those are. 2 rating here, 2 rating here. And I don't think, yeah, 2 rating here. There's a 1 rating hit we know who it is, though, Paul Moss. So, yeah. None of these have ratings yet. 3 here. 3 rating on both of the disappearances. 2 on one of them. Yeah, like, I don't know, man. Like, this is the only 1 rating we have. Everything else is a 2. So even if this isn't quite a 1, my guess is it's probably not going to be like a 3 or something. So we might as well start here, I guess, right? Man, I feel like a proper creeper. Amazing. This is some incredible creep technology. Very based. Anyway. Okay. This is an unknown soul. He is hunched over this guy's body. So I think it's fair to assume this guy is friends with Paul Moss. That's the only thing I think I can glean from this currently. Do you know what? I do kind of wish there was like a notes section under each person so you could make notes based on what you've already worked out. That would actually be very useful, I think. This guy's in 3 memories. First memory appears in is number 14. Depicted in Underway's sketch, bookmark memories, show memories. So he's basically just in the bitter colds. Okay. You know what? Who is this guy? Oh, he's having a jolly old time. What a legend. Soul appears in 2 memories. So this guy appears in the last 2 memories. Okay. Okay, well, you know what? I think first things first, let's go back to the very first memory of this set. You should actually check out the using the book generally tutorial. It's the only one the game doesn't show you automatically. Alright. Yeah, how did I find the tutorial earlier? Can I just flick to the back? I thought, oh, pardon me, Jesus Christ. How am I so tired? I was planning on having a coffee before this, just completely forgot, to be honest. Okay. That's pretty nice, actually. I forgot this page existed. Okay, there's nothing really under loose cargo. Ah, there it is. Okay. Using the book generally. Let's have a look. Okay. Review conversations on each page and note any names that are mentioned. Refer to the ship map and pay attention to the labels of rooms where people's objects are found. There's labels on rooms? Oh shit, okay. Oh yeah, that helps a ton. I did not realise that. Oh, that's huge. Deduce origins, roles, and relationships from depictions in the artist's sketch. Ah, okay. So you can deduce friendships, at least, from this. Okay, that's good to know. Use the manifest to see all crew and passenger information in one place. Also useful. Origins can give clues to a person's appearance or accent. Well, we've already used that a little bit. Roles can give clues about where people are found on the ship and their relationships with others. Sure, we already more or less knew that. Each person's number is unique and may be useful in identifying them. Okay. I mean, sure. Okay, thank you for the tips. That actually does help out a little bit. Mainly for the map, to be honest. I can't believe I didn't think about that before. So, okay. Purser's office, passengers. Oh, man, that's actually unbelievably useful. Holy shit. Okay. So, during the mutiny, the person that gets stabbed comes back to the midshipman's dorm. So I can assume that is a midshipsman. Okay. That's one small thing I think I can glean from that. Okay. Wait, I'm not in a memory, am I? I'm back. Oh, I just realised. Okay. Real quick. Is this the memory? Yes, this is the memory. Okay, cool. So, they were found in the midshipsman. So this is an we already guessed this is an unknown midshipsman. You know what? Maybe we should just chuck a guess at it. Hang on. This guy was friends with... Oh no, you're cut. Bear up, son. I'll stay with you. Tell Pete's mother I tried my best. Tell Pete's... Okay, so... If we can find a mother and a son, then we can maybe guess as to who the son is. I wonder if we'll be able to see that in the artist's depiction. Oh, goodness me, pardon me. Oh, why am I so sleepy all of a sudden? Okay, there's nothing obvious that stands out, to be honest. Oh, these people aren't in it? That's interesting, okay. Yeah, none of these people, it's only these two up here, okay. Okay. The Forest summon royalty. That's good to know, actually, that these guys are royalty, whoever they are. Or at least respected on the ship in some way akin to that. Is there anything here we can look at? Peter okay, I'm going to assume Pete was Peter Milroy, who was another midshipsman. Ah, if that's the hang on. If that's the case, we can chuck a guess on that person. And then when we're fairly confident of a third fate, then we can, because we've got one already. We know one of the illness guys we're fairly confident on. So if we chuck a guess on this person, then we can be at least a little bit confident later on. Well, like when we have one we're like fairly certain on, we'll know. Oh, but we don't know the attacker's unknown in this though. So we know it can't be Pete, so it's got to be one of these two because they're a midshipsman, I'm assuming. So we'll go for just Thomas Lank. So who was... Wait, hang on. Who was the attacker? That's the only thing we have yet to work out. But I think it was in a fairly early memory.
Oh no, you're cut.
It was like this person that stabbed him, I think?
Leave me.
Bear up, son.
This
I'll see
person
what-
dies from this guy.
Tell Pete's mother.
Then this person clubs this guy. So the earliest memory would be this one, but that won't show us who
Pull him
stabbed
back
who.
to safety.
You tell
Okay,
her
so let's
yourself.
try going to this memory, I guess. The glossary is also pretty important. A midshipsman is an officer in training, not someone who works in the middle of the ship. Oh, really? Oh, okay. That is important. Alright, fair enough. So at this point, my boy was already stabbed. So we want to go back earlier. Yeah, I'll definitely check out the glossary more then, because my understanding of... Okay, so he was stabbed at this point. Presumably by, I think, Willem Dafoe. So we should... Hang on, we should go to this guy's memory now. And hopefully we can see someone getting stabbed. Hopefully. Okay, so this guy was shot. Oh, we can't go down, really? Oh shit, so we just have to get... Oh wait, no, hang on, we can. Never mind, never mind. Okay, let me through. I don't... You know what? I don't think we went down here when we checked out this memory before. Yeah! Okay, fucking nailed it. So Willem Dafoe stabbed up this guy. So, one sec, let's... Okay, hang on. So, the reason... I understand now what you mean, but the reason we thought that the guy who gets stabbed is a midshipman is because he goes to this dorm here, and this is a midshipman dorm. So even though a midshipman is an officer in training, it doesn't necessarily matter because he goes back to a midshipman dorm. The only alternative is that he doesn't actually go back to his own, like, area. He goes back to his friends, who is the guy who calls for Brennan. That's the alternative hypothesis, I guess. Okay, so you were killed after being knifed by Willem Dafoe. But we have no fucking idea how to guess who Willem Dafoe is. Man, he appears in a lot of memories. Busy boy, eh? Yeah, he appears in a lot. He appears in all, like, 3 of the Doom. So how far are you along in terms of the fate solved? Hey, Sinu Perry, welcome to the stream. We have only worked out essentially the first 3 fates, so we have no fucking idea about anything. You're basically in at the start. I'm at the point now where the game's opened up a bit, and I'm floundering like a clown. I have no idea how to work anything out. I mean, like, we're giving people meme names instead of actual names because we don't know what their actual names are. Like this, say hello to William Dafoe. I don't have any other names, actually. I probably should get some more. But the current thing we're trying to work out is this guy's fate. I've guessed that he's Thomas Lank because I think he's a midshipsman. Based on the fact he goes back to a midshipman's dorm. The alternative, well, the door's already open. So I guess it's... Wait, hang on. Let's go back one more memory. Let's just see if we can figure out how that door actually opens.
Last one. Move quick. You'll not take the last one.
Okay, so we know who Paul is. We've already done that. Yeah, we already did this. Can we get down a floor, though? I think we should be able to, because I think this is how we get to the person on the chair. Yeah, we can. Okay. So is this door open? This door is already open at this point. You know what? I'm fairly okay. So this guy is listening in. Right, so this is the guy who gets stabbed. And he gets stabbed because he clearly overheard a conversation he shouldn't have. That's what I'm assuming. Okay. So my assumption then is that that is indeed his dorm. Or like, I keep saying dorm. His like, I don't know, quarters? His sleeping quarters, whatever. So I think we can assume with a reasonable degree of confidence that this guy is indeed a midshipsman. And that means he is indeed one of these three. I don't think he's Peter. It'll start making sense when you've got all the information at the latest. Not worry, not. Okay, that's good to know. Right now the game is making me feel... I feel like I'm being cock-slapped by the game and mocked repeatedly, but that's okay. I'm basically 100% confident he's a midshipsman, and I don't think he's Peter, because he says something about don't tell Peter's mother or whatever, so I guess that must be another... And the fact that's a midshipsman as well makes sense. They'd be working together. Maybe they were good friends or some shit. But currently, we know. Okay, I'm fairly confident that is that guy's quarters. Then we'll go back one more memory just to see, because hopefully he'll be poking his head out. That'd be like the dream. The door is wide open. Tip. Doors that get opened in memories get opened in real life. The doors that get opened this way look blurry. Ah, that is a useful tip. Who are you? Captain. Okay.
Captain came up with the hole. Said he changed it up.
Wait, where the fuck? Oh no, hang on. Maybe, wait, shit, no, it can't, it might not necessarily, he might not necessarily be a midshipsman then. I thought he came from... I thought he came from those quarters. He doesn't. I think the captain leaves from them. He comes from underground. So that means he's not necessarily a midshipsman, unless, one sec. Maybe there's... The only thing is maybe... Wait, so this is the gun deck. Go down a floor. Yeah, there's no midshipsman living quarters here, so... Or below, actually. So actually, we don't know that he is a midshipsman. That's not necessarily a good deduction. Fuck. Alright, fair enough. Oh, I thought I was so close. So this guy is actually just straight up unknown. No, not an unknown officer, just a regular unknown. There we go. Fuck. I thought I had something. Alright, fair enough, fair enough. You got me, game. Congratulations. Alright, maybe we should just see if we can find more corpses and more memories then. And try and move forwards a little bit. Okay. So you said, what did you say? Doors that get opened in memories get opened in real life. So, for example, we can go into here. Ah! Good shout. I didn't realise there was anything in this room. We did have a peek in. On your toes, boys. Is this a Chinese? I think that's Chinese. Oh my god! Someone got absolutely fucking clapped. Jesus Christ. Unknown. I'd agree with that. Definitely unknown. What is going on over here? What the fuck is the... Oh my god, what is happening? Dude, this ship was nothing but chaos the entire time. I'm honestly amazed that I'm amazed this voyage even happened. All these people seem to fucking hate each other. What is going on? This person's imprisoned? What is happening? My lord. And that's just the chicken. I don't think that helps me out necessarily. I did find it very funny, the cow... Oh, there's a corpse here?
You
Okay, that's
dense
good to know.
fuck!
Oh my god.
The whole damn year.
That's too much time, but thank you for the sub, Breakthrough Gamer. It's very much appreciated. That's flown by to me. Wait, oh, you've only ever known me since COVID. Wow, feels weird, man. For a game full of sea monsters, lots of people sure do end up getting shot. Yeah, no kidding. Shot, stabbed, knifed, clubbed. By their fellow man as well, outside the first mate's window. Okay, so that's... I understand. Okay. Who is this? Good question. How did they die? Well, that part's very, very simple. They were shot. By a gun. From an unknown attack. Okay. On your toes, boys. How can you do this? Load her up. We best push her off. So they were going to kill the lady. Let me go. Obra Dinn is a really good one. Hope you enjoyed Outer Wilds. I mainly came to shout out of the year sub. I gotta head out right now. Peace out, bud. Shout out to you for the... appreciate the sub, as always. A year is fucking wild, so thank you so much. And I'm really enjoying Obra Dinn so far, and yes, Outer Wilds was, like, fucking amazing. I had the last... the last stream we had was, like, mind-blowing. I genuinely had such an excellent time. Genuinely, fucking incredible shout-out. Just brilliant game, without a shadow of a doubt. Slack the lifts and lower the boats. The whole crew will be on us. Give it up. And that was said by the woman. Okay. Fucking Christ. Alright, give me a corpse. I need a corpse. Thank you. Based corpse moment. Okay. No, that's the gunshot. The corpse is over here. Okay. One thing I will say about Obra Dinn, and it's not a bad thing, but the art style is almost too much at times. Like, genuinely, when I loaded up this game again to play it just now, I did have a proper, oh fuck, I forgot how this game looked, and it's almost painful to look at. Like, it takes a second for your eyes to adjust. Wait, it was over that side? No, it was over here, wasn't it? Ah, yeah. It was doing a little twirl for pizzazz. Can't knock it, to be fair. You can change the color scheme in the menu if you want. No, that's okay. This was the artist's, artist's initial vision. I don't want to fuck with it. I don't necessarily... It's not one of those things that, like, I dislike. It's just... Oh. Well, we have a name. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my... Just so much information. Holy fuck.
And by the authority of the East India Company and thus the Crown of England, I sentence you to death by firing line.
Wow.
Mr. Wolf, when you are ready.
Oh my God, they just name dropped like 20 people. What the fuck? Absolutely clapped. This must be what was in the artist's depiction, right? It's interesting to see how different people see it, but it never bothered me. But a friend of mine couldn't play too long before getting a headache. I'm fine with it. It's just one of those things that, like, I would, you know what, this is definitely what's depicted in the picture, in the artist's picture. Yeah, 100%. Okay. Alright, man, there's so much intel. So much fucking intel. Okay. But yeah, basically, I can, like, look at this for a bit and be fine with it. Sorry, when I first look at it, I'm just like, Jesus Christ. And then, as my eyes get used to it again, I'm back in and I'm fine. Okay. So this person was... What was his name? Okay. Wait, no. This is the wrong memory. What? Wait. What is happening? I personally played the game in white and black. Fair enough. Wait, what the fuck? What memory am I in? I don't understand. Has it not told me yet? No, it hasn't told me yet. Okay, maybe it will load up in a sec. But this was one of the guys from the royalty. Okay. You have to wait for the fade out. Yeah, I just realized. There we go. Okay, so this was part 2 of murder. Alright. Lovely stuff. Who is this? How did they die? This is Hok Seng Lu. Lu? One of the two. Hok Seng Lu, passenger. Formosa. Okay, so these guys were all the Formosa royalty then. They were passengers. Is executed? No? I mean, they were killed by a shot, technically. It was a gun that killed them, right? But they were shot by, like, multiple people. Strangled also works, because it looks like they were hung. Wait, what the fuck have I done? Oh, I did not mean to do that. I didn't realise there was another corpse here. God damn it. Alright, I guess we're going in deeper. Get ready for double inception, boys. It was not my intention, but here we are. Really? You're going to do a twirl around the entire ship? That does look pretty sick though, doesn't it? That entire view. We've discovered so many more corpses. You gotta imagine that we're on the cusp of getting another 3 fates solved, right?
Who is that? Is someone hurt? Senor Nichols, is that you? What are you doing down here?
Hello, yes. All fine here. Just, sorting some things.
That sounds highly sus.
Watch your step. Here, let me help you.
Highly sus confirmed. Okay. So this is Senor... whatever his name was. Maybe we already know that. Dude, what in the fuck? Oh my god, what is that? Good lord. Among Us joke? True, true. Man, this is like the smallest memory so far. There's like almost nothing to see. How kind, game. So the dude who's punching him... I actually can't tell who's being punched. Who is the puncher and the punchee? It's difficult to tell. Okay, this man is punching him. So he must have been like, what are you doing down here? Then he gets punched by this guy. But this guy... okay. Here's my guess. This man here, doing the punching, saw the duel and was like, oh shit. And then they fought each other over it. One of them died, and then he goes away. And then this dude bumps into him and is like, what the fuck are you doing down here? And then he proceeds to punch this dude in the stomach as well. Okay. Who is this? How did they die? That's... oh, the person who died... wait, this is the person who died. Okay. So that's Singer Nicholas. Signer. Signer? This is Signer Nicholas. I think. Unless Signer is like a position? It might mean musician or something in old sailor terms. I don't know. So we're looking for a Signer or a Nicholas. Did not spot a Signer or a Nicholas. One sec. Hang on. I must be missing something. Nicholas! There we go. Okay, so there's a Nicholas there. I'm assuming that's the only Nicholas. I'll check the glossary to check what Signer means. Just to be sure. Yeah, okay, there's only one Nicholas. So it has... I'm guessing it's this guy. I mean, he was punched. I don't know how he died. How am I supposed to know? Is there beaten? Clubbed, fell, eaten? Oh, man, I have no idea. He was just in a body bag, dude. How am I supposed to know? Is this a stabbing and I can't tell? Still don't really know how this guy died. Let's check the glossary real quick. Okay. Is the glossary at the front or the back? Glossary. So the back, okay. Oh, fuck. It doesn't seem to have any of the term. Well, it doesn't have Signa. Maybe that's just the position or title or something. Yeah, okay, it doesn't have that word in it, so I'm assuming... Yeah, okay, I'm assuming it's not relevant. Either way, the point is... This guy punched this other guy, and presumably killed him. He's unknown, but we should be able to work out who he is, apparently. So that's something. You, my fine friend, are Nicholas Botter... Wait, no. We've got this backwards, don't we? Shit. You're Nicholas, right? I think? Hang on. Wait, let's go back to the text. I was under murder, right? Which was chapter 3. Okay, here we go. Okay, so the guy who died... This man... Yeah, no, so the other guy is Nicholas. Oh, Nicholas, you piece of shit. I thought you were a musician. Wait, yeah, no, this is the guy who died. We know the guy who killed him, not the guy who died. Okay, so this is going back to an unknown. Then... This guy is Nicholas. There we go. Wait. Edward Nichols. He does say Nicholas and not Nichols, right? Nichols! Oh, shit. Hang on. Oh, God, it just gets more and more complicated. Okay, so Nichols, who's the second mate, which would actually make a lot of sense. Nicholas Botterill. Okay. So Edward Nichols, second mate, is this guy, I think. What does Signa mean? That's the only question I have. It's fine. Wait, no, fuck. We've got this backwards again. This guy is unknown. Why do I keep doing this? My brain is broken, chat. This guy... Oh my god. Okay, finally we've done it. There we go. He's the second mate. Mate, he's got the fancy hat and everything. Second mate confirmed. We've done it. He appears in 3 memories, dude. Fuck me. My brain was actually broken then. I couldn't do it. It was impossible. What was going on there? So he's in Murder Part 3, Murder Part 2. He's in all the murders. Okay, cool. Good to know. So, I see. Someone is... Okay. This must be the guy who dies. We still don't really know how he dies, unfortunately. This is the guy who killed him. And then in the later 2 things, they're claiming someone is framing the person who gets actually executed. So this guy must frame someone. That's the current assumption I'm going on. Sometimes listening to the scene again can help you make sense of things, sounds that don't get transcribed. Wise is what I would say. So this guy met an unknown fate. Wait, wasn't this... Fuck. Wait. Wait. Okay, well this guy was clubbed. I think that's pretty clear. And it must have been Nichols again. I believe this is correct. I believe this is correct. Is the question about Signal one you'd like answered or rhetorical? And it's fine, it's fine. It's rhetorical, it's rhetorical. Yeah, so he must have found this dank fucking treasure. We can now open this door, by the way. Okay, alright, well... That may have taken... That was... My brain is broken, but we did actually work some shit out. I'm surprised there wasn't... Well, I guess he's the corpse that gets taken up, right? Yes, we've seen everything in murder. There's 3 deaths in murder. Don't know who this is. We now do know who this is. Wait! No, wait, fuck, what? Oh my god, oh god. Wait, this was the guy who gets shot? Then who the fuck's the body bag? No, that's this guy, of course. So, I see. Okay, so this guy... I understand exactly what happened. I mean, maybe a bit too confident, but I understand at least partially what happened now. This guy got framed for this guy's death by Nicole's. Nicole's, you're a piece of shit. Congratulations. You must be very proud of yourself. We don't know what his fate was, though. We don't know that much yet. Okay, alright. We're getting there, chat. We're very slowly getting there. Okay, so we have... This is basically a confirmed fate, in my opinion. This... Paul Moss killed by a sword. No, wait, okay, this is also, I would say, a confirmed fate. Which means that this is wrong in some way. No, wait. One sec, where are my ticks at? Okay, that's ticked, so I assume that's confirmed. That's all. So the ticks are confirmed, I would assume, right? They're also lumped by 3. So that means, yeah, okay. Henry Brennan knifed by... So this guy isn't necessarily Henry Brennan. That's what we've done wrong here. I think. Because we know he was knifed by the captain, because that's what happens in the very first, like, 2 or 3 scenes. So this is actually probably wrong. His name isn't Henry Brennan. So, okay, so this guy was killed by this guy, essentially, because he was framed for the murder of another guy, basically, is I think where we're at. Alright, well, okay, we're wrong on one of them. We don't really know how to tell which one we are wrong on. But that's okay. Let's go check downstairs, see if some of those doors can open, see if there's anything new to glean out of them. So it was down on the very bottom deck, which means we should have now have access to it, actually, because I don't think we've gone down there before. No, this is still locked up? Okay. Wait, can we open this door? Can open this. Oh, we've already been in here. Yeah, this is the workshop. Okay, this tells me nothing. You could try getting a 4th fate. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to try and do. But first things first, I just want to see if we can get to the absolute bottom deck. Maybe it's through one of these doors. We definitely haven't been in here. But this tells us nothing, to be honest with you. There's a peephole, which is interesting. It's just all the swords and shit. Yeah, there's nothing really to glean from this. Okay. Oh! Oh shit, okay. There's a corpse there. We haven't seen that yet. We have to go... We have to find a way to get out the back here. Is there a route here? There is! Oh my god, how did we must have completely missed this. This must be a part of the ones I've already seen. I think, anyway. Yeah, we totally missed this corpse before. I think this might actually just be a new chapter. Can we all say thank you based peephole? Because we would not have spotted this corpse otherwise. What in the fuck? This guy got shot through... Oh my god! It's Reginald! What the fuck? Highly unexpected. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, Reginald. You didn't have to shoot him. What in the fuck? What is going on? Okay, that is the, like... I mean, I know there's, like, tentacle monsters and shit, but... Oh, what is going on in here? Jesus, what in the fuck? Wait, and we can't actually get in. Our only way to see is via the peephole. Oh shit, that's really neat. My favourite bit 100%. Well, that particular scene or this chapter in general. Soldiers of the Sea. They had to fight large crab. Interesting. That's so fucking funny. Actually, that's so good. In the port walk. How did they die? Good question. They make for the Lazarette, secure the hold, someone shoot the damned thing. It didn't sound like this guy was shot necessarily. I kind of want to chill in this memory for a bit, but there's... Oh, there's a dead man in here. Oh, I see, okay. Let's get all the memories first, then we can come back and do deduction a bit later. The reveal specifically, I think, is great. Oh, sure, yeah. No, I'd agree, for sure. Like, the fact you look through the peephole and see this giant monster is very funny. I do agree. New corpse acquired. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah.
I've got you. Don't move. I'll get you down.
Jesus. That's man, that's so funny. Holy shit. That's actually so funny. There's gonna be another corpse around there 100%, right? Like tucked away back here or something. Maybe not. By the way, one thing I will say, I did not appreciate this on the first stream. The music in this game fucking bangs. Like, they've done such a good job of evoking, like, a very particular tone. This is the most cursed ship cruise I've ever seen in my life. So there's a man bleeding out back here. So that's the guy who goes and dies then. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Oh, pardon me. Soldiers of the Sea. By the way, there's only like 15 names said during the whole game. Good luck. That's not... I assumed that, but also don't tell me that. That is just painful to know. I've got you, don't move. I'll get you down. Give me that gun. You have to work out who people are based on their relationships to other people and that kind of shit, I guess, right? Like, that's one of the only reliable ways to do it. This person met an unknown fae. You could say that. That's, yeah, you definitely could say that. Okay, let's start looking at this a bit more, I think. So this person's chilling up here. And we got you, both vibing in the same area. We got you and you. You're on your own over here. Okay. There's another corpse? I knew there was gonna be. I'm just still... Oh, it's this person right here. How did I not see them? I get the impression you could probably deduction and educated guesses. Yeah. I get the impression from this game you could actually, like, more or less unlock all of the scenes before making any guesses if you want. Oh, fuck. I didn't realise Reginald was going to come with him. I don't want this shit on my floor. Wait. This is where the fucking blood splatter was. I said this at the start of the stream. We walked past here and I was like, what the fuck is this shit? I thought it was leaking from up here. I was like, wait, there's no corpse up here. What's going on? Well, that makes a lot more sense now then. It's a lot of screaming. Oh my god. Did they blow up the crab? Now, I can't... They either blew it up or stabbed it. Oh no, okay, so it expelled a bunch of spikes out of the top of itself, I think. I think that's what's going on here. It's a little difficult to tell, admittedly. This man's already been stabbed, we knew that. Oh, this guy just got fucking him. Oh god, that's That's a nasty way to go, brother. Jesus Christ. Fuck me, there's just bodies everywhere. My goodness. So there's another one over here that they're fighting as well. Fuck, right. This is an actual bloodbath. Okay. I still just can't get over the absurdity of this chapter. For those wondering, by the way, there's a Facebook group called, it's something about, like, crustacean memes for crabby fiends or something like that. And in there, that particular crab, there's a crab like that in real life that's, like, just very lanky, with a quite small body relative to its leg length. And they call him Reginald. So that's what that was. Fuck me. Okay, they died via beast explosion. Does that count? Struck, suicide, shot, fell. Dude, I don't know, man. I don't know what you call this. There's no impaled. Is shot by beast an option? No. Oh my, there's still more corpses. I keep forgetting, there's always more corpses. My guess is these two people die relatively close to each other. So my assumption, therefore, is that we'll get both of these, more or less, both of these memories are going to be right after each other. Or we might just get both if we're lucky. Oh! Do you reckon it's just going to be one scene? That could also... Yeah, this must just be one scene then. Okay, fair enough. Hey, the first double murder. Wonderful. Angry crab noises. That should have been the subtitle there. Oh my fucking god. What the fuck am I looking at? What? What am I looking at? What in the fuck is going on? Earthman Brick, thank you for the raid. It's very much appreciated. You've come at the weirdest possible time. Welcome to Crab City. I hope you guys aren't stuck in Ad City at the minute. What is going on? What is going on? I have no fucking clue. Yeah, sure, yeet a lantern, that'll do it, Chief. Wow, so many legs. I mean, this, yeah, you're not wrong. Soldiers at the sea get up to some wild things, apparently. That's all I can really say. Who is this? How did they die? I mean, I can definitely tell you how both of them died. Who they are? Fucking no. Oh my god, there's another corpse in here. Can I... Look, let me just enter these first. Chill game. So this man was stabbed in the throat. Love the Game Boy aesthetic. It's pretty sick, isn't it? This guy was... What do you call this? Stabbed in the throat? What is that? Not strangled. He was just stabbed. Straight up. Struck? Hooves, tail, wing? I mean, none of those, really. Man, I have no fucking idea what you call this. Speared? By... Can we put beast in? I think you can put in beast, right? Must be at the top. Beast. Enemy? Is this a beast or an enemy? I mean, I would call it a beast, but that, I could see that kind of going either way. Nah, it's probably a beast. Let's be honest with ourselves. Dude, this guy's unironically about to get fucking decapitated. Look at the... Oh my god. You can see the desperation in his eyes. Dear lord. Suicided, shot twice in the back of the head by Hillary. Accurate, accurate. What? He was... I mean, this guy's about to get decapitated by some beast. That's... That's what I'm assuming happens in about 2 seconds. Oh, this... Fuck, they both look like they're about to be decapitated, actually. Sorry, I thought the leg was just going through him, but that's not true. No, this guy... Okay, this guy is also about to be decapitated. Speared is definitely inaccurate. Everyone in chat, rejoice. We didn't do a dumb thing this time. That's a lantern. That's not a corpse, brother. Where the fuck is the other corpse here? Wait, what? Oh, what is going on in here? Just handing out guns to people to fight, I guess. Wait, where's the corpse? Oh, shit. Oh my god. Jesus, Reginald, I was not ready. So this person was shot by a beast, I guess is what we're going to have to input. Oh, by the way, just to let people know who don't know, so I'm going to have a chat with Earthman Brick, as it says in my title, about veganism in a bit. I'm going to switch games for that, but if you've enjoyed watching me play this, I typically play indie games on this stream. I'm going to be playing all of Obra Dinn on stream. So if you've been watching and you've enjoyed so far, please do consider dropping a follow. If not, though, no worries. To give you an idea of what I do generally as well, so every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday I stream. And I stream just whatever indie game I'm feeling at the time. So the last one we did was Outer Wilds, for example. Now we're doing Obra Dinn. I don't know what we're going to do after this. I've had a couple suggestions, but we'll work it out as we get there. But yeah, I won't be playing this while I won't be trying to do hardcore deduction. Oh. What was the context of that? It's already won for Nick? Neat looking game, yeah, no kidding. Oh my god, Minecraft Pro Gamer, how you been? Long time no see. Okay, so this thing shoots... I mean, we already knew it could spike people, but it can just shoot... Oh, man. This is the ultimate pictures taken moments before disaster. Holy fuck. I'm sorry, my friend. You're about to get stabbed in the throat by a spine fired by Reginald. Enjoy. Dun, 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 dun. How you been, Minecraft Pro Gamer? Anyway, it's been a while. And this game is neat. You're basically playing Sherlock Holmes, but on a pirate ship. And also, this motherfucking thing exists. Honestly, this is like quite a big spoiler if you've never played this game. But that's okay. But yeah, if anybody here's into... Oh my god, there's so many. There's going to be another corpse out. Yeah, I told ya. There's going to be another corpse out there to continue the train. But yeah, if you're watching and you don't follow and you're, you know, you enjoy indie games, please do consider dropping a follow. If not, though, no worries. Oh, also, for anyone who isn't in the Discord, go join the Discord. On Damon, out on a demon, out of the way. Ah! This person speaks another language. That could be any, like, Latin-based language, I think. A demon, out of the way, beat to quarters, enemy aboard. What's going on? Stay back, it's already done for, Nick. It's already done for, Nick. Come on, boss. No, get down. Hey, catch. The person who died said, hey, catch. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. Did he throw something? He threw an axe. Okay, I think he tried to throw an axe at Reginald. Well, that was just foolish, my friend. Nobody axes Reginald. Anyway, I guess he was shot. Not by an arrow cannon or gun, though. So he was spiked? I mean, I guess that's the best... Oh, okay, by a terrible beat. Ah, okay. That helps a lot. So there are certain things that only beasts can do. Okay, good. So the other guys in the previous two memories would also have been spiked by a terrible beast. Okay, very much noted. All good, mate. How's pandemic life treating you? Yeah, it's been alright. Just been chilling. Like the same old, really. This week has been really intense. I'm actually very tired today because so I do self-employed like trading and investment, and that's what I've been doing for like the last 9 months. And I'm currently trying to improve my skill set, so I've been looking up a ton of educational material and absorbing it. So I'm fucking shattered because this week I've just been like doing... I've done like 10 hours of learning every day. It's been pretty intense. I've learned oh god, pardon me. I've learned a lot about new tools and how to read a fuck ton of different things. So yeah, it's been good. Very tiring. So, wait, what did you say? Hang on. Stay back. It's already done for, Nick. I mean, he must... It sounds like he's talking to him, so this guy must be Nick. Wait, really? We don't have sufficient information? I don't see how this could be anyone else but Nick. I mean, let's just leave it for now, I guess. Because apparently we haven't got enough to deduce it. Which is, again, very surprising to me. But that's okay. New corpse acquired. Fuck yeah. Cannot go through this cannon. Alright, back the other way we go. You know, I didn't even clock this game kind of looks like a Game Boy game. Like, that is totally what it is. But somehow, I didn't realize that before you mentioned it, Earthman Brick. Crab noises indeed. Okay. So that is straight up you were stabbed, spiked, one of the two things. Glad to hear it, just don't burn yourself out, my guy. No, I won't. I take breaks when I need to and stuff, but, you know. Oh, shit! So I thought there were people on top of them. So there are people on top of them with spears and stuff. Ah, that's interesting. Okay. That's definitely new intel. I'll say that much. So I realised there were people on top of them, but I didn't realise... Like, I thought it was maybe just moss in a weird shape, or they were dead people or something. I had no idea. But okay, they are being ridden by people, I guess. I mean, I say people, I'm being very generous with the word people, but you know what I mean. This man seems weirdly in focus, all things considered. Oh my god, I didn't realise this guy just got yeeted, suspended in mid-air. Who is this? How did they die? Who is this? Good question. How did they die? They were speared. Very much speared. By a beast. Enemy means person, like if there end up being pirates or something. Most people from hell are not considered enemies. Okay, cool, yeah. I assumed as much, but it's good to have it confirmed. You don't think... Oh my god, there's another corpse? I didn't even see a corpse. Is it man flying in midair? No. What the fuck's the other corpse? What? Is it this guy? Oh, it is this guy. Okay, alright. Weird. All aboard the never-ending corpse train. I mean, I am functionally fake Sherlock Holmes, so I'm not against it either, to be completely honest with you. Dun 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 dun. Song's kind of a banger, not gonna lie. I can't wait to hear that Fate music again though. Okay. So we're about to watch this guy get bopped. Never mind, we're about to watch this guy get oh my fucking god. Whoa, this is a weird scene. What is going on? What in the fuck is going on up here? Oh my god. Jesus Christ, man. Okay, wait, hang on. I need to open my eyes and look around. I was not ready for this much intel. What happened here? He got struck by lightning? He got struck by fucking lightning! What? So he gets struck by lightning and then the Reginald monster people come aboard? Dude, my... I can't take this. There's too many plot twists in this game. What the fuck is going on? Dude, pirates are wild. I can't handle this shit. This is too much. Okay, please. Please, just no more corpses. That's all I ask. Just relax on the fucking corpses for like 2 seconds. Who is this? How did they die? Good question. If it makes the fucking violin noise. No violin noise confirmed. So this man, hilariously, was struck by lightning. Electrocuted. Apparently, to work out who he is, it's going to be quite tough. 3 is the most difficult to deduce, apparently. Oh, it's that fellow with the tattoos. I have to get closer, I guess. Who's this guy? Okay, you've been in a lot of memories. You were there during the execution. Who are you? Oh, you look familiar. You were decapitated by a terrible beast. Yes, I remember. 3 deduction for name. That's not ideal. Just confirming 3 is the hardest. Yeah, I know. This man was clubbed to death by the captain. Man, he lives for a while then. He gets right to the end. Why did we guess this was... Ah, he's one of the Russians. Okay. That's okay. So that we don't actually know who's this guy's name is. We just know he's Russian, so we assigned him a Russian name temporarily. Okay. Man, that could get confusing later. I'm not gonna lie. I could see myself accidentally fucking myself via that. This guy was the guy who got torn apart by a terrible beast. I do remember. Okay. Can I see the guys down there? No. Okay. No, no matter how close we get. Nope. Okay, fair enough. It's not going to work. Out we go then. Alright. Well, that was a fucking journey. I guess we should go back a little bit and just note down all the people who were murdered by the horrifying crab monster. Fuck me, I can't even remember where this thing started. Was it the very bottom deck? We can now get down to the very bottom deck, though, which is actually something, because we were initially trying to get down here so we could open this door. Because we know... Okay, so we know in here there was some kind of treasure thing. Oh, wait, was it this side? Maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was the other side. No, it has to have been that side, then. This is locked? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, there's another thing here? Oh, my God. There's so much intel in such a short amount of time. It's a little absurd, to be honest with you. Oh, we can actually go in here. Nice. There's something here. Okay. Hang on. First things first, let's go to the guy on the second floor and just note that he was killed by a terrible beast in some fashion, because he was the thing that ticked us off to all of this. And we now know they shoot spines out of them. And we know this guy was shot, essentially, or spiked, is the best way to put it. So this man... Hello. You... I don't know how you died, who you were, but you were spiked by a terrible beast. We do know that much. So that's something. Next guy was also spiked by a terrible beast. This guy here. Okay. So we should log that as well. Okay. I can't remember how this guy died. They were like on top of the beast while some other shit was going down. Let's have another look. Man, okay, it seems like he basically died via explosion or fire, maybe? Is that... that looks more like a fire, actually, now I think about it. Burned to death. Okay, and it doesn't... We don't have to specify who. They just burned to death. Okay. I think that's what's going on here. Yeah, no, 100%. Yeah. There's like a trail and everything. Yeah, this... Okay, this person was burned to death. Who are you? Apparently he's only a 1 to work out who he is. He shouldn't be that difficult. He's in 3 memories. What memories? So he was in Soldiers of the Sea Part 4, Part 3, Part 4, and Part 5. Meeting his eventual fate. Okay. Oh no, it was in the Bitter Cold part 3. I see. Who are we looking at again? This guy. So it seems like, I mean, hopefully we can assume these three were all friends because they're together in the picture. That's the only, I mean, that's not the only thing. We know all of their fates, interestingly. We just got to work out who they were. Okay, so what memory, hang on, what in the cold memory were you in? In the cold part 3. So let's go check out in the cold part 3. I think that's where we're going to start. We just got to work out if someone drops a name or if someone says something that could clue us into who that person is. Because we know 3 of those guys were mates. That's the biggest clue we have currently. Fuck, how do I even get to the Bitter Cold memories? I can't even remember how to do it. This guy was, like, spiked to death. This was a Bitter Cold memory, but I think it was number 2. So I think this one was number 3? No, it's part 1 of 3. Fuck. Okay, wait. So we got this corpse here. This corpse is number 2, that means... Fuck, where was number 3? This was in the Bitter Cold number 3. That was it, yeah. I remember now. Okay. Take him to the Carpenters. Get him wrapped to see the last rites. Hit her ear, one swing through the skull. Okay. Never been on a farm before, Charlie. You don't think he's just called Charlie, is he? It's not this guy, is it? It is this guy! The only Charlie we could find was Charles, right? Hang on. So we really should have worked this guy out a while ago, but I think we didn't guess because the only one we could. Okay, so there's 2 Charles and no Charlies. Well, Charlie is usually a first name, so I'd assume it's Charles Minor. Bosom's mate. Well, that clearly didn't work, because... Alright, let's try it. Hang on. Let's try changing him to the other Charles. Ah! We did it! Okay. 3 more fates correct, boys. Okay, Saeed was correct. And Henry Brenham. Fucking based. Let's go. I'm glad I was correct about Brenham. Incredible. Alright, well, I'll tell you what. That's probably a reasonable time to call this, stream. Well, not this stream. Like I said, I'm going to do... So, for those who don't know, I'm vegan and I like talking about ethics and politics and that kind of shit as well as playing indie games. So I'm going to have a chat with Earthman Brick, who raided me earlier, about veganism, because I guess he's just interested in a couple bits. And I could just talk about this shit for ages. So I'm probably just going to play some, like, Ajar.io and chat with him for a bit. So if you're still interested in that, do stick around. I don't know how long the conversation's going to be. But if not, no worries, and I hope you've enjoyed the stream regardless. Like I said, if anybody's interested, do consider following, because I'll be playing this game for the next few, you know, hopefully, probably like this week, you know, Saturday's stream, and also all the streams next week. I don't know how long the game is, so I don't know how many streams it's going to be, but at least for the next week, we're going to be playing it. So if you're interested, do drop a follow. If not, though, no worries, and I hope you have a wonderful day. I also hope you've enjoyed the stream, and yeah, I'll see you around. But yeah, let's just transition to the next thing. Okay, so we'll leave this memory. All right, I'm glad we. That's a good point to leave it on. Actually, finding another 3 fates is obviously wonderful. So we'll quit the title. Dip out. Oh shit! What have I done? Well, the game length depends on how good you are at being Sherlock Holmes. I mean, I'm pretty bad, so to be fair, this could take significantly longer than than maybe suggested. I'll just pop myself in the just chatting section. Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty bad at being Sherlock Holmes. I don't know how many good deductive skills I really have, to be completely honest with you. I guess I'll wait for him to call me. Oh, he just started a call. All right, cool. One sec. How do I do this again? I'm trying to remember. Is it my... There we go. Cool. All right. Yeah, just quickly, if anybody, like I said, if you guys want to stick around, please do. Like I said, if you're interested in the conversation, then do stick around. But if not, I understand. No worries. I know gamers aren't typically ultra interested in all the politics shit, so I do get it. But yeah, it's been a nice stream. Cheers. Yeah, peace out, Sinu Perry. Thanks for checking out the stream. I do appreciate it. And hopefully I'll see you soon. Like I said, join the Discord if you're interested in getting the most up to date, information on when I'm streaming and whatnot. But if not, no worries, and I'll see you around. All right. Hello.
Greetings.
Hello. Oh my God, you're very quiet.
Apologies. I don't know if I can turn it up anymore.
Okay, no worries. You know what? Hang on. I can turn up my headphones. Speak now.
Okay. Do you hear me now? Testing.
Yeah.
Testing.
That looks. That's a lot better. Cool. Hey.
Oh, perfect. Yeah. Sorry, I had to mute the stream. I was hearing you from two different directions. It was like, oh no, what's happening? It's a time paradox.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's all good. I'm just I was just trying to figure out, if my mic is too low, how do I turn it up? Because I'm not that familiar.
You can, if you go into, I'm assuming you're using Windows.
Yes.
Yeah, so if you bring up the Windows search menu and just type in sounds and go to the sound devices menu, I think if you can find your microphone as an input there, you can usually turn the levels up. But it might already be maxed out. I'm not sure what it is by default. But I mean, to be honest, you're fine as is right now. I'm pretty sure you can be heard on stream okay. The levels look good, so it should be fine.
Okay, I'm just hitting up the microphone settings. It's just giving me an option for voice speed, nothing else.
Oh, okay.
That's a bit disappointing. Anyway, yeah. So, we were gonna chat about stuff and everything. Because it was you came on the Discord and you were a bit miffed about my take on the debate you had with Zen, because it was very much you guys were just it was like you're trying to do a fist bump and you just kept punching each other in the face, and it was like, okay, they're not really landing here.
Yeah, we're definitely not hearing each other out. That's for sure. I don't think.
Yeah, well, I don't know if you're aware or not, but Zen had a debate yesterday, and it was with Mouthy Infidel it was on the Crucible, and they were having the same issues. It was basically Zen wasn't willing to entertain hypotheticals. He kept saying, no, I'm not going to La La Land. I'm not going to La La Land.
Yeah, oh man. Is the Crucible one of the voice channels in the other Discord then?
It's you know how you've got the politically provoked and stuff, and you've got Twitch politics. It's its own thing. So it's
okay. So the Crucible's just another Discord server.
Yes, and it's but unfortunately it just got cut down recently.
Oh right. Okay. Sorry, just real quick, just for anyone who's listening, just to give context. Basically, I've started doing debates on, or conversations, I guess I should say, on a channel called Politically Provoked, and they have a Discord. And the first one I did was against the guy called Zen Shapiro, and it was on abortion. Basically, it's just what we're talking about. What happened was afterwards, this guy Earthman Brick had a few comments about it, and I can't remember exactly what I said, but I thought your analysis was maybe not super accurate. But then after we chatted a bit, it made a bit more sense, and I understood where you were coming from. So that's basically what we're talking about right now. But yeah, sorry, go on. You're saying Mouthy Infidel and Zen had a chat in the Crucible?
Yeah, and they were hitting the same issues,
abortion, right?
Yes, it was that topic, and Mouthy Infidel was woefully uninformed on the subject. He'd looked out some research things, and that was about it. he didn't really understand the kind of deeper philosophical aspects. And I know that you didn't get a chance to really, I remember you said at one point during your debate with Zen that, there was so many other parts I wanted to cover. And
Yep.
you also said as well that you wanted to, sorry, let me just
No
start
worries.
again.
Take your time. That's okay.
You also wanted to, not wanted to, you said that you could also argue his position for him because you knew how deadlocked he was in it.
Yeah.
So I was just wondering, if you could flesh out that sort of stuff a bit more, because I think, it's more intriguing and to sort of like hear more of the things that you didn't get to say, because then that's sort of like, it's filling in all the blanks, as it were.
Sure.
And it gives you a bit of closure in that consent.
Yeah. No, that's fair. So wait, do you want me to go over what I think Zen's position is, basically?
Just anything you're comfortable talking about in that regard.
I mean, I'm comfortable talking about anything. I don't mind. I'm more interested in what you want to hear. I thought we were more going to talk about veganism, but again, I'm not bothered either way. But basically, so like I put it this way: with the Zen debate, my frustration was same as Malfi Infidels, basically that he couldn't entertain any hypotheticals. Which to me is kind of, and I think I made this analogy in the discussion. To me, it's a little bit like showing up at an advanced calculus class and then complaining because you can't work with any actual numbers and it's all letters. It's almost, I would say this is like basically a one-to-one comparison, because the form of an argument is basically it's basically equivalent to the form of a formula, and that's exactly what a formula is, right? Like when you say A equals B plus C or whatever, it's literally identical as premise 1, premise 2, conclusion. In fact, they literally take the same. Like in philosophy, you can actually list out these arguments mathematically if you want, and a lot of philosophers do when they're kind of like, when they want to shorthand stuff and stuff like that. It's obviously less good when you talk into layman, so I understand why they don't there. But regardless, it's a thing they actually do. And that's why I use that comparison, because it's like a one-to-one. Basically, he should be able to take any ethical framework, put in any question towards it, and be able to have some sort of output. The only time you wouldn't be able to do that, or you believe the answer would be incorrect or would be inconsistent with your framework, is generally because you would argue that the analogy is disanalogous. You would say that some of these premises don't quite line up in such a way that it means the comparison is meaningless, because they're not comparable situations, basically. But I don't believe anything I suggested was disanalogous. I think everything was very much one-to-one, because it was a very, very base, a very, very base kind of like... what's the word? It was a very fundamental, I don't want to say attack, but query or inquiry about his ethical position, basically. Anything I asked, I believe, could have been answered. In fact, I mean, I know it could have, because I've heard answers from other people, right? But yeah, he just didn't want to entertain it, because he's clearly just... Like, I don't, it's one of those things where, like, clearly he just either hasn't been in these discussions for very long, he hasn't or he hasn't done a ton of research on philosophy, because this is, I mean, like, not to be rude, this is kind of basic stuff. Like, I don't know, I feel like if he's going to have these discussions, he should probably understand this and know that people are going to give him hypotheticals that may seem absurd, but he should understand why they're being asked and be able to extract the form of the argument, as opposed to just get hung up on how ridiculous the hypothetical is. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, it makes perfect sense, because he is relatively new to the debating spheres and whatnot, and he's kind of engaged in his own bubble to a lot of an extent. He's like, he's more so kind of arguing in-house with his own team, and so he's getting advice and stuff from them, as opposed to, the appropriate feedback and stuff that he should be getting from after his own debates. But it's again, it's all a kind of learning process. I'm very much new to the whole debating sphere, and it's like, I don't think, like when it, I mean, I don't know about yourself, but I'm agnostic, kind of atheist.
Yep.
And so I always, kind of believe in the assumption, which I think is kind of correct, because they've done this with you've heard of Alcoholics Anonymous, right?
Yep.
It used to be like a Christian organization and everything, and they used to say it's like, you must, part of the recovery process was to, surrender yourself to God and whatnot, which obviously didn't gel well with many people who were atheistic and whatnot. So
Sure, yeah.
what they did was they changed the wording and whatnot to, you surrender to a higher power. And
Right,
it's
okay.
like, and I really like that as a concept. I think that's, because you can adapt that in so many different ways. And it
Well, yeah,
is,
and a higher power could mean anything to anyone, right?
yeah. And I like to think of it as being, that you're not the smartest guy in the room, that you don't know it all, that, it's okay to be, humbled and, to sort of like, learn the lesson. Because if you end up like, just a stick in the mud and you just end up defiant, then you don't really learn anything. You don't really take much from it. And I
No,
think
of
that
course,
was
yeah.
your takeaway from that debate, because he wasn't willing to take you on, and so it was just you both had reached this impasse, and you wanted to take the conversation further. You were happy to entertain all these different hypotheticals and everything, and he just wasn't willing to engage. So
Yep.
I can understand exactly where you're coming from there, and it's like and it's ironic that he's like a Christian who does believe in God and that higher power, but is unwilling to, concede and entertain other ideas in order to sort of like bolster his own. Because it's like, that's what you've got to do in any kind of essay or debate. You've got to be willing to entertain the other person's side, because that's how you learn to strengthen your own argumentation.
Yeah, of course. I mean, to be honest, so I don't know if like you'll agree with this or not, but like
Mhm.
it's, to me, it very much seems like to Zen and his friend BNC. Like, as far as I can tell, it really strikes me like they're just in this because they want to, own people with their dialogue trees, and that's really all there is to it. I haven't like, so I watched the BNC and 10 plus plus, I think it was called, the 10 plus plus debate as well, and BNC seemed very much the same. Like when it got to the point where he was talking about like, oh god, what was it? So they were talking about the definition of brain dead. And after giving a definition of brain dead, because BNC realised it actually didn't look good for his argument, he suddenly switched it to what John Hopkins decided brain dead was. But then when inquired on what John Hopkins thinks brain dead is, he just ignored that basically and was like, well, they say brain dead equals dead, so that's good enough for me, kind of thing. And that just strikes me as like very dishonest and very yeah, just I don't know. It strikes me like your only purpose there is to like own the other person, and you're not really interested in the conversation as such.
Yeah, because you said that before. You're in it for fun. You're not necessarily in it to win or anything.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
And I wasn't
yeah.
entirely sure what you meant by that before, but it's far more clear now that you're interested in a more kind of meaningful engagement as opposed to, just owning someone.
Yeah, no,
Which
100%. Yeah,
that's my own position as well. It's like, what's the point? Because you're not going to learn anything. It's not going to be entertaining for the audience unless you've just got, you're just appealing to your own fan base. In which point, it's like you might as well be jerking yourself off. It's
exactly. Yeah, no, 100%.
Yeah, and I think Twitch frowns upon that sort of thing, so probably
yeah,
best
no,
not to
it
do
does
that.
for sure. It does. You're not wrong.
Yeah, but yeah. So you were just to finish up on this topic, so we can like break onto the veganism and stuff, because I'm interested in hearing your perspectives on that. What else was it you were wanting to take the conversation to in regards to abortion?
So what I ultimately wanted to get to was basically, so okay, he's essentially he's a deontologist and I'm a consequentialist. So saying something along the lines of your position permits these incredibly cruel acts is so uninteresting to me, because yes, if it makes more utility, then yeah, I will permit it. That's my, that is my that's not like a criticism as such. It's more just a description of my system of ethics. And I would say the same back to him. I would say that, like, that's why, for me, saying something like, okay, so your system would allow, an infinite amount of suffering, even though you could just do this one small act to not have it go to that. But again, that's not an interesting attack of his position to me, because it's literally just a description of deontology. You think certain things are just wrong axiomatically, and that's just what it is. So there's no point in discussing that to me, and that's why I was kind of frustrated with his attacks on me. But where I wanted to go with it was I wanted to talk more about. So I was less interested in talking about, I guess, that specific element of it, just getting these quick gotchas that really are ultra basic. And I was more interested in going to why he axiomatically values human life. Because, I mean, basically, I think I don't know whether he's hypocritical exactly. I think people throw that term out a lot without actually knowing what hypocrisy within a moral system is, which I find quite funny. But what I did want to get to is why he values human life. And I think we would have gotten to the point where he's like, actually, I don't value human life and it's something else, because he went on later to say, that he values corpses, which obviously, if you value human life, it doesn't make sense to value corpses. I don't understand why you do that. And basically, I wanted to get to the point where I was going to argue that I think that his framework is incredibly old-fashioned, and essentially the majority of society does not care about human life, strictly speaking. It cares more about, it cares more about sentience or consciousness, because we restrict the rights of people that have a lower level of, awareness or sentience or whatever. Like, if you're incredibly mentally handicapped and to the point where you need like a full-time carer, you don't have all your freedoms as a regular person. You have a full-time carer, you have other people that look after stuff for you, and your freedoms are restricted as a result. So I would say that it's more in line to value cognitive function in some form. And it's more in line with society to do that than to value human life. So then what he would have to do, he would have to try and argue as to why he believes human life is the better axiom, basically. And that's what I was interested to get into more so than anything else. But yeah, we didn't even get close, and it was, kind of unfortunate, but also kind of funny to me. So, you win some, you lose some, I guess.
Just to flesh that out a bit further as to the cognitive effects, because I think that's something that isn't really explored enough. Like, you don't tend to hear many people talking about cognition and how it's the points of determination as to when is it when does sentience occur and stuff, because that was something that came up in the debate yesterday for Zen. And he was just like saying, oh, well, you would need to show me definitive evidence, of certainty. And it's like, well, we know very little about the human mind and how certain parts of it function and how it all fully works. Because it's almost like a closed system in so many respects. Obviously, it isn't, because it's, the way it works, it can work in I don't want to go too deep into it, because it really is like, opening up something like a powder keg to some extent. But in terms of cognition and how it's formed, where would your cutoffs and whatnot be? Because I think that's it's an interesting road to go down.
Yeah, so this is something that I guess kind of came out to some extent. He was basically arguing that my system doesn't make sense because you'll never know, you'll never be able to measure sentience, essentially. Which isn't strictly speaking wrong. I don't know if if there would ever be a good way to measure that. I don't know. Yeah, that seems unlikely to me. But for a moral system, that's not necessarily actually important. Because basically, we can say that morality is like a certain thing, and even if we can't measure it, it doesn't change what morality is. And this is what I was trying to get at towards the end of the debate with him, where he was saying, okay, so we value human life, but okay, we don't know when human life starts. So if we went back 10,000 years, and people were kicking each other in the stomachs, to abort babies, essentially, what would be your moral attack on that? Because they could essentially have the same rebuttal to saying that you value human life and that's a human life, because you don't know when human life starts at this point if you're so rudimentary as a species, right? But presumably, as he gets his morals from God, he wouldn't have said that it suddenly becomes moral. You just can't measure it. That's all there is to it, really. And I would kind of make the same appeal, essentially. So we can't measure exactly when sentience occurs, which is why I go back onto making assumptions. So for me personally, I'm happy to say that basically the only reason that I experience sentience to some degree is in some way connected to my brain. When somebody's brain dead, we assume they seem to display a much lower level of sentience, right? They don't seem to respond to things in the same way. They don't seem to be in the room, so to speak, in a cognizant way. So we can assume from that something in the brain gives rise to sentience, right? And basically, going from there, I can basically say that I can, again, assume that at some point in a fetus's development, it will start developing a brain, and at that point is when they get moral worth, because at that point is when they are capable, they have the tools necessary to actually start experiencing some level of sentience. That's pretty much what I'd say. Where that exact point is obviously very difficult to know. But from the reading I've done, it seems to be the consensus is about like 18 to 24 weeks is roughly when people think sentience occurs. And I'm happy to go with that estimate for now because obviously, as a utilitarian, I'm trying to, do like essentially reduce suffering and then, update the model with better instruments, right? So like if at some point later down the line, we find out that actually all fetuses, in fact, the moment from conception, we know that like that cell is like sentient, then I would have to become, I'd essentially have to take the pro-life side of things. But until there's any proof of that, I don't see how I ever can. It seems insane to me, in fact, to do anything else. So yeah, that would pretty much be it. That's more or less like my whole position, I guess.
I think even like I think everyone at the end of the day, regardless if they're pro-choice or pro-abortion, everyone is pro-life to some extent. It's just it's just different measures of it. It's like which lives take precedent, over the potential life.
Well, I mean, this is just like a semantics thing, right? Because yeah, of course, everyone's pro-life because everyone's alive and they want other. I mean, unless you're like a full-on nihilist and you actually don't care and you think that humans are a plague and we're destroying the earth, so we should all just commit suicide or some shit, right? Like, yeah, everyone is like quote unquote pro-life, but it's just a semantic thing at the end of the day. Like pro-life is just what we recognize as the anti-abortion argument, essentially, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, totally. And just to kind of flesh that out a bit more and to sort of like, understand our own kind of, stances on it, because again, I'm pro-abortion because it's like, I mean, we're both in the UK and the UK as a whole is very much pro-choice. I was looking at the YouGov stats and it's something like 80% are like, kind of, or somewhere within that range, but it's definitely a strong majority are very much pro-life.
Sure.
It's never going to not be an issue. It's because it's so overwhelmingly towards that basis. And you may or may not know
about
this.
Pro-life or pro-choice?
Pro-choice. Sorry.
Okay. Sorry, I thought you said pro-life. I was a little confused there. But okay,
yeah, apologies.
No worries.
So yeah, we're overwhelmingly pro-choice here in the UK, and we've even got like an institution. Let me just find it if I go to my bookmarks tab. Don't know why it's hidden it. If I go to view sidebar, that's it, bookmarks. Right, I've got some data here in my abortion links. It's an organization called the HFEA, which is the UK Fertility Regulator, and it's a human fertilization and embryology authority.
Okay.
And what it does is it's basically responsible for it. It's an overseeing body that looks into it's like the cryogenic basically it's like freezing sperm and eggs and sort of like, mixing them together. So it's artificial insemination, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But what they've started doing a lot more recently is freezing embryos. So what this is kind of doing, it just sort of like it blows open the whole abortion debate, because what it means is that you can literally put it on pause. You just freeze the embryo and you can like set up for adoption. You could donate it to medical science even.
Blimey,
it can
that's
be
crazy.
used.
I'm actually
Yeah.
I'm curious about one thing. So like from your perspective, let's say that technology was like perfected,
Mhm.
and we know 100% that you can remove the fetus without killing it and freeze it and then grow it at a later point when someone wants the child. Would you be? I'm just curious. Would you be still in favor of abortion?
If it was like 100% safe.
Yep.
Yeah, because it's like that's the donation to medical science essentially.
Wait, hang on. Sorry, say that again. So, like, wait,
It-
you would still be okay with abortion, but, or wait, the opposite. Sorry, I didn't understand.
right. When you freeze a embryo,
Mhm.
when you get that option, you can also donate that embryo to scientific study. So they essentially kill it, but they do
Oh, I
whatever
see. Okay, okay.
tests on it. So that's technically an abortion,
Sure.
regardless.
Yeah. Okay.
But I believe the terminology and whatnot is like, if you abort the pregnancy is to terminate it early.
Yeah.
Doesn't necessarily mean you're terminating the life. It means you're stopping the procedure. And what it does is it gives you more options. It gives you a chance to put it on pause, so you can go, okay, we need to get this and this in order. We can sort this out with our companies and stuff, our workplaces, so that we can get everything all sorted out and be absolutely 100% ready, so we can carry it to term, we can do this and that, and everything is all sorted out.
Sure.
Which just seems like a much better system, or they might wait until like 10 years down the line. I think it's like a 2 years or something that it's all that stays fresh for, or whatnot. I've not really
Sure.
done a heavy, amount of research into that side of it, but it is something that I am looking more so into because it is so much more interesting. It just
No, I'll
blows
definitely
open all
take a
these
look. That
doors.
is, yeah, that is very interesting for sure. I'll definitely take a look.
Yeah, and it's just called the HFEA.
HFEA, yeah.
Yeah, and it's
Cool.
just the UK fertility regulator, and it's got so many facts and citations and evidence all in there. So it's a great resource. And I've been looking into so many other things because apparently this research, the study into embryos and whatnot, human embryos, has been going on in America, but they've been doing it kind of behind closed doors. They've
Oh,
been
right.
hiding it because I think it goes against the constitution of, which is why Zen is so hardline against it, because it's, in the constitution it's very explicit about how it defines life, and the
Sure.
right, everyone has the right to life and all whatnot. So it's all kind of, set uh, set in stone in so many regards, because they believe that the Constitution is set up by God. The
Well,
human
I
rights and
was I
everything.
was gonna say fundamentally it's God, right? That's where Zen gets his like morals from. So, and I would assume the Constitution is in some way connected to Christianity, right?
Yeah, and it's absolutely, and it's a very interesting subject and whatnot as well, because it's a totally different framework from what we have and what is kind of the standard in Europe, because like all across Europe, there's so many different like national health services, whereas in America they have Planned Parenthood, which is kind of it's state funded partially, but it's
Yeah,
also a
yeah.
charity, so it's a separate body, and so it's
Didn't
given.
I was under the impression so fuck, I don't know if you how much you know about like Project Veritas and James O'Keefe, but I was under the impression that they did like a sting on Planned Parenthood, and I think when Obama was president, he cut the funding to it somewhat. So I don't know how much they still get, but like I was under the impression that was something that happened under Obama. I don't know if you're aware of that.
No, I was not.
Yeah,
So
I mean
what?
this is quite old now, but it was like one of the first big things. If you don't know who James O'Keefe is and Project Veritas, I would highly recommend. There's a guy on YouTube called Timber on Toast who makes fucking incredible videos. And he made a very, very big deep dive into Project Veritas and James O'Keefe. James O'Keefe is like the guy who made Project Veritas, the founder.
Yeah.
And he did a deep dive on all these things. And one of the first big breaks that James O'Keefe had was this big sting on Project Veritas. And I'm pretty sure, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it was either Maybe it wasn't Obama. It was either Obama or the person before him, which I think was Bush, right?
Hmm.
So yeah, it was one of those two, but I can't remember which it was. And yeah, I'm pretty sure. So I didn't know that Planned Parenthood was still funded by the government, because I was under the impression after that I thought they got rid of all the funding, to be honest. But I don't know if maybe that's just like an impression I got on maybe something that wasn't actually explicitly stated. But yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah, again, it's the US, so we tend to sort of like go, oh, okay, that's theirs. That's it's not really our sort of
Yeah,
thing.
no, I know what you mean.
It's like, yeah. Typical US. I mean, I didn't expect what happened with the abortion law to happen. I thought that was kind of nuts and kind of came out of nowhere. It
Yeah,
was
no. I remember
that was
hearing about it a few days before the bill actually got. So the most recent thing that happened was the Supreme Court didn't block it, right? That was the big like oh fuck moment.
yeah.
Yeah, so like I remember reading about it before then, and when I saw that, I was like, oh wow, that's pretty wild. Okay, so yeah, no, it's pretty crazy. It definitely was a little bit out of left field for sure. But then I don't know, man. At the same time, though, like so one of the things that one of my really really good friends always mentions. So like to be honest, the reason I do all this debate shit is because I like I said, I really enjoy it, and the reason I enjoy it is because I have a really really close group of friends that we always debate loads of shit, and my best friend, we debate fucking shit tons constantly. It's I've kind of always just done it really. But basically one of the things he always brings up, and one of the things I think is very easy to forget, is America's just a very Christian country still, and I think that's where a lot of like these sort of like as Europeans, when we see something and go, oh, wacky America, that seems very odd. It's like usually a lot of it is just because it's Christians. Like they just have a lot of control over the country. Like the whole Republican Party more or less is Christian, right? In fact, well, most Democrats, if I had to guess, are still probably Christian. So, like I think a lot of it just comes back to that, to be honest.
Yeah, I think the Republican Party are kind of, they tend to stay majority Christian, whereas the Democrats, they kind of, go, we're Christian.
Oh, yeah, okay, sure, yeah. They're less
just
hardline,
for
I guess.
appearances, yeah. Because it's like what they practice and stuff kind of isn't so much Christian and whatnot, because they tend to lean a lot further left. They tend to be kind of, more so towards that socialism, communism, right, which is very secular and typically atheistic.
I mean that is true, but I honestly I don't know how many like Democrats really are that hard on like socialism or communism. I know you've got like AOC and the Squad and shit, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I think that gets overblown a lot. Like the majority of the Democrat Party is still very much like capitalistic.
Oh yeah, because you've got to remember it's like the age of the people in the Democratic Party, the people who are currently in power. Like I mean, you pretty much got a geriatric running the show at the moment.
Exactly. Yeah.
And it's like Nancy Pelosi, she's knocking on death's door. You've got Lori Lightfoot, and you've got a whole cast of people who belong in nursing homes. They shouldn't be running the country. And
there's a lot of old people in politics in general, to be honest, aren't there? Really.
Yeah, I mean but like America kind of takes the biscuit with it. It's
for sure, yeah, for sure. Like you got Bernie, Biden, Trump, all like, all very old.
Yeah, it does take it to the next level, but it's with them being that older generation, they are kind of against that whole kind of modus operandi, and the newer generation, which is the Squad, which is these sort of like the younger folks coming in, they are more inclined of that socialist kind of agenda. So as the sort of like probably as the next generation unfolds, you're going to see it push further left, I believe. But I'm happy to be proven wrong. I'm just talking speculation here.
Yeah, well, we'll see. I mean, also the other thing as well you got to remember is that at the end of the day, like, I do think that ultimately, like generally speaking, the people that get voted in are who the American people want, and I think this is the case in like most places, although I understand there's problems with like first past the post and shit like that. But the mainstream politics are generally going to reflect the ideals of the people. Certainly the like middle generation. Obviously the very very young people will typically lean more radical, regardless of what like side they lean on. But yeah, I honestly think like as you see AOC get bigger and what I mean, she's already started to moderate her views a lot, because at the end of the day, it's just what you have to do to be, in any way
it's
effective
pandering.
Exactly, yeah. You have to do it, even if she still believes in like socialism deep down or whatever. Like she still has to kind of like moderate her views and come to compromises and stuff like that. By the way, sorry, just real quick, the dude, when you said it's the same thing everywhere, you talking about the old politicians thing? But yeah, sorry, going back to what you're saying. Yeah, like I think at the end of the day, for sure, the newer generation do seem more kind of radical, but whether that actually sticks or not will be interesting to see. I personally, just in general, I think humanity is in a very, very interesting place right now. And I'm excited to see where the next like 10 years go for sure. Maybe not excited in like excited. I'll stick with that. I won't say anything else. let's stick with that.
Yeah.
No, I'm talking. Oh, okay, cool. No, yeah, no worries. Sorry, then my bad. I thought you was talking to me there. So it was just a random chat. Sorry, go on, F man.
Yeah, no danger. It was just like, but to bring it back to the politics, and we got there because of religion and whatnot, and it's like we're questioning how deep are their ties to it, and like you said, it's mostly pandering, and we see this because I mean, if you look at BLM with what happened with the huge expose on its founder, and then it turned out they've got like 4 mansions. And then you look at what was it, Hassan Piker, with what happened in the news with him recently, and it turns out he bought like a massive mansion, and yet he's all these people are like praising Marxism and socialism and whatnot, and they're never practicing what they preach at all. It's all just rhetoric.
I kind of I kind of disagree, to be honest. Actually, like I don't necessarily think that like. I don't know. I think so. Here's the thing, right? There's 2 different things going on here. Firstly, in terms of like, I guess there's 2 criticisms, right? Like, does it make the arguments any worse? Obviously not. The arguments stand on their own, whether you agree with them or not. That's just like true. The second thing is like whether it's hypocritical. And I don't know. I mean, I have no idea about the BLM thing. I've never heard that in my life. That's news to me. But with the Hassan Piker thing, I can understand why people think it's hypocritical, because he does say a lot of incredibly radical shit. But that's the only time I think I would actually criticize anyone of something like that. Like with Hassan, I can understand, because he said some pretty absurd shit, and then to go buy like a $3 million, like he moaned about he was talking mad shit about like Sniper Wolf's mansion, and she bought roughly an equivalent mansion to his. So for him to do that and then flip on a dime and buy a house like almost exactly the same is very funny to me. But in terms of like whether it's actually quote unquote hypocritical, I don't know. It would go down to the individual person. Like I said, I don't know anything about the BLM person, so I don't know. Yeah. It might be the case. That's news to me. I've not heard that yet.
Oh no, that's kind of old news. That was like months ago.
Oh right. I mean, hey, months ago isn't old news to me. I'm a boomer. I move at boomer paces. Okay.
No danger, man. But yeah, if you're ever interested in that, just do a search of like BLM and mansions, and no doubt you'll get the article popping up, because it was in the news for weeks, and everyone with a opinion was like talking about it. So it was quite a it was going on for a while.
I'm sure that was quite the talking point for a bit.
Yeah, because it was just throwing mud on that. Especially with it, everyone falling over themselves. It's like, I've changed my avatar. Look at me. But yeah, we're kind of drifting off base here as well. So I think we've kind of covered where you everything that you were going to cover on the abortion thing. Am I right?
Yeah, I mean, pretty much. Like I said, obviously I would have liked to have get into the conversation that I told you about, like about why we should value human life. Do we value human life? And that kind of thing. I would have liked to get into that discussion. But yeah, that's pretty much all I had to say, really. I've pretty much covered everything, I guess.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I don't think Zen was ready for that conversation at all. He wasn't willing to entertain it, because he's out there for a very specific kind of he wanted to sort of like, go down a very kind of narrow path with the whole
Yeah.
thing and not really, go into the weeds.
Yeah, I don't think that Zen's honestly prepared for any kind of conversation, to be honest with you. But yeah, whatever, is what it is.
Yeah,
Human life is overvalued. True. Sorry, go on.
Bless. But yeah, so if you wanted to sort of like tell me a bit about your veganism and how you kind of arrived at that point, because it's not that often that people are kind of brought up vegan. It's usually, case in point, that's a kind of a more modern thing because of the kind of what is it, that we've got more choice now, and because we've got more choice in what foods and whatever we can select and the costs of them, that's why people are able to choose that lifestyle. But
yeah, for
I'm,
sure,
I'm very interested to hear your whole kind of take, your origins and your perspective of it.
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, it's actually quite funny because you're very correct. I was not brought up vegan. In fact, so I guess I'll go into it real quick. So, like, when I was younger, I basically, I ate meat for the vast majority of my life. I can't even remember when I went vegetarian, which is what I did initially. So, like, I got to I'd say about like 16 or 17. So I'm 28 now, for those who don't know. I know I look a lot older, but no, actually still below 30, which is amazing, to me anyway. But yeah, basically I got to about like 16, and at some point I started making more friends with more vegetarians. And as someone who's very, very curious and always asked people about like their beliefs and stuff, because I find these conversations very interesting. I've been having them for a very long time. I was wondering why, basically. I heard out all the arguments, heard out all the points, and was like, okay, this makes sense. A lot of it was just like, at the end of the day, there's no reason not to value animal suffering. It seems kind of bizarrely speciesistic as to why we do it. And ultimately, I couldn't really, disagree as such. They brought up lots of points about the usual, basic attacks kind of thing. So, you've got pets, don't you value your pets and your pet's happiness? Why not value a cow's happiness? They're functionally the same, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, cool, yeah, I can understand this. But I don't really want to go vegan while I'm living at home because I don't want my mum to have to cook multiple meals. So I'll wait till I go to uni. Because I was like 16 at the time. I was like, it's not far off. Let's just wait. Took a bit longer to go to uni, actually, in the end. I decided to work for a couple of years after doing pretty bad in my A-levels and then went to uni later down the line. But regardless, I held to that. And when I went to uni, I did indeed go vegetarian. And I was vegetarian for my first 2 years of uni. Then at some point, over the course of the last year, before I went vegan, I started cutting out various different things because I noticed that stuff like soy milk was getting more popular. So I was like, okay, let's try not drinking any dairy milk because I know it's really bad for the environment. Let's try cutting out eggs. I don't really eat that many eggs. Let's give it a shot. So I did both of those. Sort of over the course of this year, slowly cut down on them, but I still eat in byproducts and whatnot. I was still eating if something had milk powder in in a pot noodle or something, I would still have that. That wasn't something that bothered me. And cheese as well, obviously. I still had cheese. And then at one point after this kind of after this little testing phase, I was like, you know what? I wonder how hard it would actually be to go vegan. And the thing that spurred me initially to do this is because I play drums and I was playing in a band at the time where I was going uni, and the two other guys that were in my band, we were a three-piece, were both vegan. And I didn't really understand why. I didn't even really ask them. And you know what? It's actually funny because I normally ask people about these things almost immediately from meeting them. But I just didn't inquire about it. I was just like, oh, whatever, cool, you're vegan. We'll get along. I'm veggie. They're basically the same thing, right? Little did I know, young, innocent Devin. But basically, after realizing that, and I was like, you know what, let's test it. So I tried it for a month, and I was like, you know, it's not that bad. I've already cut out most shit anyway. Cutting out a couple having to check labels when I'm down at the supermarket isn't that big of a deal. At the time I was especially not fussy with food, and I'm still not fussy exactly, but I have kind of come to the conclusion I'm a little bit of a foodie. I do enjoy my food, which is funny. It took so long for me to realize, but I actually really do. But basically at the time I wasn't bothered, so I was like, fuck it, I'll just try it. And after a month went by, I was like, you know what, this is actually very doable. So what are the reasons I should be vegan? Then after that point, I looked into, I don't know, for anyone who went vegan around the same time as me, there was one video on the internet that blew the fuck up at this time. And the video was called "The Dairy Industry is the Meat Industry," and I forget the name of the lady who made it, but it was a YouTube video. It blew the fuck up. It basically went viral, but like when YouTube was a lot smaller. So viral back then would have been like, you know, I don't know, maybe a couple. I can't even remember actually. I would say maybe even like 500,000 views would be like ultra fucking viral. And it did that. So I looked at that and I was like, wow, yeah, there's a lot of really good points in this. Like, it seems like dairy cows do arguably have a worse life than meat cows. So if you're okay with, if you think we shouldn't eat meat on moral basis or on ethical basis, then it kind of makes sense. You shouldn't prescribe to, you know, you shouldn't eat dairy either, basically. And you know, after going on from that, I also watched all the classic vegan propaganda. Like Cowspiracy, great one. Oh god, what was the other? Earthlings was basically the torture porn one. That was a lot of fun. And then after that, I was basically like, cool, I'm gonna stay vegan. And then I, you know, looked more into like the ethical arguments. I got kind of obsessed with Ask Yourself and vegan gains for a bit. And then, you know, since then, I've just kind of been chilling, doing my own thing. Ultimately, the argument I landed on is that from a fundamental level, okay, the only reason I care about my own existence is because I'm sentient. I have the ability to have experiences. I recognize my own experiences, and I recognize that I wouldn't want to suffer. So I can reasonably assume that other humans have the same inclination. And from that, because we evolved from animals, there's no reason to believe that the human brain is special in any way outside of being more intelligent than other animals. There's no reason to believe that we're special anyway, so we can assume that animals have the same cognitive functions. And it seems that science also agrees, generally speaking, that we would consider animals to be sentient. This is the thing that's, you know, scientifically agreed upon, as far as I can tell. So, cool, it makes sense to extend rights in some capacity to animals. What does rights mean? To me, at the time, I was more closer to a deontologist, even though I wasn't a deontologist. So rights was more along the lines of like traditional kind of like animal rights and like right to life, right to, I guess, to not suffer, essentially. And that's basically how I arrived at veganism and my moral argument at the time. It's obviously developed since then. These days, I'm some form of utilitarianism. Some form of utilitarian. And yeah, the reason I've changed is because I've just sort of thought more deeply about what I actually consider morals to be. And yeah, that's pretty much everything, to be honest. That's where I've landed. I'm a lot more chill these days. When I first went vegan, as I think nearly every vegan does, I was quite militant for a bit.
Yeah.
So I just want to say sorry to all of my friends that had to put up with that. I'm sure it was very obnoxious. So yeah, but that's pretty much where I'm at.
Yeah, because that's what we're trying to try and make a delineation between vegans. It's like, you know, you get vegans who do it as a diet kind of thing, and there's maybe a little bit of an ideology as to why that's happened, but then you get like you know, your pure ideological vegans with a capital V that are the kind of obnoxious militant ones that are just no, you're wrong.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
and they just argue to the bitter end, and it's just like, oh, come on, that's not how you convince anyone. You know, it's
so
like
one thing I will say to that, to be fair, is so like I don't like the approach for a bunch of different reasons. But what I will say is that approach, unfortunately, does kind of speak to some people, and it does work. So if your goal with these people is exclusively convincing people, so if your goal is convincing people, I understand why they do it, even though I don't personally particularly like it. And I mean, at the end of the day, you know, different approaches work for different people. Different people find different things convincing. And if you're one of those people that's like, you know, hardcore debate bro, logic lord, then I think that kind of stuff appeals to you more. And it definitely appealed to me more at the time. These days, I think I would bounce off it a little harder, even though I'm pretty desensitized to that stuff. So, like, to bring it all back, I get why they do it. Even though I would definitely not take the same approach. I try to be kind of as pragmatic as possible. I go for a much, like, at the end of the day, for me, I think the majority of people, so online, I think that approach works better than in real life. In real life, you talk to people like that, obviously they're just going to bounce off you and not hear what you have to say at all. So it's pointless having that approach in real life. But online, I understand why people do it more. But yeah, generally speaking, I've chilled out because, like, you're just better off. Like, all my successes have been from me going, hey, have you not thought about this one small thing? So, like, for example, one of my friends was not vegan, not vegetarian, nothing. And then we were just chatting about this stuff because he was curious. It was just when I turned vegan. I actually wasn't too militant towards him because he's like, he is a good friend, but I like, those friends that like you haven't seen in a while, so like you're not gonna hit them with the ultra hard memes like straight off the bat, not like you would with like one of your closest mates, right? You're just, there's a bit less of a repertoire between you, or whatever. And it was kind of like that. And they said something like, oh god, what did they say? Fuck, I'm trying to remember the exact statement. It was something like, oh god, fuck, I can't remember. It was something like, man, I couldn't go vegan, but the only reason is because I couldn't eat cheese or something. I couldn't drop cheese or something like that. And my response was very simply, why don't you just go vegan apart from cheese then? And they kind of didn't have a response. And it wasn't exactly this, because what I got them to do was essentially they decided to drop fish, I think. But it was something equivalent to that. And after I went, well, why don't you just drop fish then? Essentially, they were like, you know what? Why don't I drop fish? And then they did. So that was like one of my most successful early kind of like, oh shit, this approach seems to work. So yeah.
Yeah, I think that, I can definitely agree with that as well, because it's more often than not, people will, like, you obviously went to school when you were a kid, and how many kids just don't want to be there, and it's like, and unless you choose to do it for yourself, you're not going to appreciate as much, which is why most people, when they go to college, they're there to learn, whereas kids at school, more often than not, they're absolutely resistant, hesitant. They'll just waste the teacher's time. They'll waste everyone else's time. You always get those kind of troublesome elements, but they don't put up with that in college. It's just like, why are you here? You're spending money to be here. So you get that whole different approach. And I think that's what you've kind of got to do. You've got to let people, come to their own, respect them enough that they come to their own conclusions, and that they kind of arrive at the same point, and just be there to kind of say, oh, well, here's an option. You can do this, you can do that. And, whereas if you're the militant type, it's like that old Aesop fable, the one with the sun and the wind. And
I'm not familiar.
Okay, so it's a really short one, which is great.
Yeah,
it's basically there's a guy and he's got a jacket, and the sun and the wind both say, I bet you can't get that guy's jacket off.
Oh no, I have heard this actually. Funnily enough, I saw it in a YouTube video.
It's a great analogy for so many things, and so many of the Aesop's fables are. So the wind blows as hard as he can to try and get the guy's jacket off, and the harder he blows, the more the guy just sort of like
grips onto his
clings
jacket.
onto it and doesn't want to let it go. But the sun, as soon as it just sort of like chills and shines, the guy just throws the jacket off, and it's just like, and that's just it. It's like the least path of resistance is most often the best one to go down.
Also,
for so
the
many
other thing
things
as well is you never want to fall into the trap of kind of like beating someone into submission, because at the end of the day, the second that like, even if they're like, all right, fuck it, I'll do this to like shut you up, or I'll do this because I kind of agree with you and you seem right or whatever, but like they haven't come to the conclusion on their own. The second that someone else comes along with like a semi-convincing counter argument, they're immediately going to flip. Like, you got to let people come to their own conclusions and kind of have their own journey with this stuff, for sure. Because otherwise, it's just, you're like, so many vegans go back to being non-vegan afterwards. The majority do, in fact. The majority switch back, in fact. And I think a large part of that is just because, like, I wouldn't be that surprised if a lot of people went vegan because their friends were being, like, kind of obnoxious about it. And then, like, they were like, oh, you know what, this is too much effort, and I'm not really that convinced ultimately anyway, so fuck it, I'm just going to, like, peace out.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I can totally relate. It's, but yeah, it's like you find the same thing with most other types of diets as well. It's like folks will be like, oh my God, I'm so good at this. I'm doing this at the gym and everything. And then it's like 2 years later, it's like, it's almost guaranteed that it's like, it all stops. It all comes to a grinding halt.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
And it's like, and it's a shame because it's like a lot of people who have a hell of a lot of weight, they end up putting it way back on, and they can relapse and be even worse.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
it's yeah, I think a lot of it's down to the individual. You know, you can only sort of like really go as far down as that person's willing to go, and everyone's going to arrive at different positions at different points of their life and whatnot as well.
Of course, yeah.
You typically find that, you know, the younger people are, the more they tend to be left wing oriented, but the older they become, the more right wing oriented they end up, and you know, growing conservative values, because they learn to, it's like, no, actually, I'm really happy with the way things are. You know, I don't want them all to change. You know, whereas when you're young, it's like revolution now, come on, you know, give me it all. Oh, those old people, they're stealing it all. You know, it's and then it's like, no, wait, I'm old now. give me.
We're stealing from me now. Oh god.
Yeah, but the way I see it is like, you know, the ultimate argument for abortion is that it's all about giving people agency and choice. It's like the minute, and the best way to defeat people on abortion, I've found, is just to, you know, keep letting them talk. You know, keep letting the other side talk, and then just keep following through. Because when you tackle these pro-lifers, they more often than not, like, you know, and this happened in the debate after you left, was they kept talking about the Texas bill, right? And you know how horrendous that is. They said it doesn't go far enough.
Oh yeah, no, I said I don't know if you listened, but I said this before I left. Actually, I was like, this is one of my things. Just before we went to the panel, I actually said the one thing that me and Zen can agree on is that from his perspective, the abortion law actually doesn't make any sense, because if you value a human life from conception, the Texas bill still allows people to have abortions as long as there's no heartbeat. It's the Heartbeat Act, right? That's the whole point of it. Which is roughly 6 weeks. So from their perspective, because of their deontological framework, any abortion is bad. From my perspective, if something was to get put in place that, say, like an animal rights bill, that, okay, you can still kill animals, but you have to look after them a lot better, for example, I would be in favour of that, because as a utilitarian, I can say, okay, cool, that's less suffering. It's not perfect, but it's still good. They'll never, ever say that. And I even said as much to Zen at the end. I was like, from your perspective, this bill actually makes no sense. It doesn't go far enough, because why would you allow any abortion? You're still deontologically breaking that kind of sacred rule. Like, I get it from their perspective, but like, obviously I think deontology is really dumb. But like, I get it. I understand where they're coming from, and like that's exactly correct. Like, they're never going to be okay with something that's essentially a half measure. Because it morally goes against their moral beliefs. So
and that's exactly the point. And then what I've found is, like, you know, if you just let the during an abortion debate, if you just let them keep talking through and sort of like say, well, you know, because I got to this with Zen in the debate beforehand, when. Because what had happened was I was on the Crucible, and Zen was debating with a guy, iMythology. I've never heard of him before, no, I don't think anyone's heard of him before. But I think he's gone. He's off the face of the planet now, because he destroyed himself. I did a clip video of him, and it was like iMythology aborts himself, kind of thing, and it was just. Because he just kept saying, it's like, you know, no, he basically had come in with a drummed in value that it's like as soon as there's a nervous system, and he didn't have any evidence. He hadn't done any research or anything to find out when the nervous system comes into play.
It's quite late, isn't it? I thought.
Yeah, and he didn't have any sort of like data or anything to sort of back it up, and he said it. He ended up saying as well it was, but he was unwilling to even concede the point that life begins at conception. He just wasn't willing to move on to that at all, and he was just being. You thought Zen was bad for being belligerent. iMythology was like a million times worse, and. He was just like hammering it down. He was like, no. And it's like, well, what evidence? You've not got any research. You've not got any evidence. And it's like, you know, so, you know, it's like, you know, at what point do you sort of like, you care about the human life? And he says, oh, I don't care about human life. So at that point,
okay, sure. Was he pro-choice or pro-life?
he was pro-choice, amazingly enough.
Oh, okay, that makes more sense. I was under the impression he was pro-life, and I was like, wait, so why is he? I don't understand. Like, okay,
Yeah,
okay, that makes more sense then. Sure.
It was just terrible, but they kicked him off the show early. I came on and sort of like, to argue the rest of the point, but I wasn't really sort of like, I was just softballing the whole way with Zen, because it was, I think it was like 4 a.m. because of the time difference and whatnot. So I was
Fucking hell,
totally
yeah. That's
brain
one of the
dead.
problems with all these shows. They were on American time.
Yeah.
We need a Britbong show.
Definitely. I'd be down for that. But yeah, it was funny as hell because I was able to sort of like, and what's his name? Big Papa Fascist, Andrew Wilson. He was kind of helping me out in a big way because he knew how brain dead I was at the time of the night and whatever. My speech was slurring. It was that bad.
Sure, yeah.
So yeah, he was like, asking Zen questions as well, and he managed to drum it out to the point because we were both kind of querying him, and it wasn't a debate between myself and Zen so much because he'd already won the debate. This was just a kind of follow up, just to really flesh out things more because we'd never managed to break beyond that one point, that one juncture, to really flesh things out further. But the moment we did flesh out things further, the more bad that Zen looked because he came across as totalitarian because his perspective on it was essentially, that the Texas bill wouldn't go far enough, essentially. And this was before the Texas bill. He said that, anyone caught doing abortion should suffer the death penalty or whatnot. And it's just like, what the hell? It's
I
like,
wish he brought this up during our discussion. One of the, that just reminded me, one of the other things I wanted to get onto with him that I just did not manage to was, so basically because he's deontologically against the killing of another human, I wanted to know how far back the, basically the buck goes. Because I wanted to understand whether he would have, so from what I understand of his position, my assumption is he would say yes to these questions. He would want there to be, like, what I'm about to say in place. I was going to ask if there were going to be any penalties for, basically, I was curious to know if he would penalise the men who impregnate women and stuff like that. And the other thing is also, like, generally women aren't going to always know when they're pregnant immediately. So I was wondering if he would, like, basically if he would be okay with, forcing women to take pregnancy tests, like, after every time they've had sex and, enforcing that, making the man, like, help towards that, because all of these things would lead to less abortion. And you could argue from his perspective, it's a responsibility that those people should shoulder. And I was going to try and illustrate that the world that he wants is incredibly totalitarian, because basically he wants to protect human life, like seemingly at all cost. So that would mean a bunch of totalitarian measures. He would probably my guess is he would have danced around the issue and said, like, oh, well, I wouldn't want that because the only thing I care about is the killing. But then I would go to, there's a bunch of analogies I had for that. So, like, if you're accomplice to a crime, would you be, you would still want to charge those people because that's how our current legal system works. Unless you would want to change that, then you would have to agree with this. Then I was assuming he would try and, basically say it's disanalogous. And then I had a whole bunch of prepared stuff for it. But we didn't even get close. But yeah, I genuinely do think that the guy would be okay with some form of absolutely insane totalitarian nightmare to enforce what he wants, basically.
And I think that's the way to sort of like win an abortion argument, is just to let them talk out their points and everything, and just sort of, and then just get to the point where you can sort of like ask him these questions as to, and the way we got to that was he was saying, what was it? He because I think he was making fun at me at one point. He posed the question. He says, well, can you own property when you're dead? And I was sort of like, taking a step back and like really thinking about it. I was like, that's a really good question. Can you own property when you're dead and whatnot? Because he posed that as a kind of, as a rhetorical question, but I was really taken it on, and I was like, yeah, I think you definitely can. It's because of the point of view. It's like, if your body dies, then you're technically pronounced dead. Your consciousness can be transferred to like digitally or whatever, like Ghost in the Shell kind of style. You could.
I'm aware of the concept of a digitalized consciousness. I've never actually seen Ghost in the Shell though, but I'm aware of the concept. Like it's in loads of other sci-fi.
Yeah, watch the anime. Don't watch the live action version.
Oh yeah, no, I'm very aware. Don't worry.
Yeah, it's a great film. And what it is it's basically, the transfer of consciousness. It's also Philip K. Dick also looked into it in one of his books, Ubik. So it's a great book. It just starts off on the outset because the guy who owns the agency, Glenn Ruttiger, he goes off and his wife owns half the company, but she's dead. So he goes over to her, and there's like a big funeral home type place, and he goes down to her as a consultant, and he'll wake her up every because there's I think there's like a half life on death, so it's like they get like X amount of resurrections and stuff. So he goes down to speak to her, and he can like consult her about like certain issues and whatnot. And she has a right to sort of so it's basically like you can become a shareholder or whatnot. I love all these concepts because it's like, it's fleshing out what most likely will be our future to some heavy extent, because it's, you can't just rob people of their agency the moment they die kind of thing if they still have a consciousness and they're still capable of conscious thought. So at any rate, I was kind of playing upon that, and then it was kind of saying it's like, so until you actually have consciousness, until you actually have agency, because I think that's more valuable over like, just what is essentially an empty vessel at that point.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't have anything in it. It's basically just a seed. And when the seed kind of grows, and when you invest all your time, your agency, when the actual imprinting occurs, which can be like, I think it's like the first few months or something when it's out of the womb, that's when it's sort of like the facial recognition and whatnot takes effect. And it happens with animals and stuff when they're born and whatnot, which is why they become so fiercely loyal, because they recognize you as part of their pack. But all that kind of stuff all happens outside of the womb. Now, everything that happens inside the womb is kind of theoretical, to some heavy extent. There's no real deep science there to say, it's like, oh, if you sing to your baby, it can hear you inside the womb. And it's like, but is it just, is it like, a coma patient when it's like, you click the knee and it'll just kick and react because it's like it's a reflex. It's like how much of it is actual consciousness, because it's like we've never been able to speak to anyone in the womb. That's just never going to happen, and I think anyone's going to know that's never going to happen. So that's kind of like my basisness is like, the whole kind of consciousness aspect, but trying to get a pro-lifer to entertain that is just never going to happen. So you just have to flesh out their ideas to the fullest. It's like, well, how are you going to enforce this? Let's assume, let's play that, you get your pro-life laws and everything, what is this society going to look like? Is it going to have choice? It's like, what about people who aren't Christians?
I guess,
what's the world going to be like? And it's,
yeah, well, I guess from their perspective, though, it's a case of like, so while me and you would agree that that their kind of ideal world is, pretty dystopian, to put lightly, the problem is that they're just never going to see it like that. So I don't know how like convincing I guess that is. But again, it comes down to what your goals are. So like you've mentioned a decent amount about how like, this is kind of the route you would go down to win an argument. But like I said, like this isn't necessarily something I'm ultra interested in. I'm literally just here to have fun, man. that's my number one goal. So I don't know what your goals are necessarily. And if you are there to like kind of try and convince people or get more people on your side, then that's perhaps a more convincing route for the. I guess it depends who you're targeting, right? Because like if you're trying to convince the audience, then I think what you're suggesting now isn't a bad idea at all. But if you're trying to convince like the actual pro-lifers, there is a 0% chance I think that would ever work, because So, like, one of the things that was very eye-opening to me is I don't know if you saw, but Politically Provoked just did an interview with Richard Spencer. And so many of the things, one thing I did actually appreciate about him is he was just ultra honest about his beliefs. And as a result, he would just say things like, yeah, my ideal world is very totalitarian. I would ban all video games and enforce, hours of exercise every single day on everyone because it would generate more happiness in the long run. Basically, essentially the fascist idea of I know what's better for you, it's simply put. And it's just it's a case of I think it's similar when you're talking to a pro-lifer because ultimately their argument would be that any other world would permit the killing of innocent people, which is something they cannot permit, period. So any seemingly totalitarian measures are justified, right? So I think it really just boils down to, who you're trying to convince. But yeah, I don't think that would ever be too convincing to a pro-lifer. But I mean, are you talking more to the audience, or what's your kind of aim, I guess?
I think you're always doing that. You're always talking to the people who are in the middle of the road because you can't convince the people who are polarized one way or the other. They're always going to kind of, stick to their ground. But it's like the people who are willing to entertain your ideas, those are the ones that you can convince. So you're always playing to that sort of demographic, and you're always going to try and sort of say it's it's how practical is your, because a utilitarian argument is all about practicality. It's all about pragmatism. It's all about we've got to take into account that people are going to screw up the system. Is it fair for the sake of someone making a stupid mistake that they be killed for it? It's because people panic. Not everyone's ready to be a mother. And it's to have that flow on them. Is that fair? Is it just? It's where do we take this? And I think that's where you're going to do the most convincing is when you get people onto that whole kind of perspective where it's actually that's not going to work. Whereas you can always argue from pragmatism, from point that everyone in the peanut gallery can kind of go, okay, no, that does make sense. Why would you go down any other route? It's that's just not going to. But to bring it back to veganism then, because you've kind of said that you've got a bit of a history with all that, and you were arguing about the animal rights and whatnot, which again, this was why I wanted to sort of bring up the abortion and the veganism thing, because I think the two do play together to some extent, especially especially when it comes to vivisection. Because if you think about I don't know if you're aware of the laws and stuff surrounding that in this country.
I mean, maybe, but go ahead.
Yeah, it's if you're doing what is it, studying your doctorate and whatnot in biology or any of those kind of fields, it's mandatory to test on animals. And it's for major drugs and pharmaceuticals and whatnot, it's mandatory to test on animals. But how accurate and whatnot is that research going to be? Because we're talking about a different species here, and you can already see the going down here with this. It's because you're good at connecting the dots. You're doing it all the time just now. In that regard, it's that isn't that the best argument for human embryonic study? And again, this is we're talking about human life that doesn't feel pain. It's it's not got consciousness or anything, and it's going to give us a hell of a lot more better data and research and study and information than any sort of other animal would. So it's kind of making two cases at once. It's and when I speak to my friends who are vets and stuff, not Vietnam vets, I'm talking animal vets. I gotta make that distinction, It's, when I speak to them, they're poor baby animals. And we are a nation, like the UK, we are a nation of animal lovers. When we hear about, the the torturous things that they do to dogs and stuff in China, that just makes us a little bit hateful of that whole kind of attitude and response to like different animals and things because of who we are. And it's like that's a part of our culture. It's a part of a culture that we kind of take for granted for the most part, but we do have a very distinct culture over here, and the other cultures really don't have. So yeah.
I don't know. I guess I'm kind of like, I don't know. I'm super ultra fucking vegan black pilled, I guess. But like I don't know. I always find that shit really frustrating, to be honest. I get what you're saying, and I don't necessarily disagree, strictly speaking. But like at the same time, though, I do think that I guess the point you're making is that ultimately, you know, we do kind of like have this culture of like loving animals and our pets and whatnot. And I guess you could go from that, like, you know, when it comes to animal research, if we have this other alternative, then surely we should move towards that 'cause it causes less harm towards animals. But I guess at the same time, this is one of those things where like I don't necessarily disagree with what you're saying, but unless people can drop meat, I will always find that view bizarre as fuck. I don't understand how you can be like, you know, I love animals, but also I'm okay with someone pumping a cow with fuck knows how many hormones and then, you know, killing them in a pretty torturous way and gassing pigs to death and shit. And yeah, I don't know. It seems very bizarre to me that people can be like, oh, I love my pets, I love animals. And then like in the other, you know, and then they're eating bacon and shit. It just seems bizarre to me. That's from like a pure ethical perspective, I guess. Like obviously, again, from a utilitarian perspective and a pragmatic perspective, I'm going to be more along the lines of like, oh, this is an animal rights law that recognises sentience in animals, for example, because the Tories like revoked that or some shit from what I remember. I'd need to read into that to check if that's actually true, but I think that's something they did fairly early on. So like, you know, obviously if they decide that animals are sentient again, give them more rights as a result, I'd be all in favour of that, even though I still think it is, you know, hypocritical. But it's the two, I guess it's like, you know, it's the two sides of myself. There's like the strict moral argument, and then there's the more pragmatic side. So yeah, like I still find that shit kind of cringe, but I get what you're saying. And I do think that moving in a direction like that is still ultimately going to be better. Animal testing, though, I will say, even as a vegan, that's some fucking messy territory in my opinion. Yeah, anything we do to animals that can be justified in some way. So with animal testing, you know, to uncover new drugs. I know that there is a lot of. So I've heard a lot about this idea that animal testing isn't ultra reflective of what would happen in humans. Sorry, I need to clear my throat a bit. Oh god.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not ultra reflective of what would happen in humans. So the like validity of animal testing, I know, has been called into question. But assuming it is useful. If you can do animal testing and get drug out of it that, you know, saves how many ever infinite people in the future, then I would consider that to be like a worthwhile endeavor. To not be hypocritical, you'd also have to accept this being done to humans, which is the position I would take, and I don't think most people would. But yeah, I think honestly the whole animal testing thing is just a bit of a mess. In terms of the conversation, it's a really, really weird one, even from my perspective. And I explained this to you in DMs as well. Like I would extend this to stuff like culling as well. Like from my perspective, with my moral system, if we cull animals for any reason, there's no reason why we can't do that to humans. And I don't think anyone on the planet would be okay with a human cull. So yeah, when I have to reconcile stuff like culls and animal testing, I get into very weird territory. And I've pretty much accepted all my beliefs at this point. Like I basically would just have to accept a human cull, and that's fine. And like, you know, same with animal testing. I would have to accept human testing in a more kind of damaging and rudimentary form, or like an earlier point during the testing when it's more experimental. So yeah, that's pretty much where I'm at with it. I don't necessarily fall on line with a lot of the vegans that are just like no animal testing whatsoever, because I'm like, again, this is from a purely moral perspective. If we could say 100% that like 99.9% of animal testing is actually useless and we should just try and model it or move to human testing or do some other way of like find another way of doing things, that's a different argument, because then it would just be useless and you're still causing suffering. But yeah, for me, there's no fundamental difference between humans and animals. So anything you do to an animal would have to be acceptable for a human from my perspective.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Oh, sorry,
I'd
just
say you're
real quick.
bang
I don't
on.
know if you want to hear this. My moderator in chat, he's a Swiss guy. He's a smart boy. He's just said, I guess I could explain my personal view on loving animals and eating meat in an understandable way. To be honest, I mean, do you want to hear it or do you want to consider? I don't mind. Like,
Yeah, I'm always game for
yeah,
like
the
new
dude, if you want to
perspectives and
type that
stuff.
out, yeah, feel free, and then I'll read it out. If I guess like so, but this is the thing. I can understand someone just to quickly, maybe not preempt this exactly, because I may end up just disagreeing with what you have to say, but we'll see. But basically, from my perspective, there's not necessarily a problem with loving animals and eating meat. If you just like love the company, that's one thing. The issue I have is more when people believe we should extend moral consideration to certain animals but not others. That's when I would claim hypocrisy. If you're just like, I like dogs as company, but I wouldn't you wouldn't necessarily be against eating a dog. That's another thing entirely. You can quote unquote love animals and eat them at the same time. I find it a bit bizarre, but you can do that. But it would I would pull back to I would say it's equivalent to saying something along the lines of like loving black people and owning slaves or whatever. Like it is 1-to-1 comparison in my opinion. But a slave owner could technically like quote unquote love their slaves, but this is and still have slaves, but it's just weird. It's very strange. I think you would have to accept that if you want to accept that you can love animals and eat meat. But yeah, not in Twitch chat. It's too much to type out in this format, but I'm up for discussing it in voice sometime this weekend. All right, never mind. Fair enough. Yeah, if you want to talk sometime, just hit me up. But yeah, sorry, Earthman, but you can go on, I guess then.
Yeah, and yeah, I guess like just when it comes to embryology and that kind of study, I think there's so much more that we can sort of like glean from that kind of research. And just to kind of put my own perspective on it, like the whole, because I'm a vegetarian myself. I was like a pescatarian for years, and
Oh right.
I'm again one of those snobs who's just like, no, I'm not going to give up cheese and eggs. They're delicious. It's like, why would I? It's like most of the vegetarian meat I get and things like, the fake meat or whatever is like rehydrated egg whites and stuff as well. And it's just like, I just love eating that stuff. It's,
sure, yeah.
and I don't see it as like, oh, I've killed a potential chicken or whatever. I'm just like, no, man, it's tasty. It's and but the way I see it is like I'll never eat something unless I'm willing to kill it myself.
Sure.
So I'd be happy to sort of like, go out fishing if I was willing to, and eat a fish if I was willing to gut and stuff. But I'm not willing to gut a fish.
Sure.
No chance in hell. I just think that's gross. It freaks me out. And, so I'll eat alternatives. And that's just my personal view. So if I'm happy to go out and like shoot a deer and then gut the deer and whatnot, then I feel like I've earned the right to kind of eat it because I've kind of looked it in the eye and I've taken it out. But like, if you're not willing to do that, which I guess so many people are, like, are like not willing to do that, then I think that's a fair system. It's again, it's a personal philosophy.
Yeah. I'm actually curious. Have you ever hunted and like killed an animal yourself? Just out of curiosity.
No.
Oh, okay. Because I hear this a decent amount from certain people, but generally they're people that like my dad grew up on a like. Oh, sorry. One of the things that was kind of funny that I was going to mention on my vegan thing, but I completely forgot. It's funny that you mentioned like most people don't grow up vegan. I grew up in like the most meat. I'm Cypriot Turkish, so it's like very very big
nice.
on meat and stuff like that. So like I'm literally if you've ever seen like My Big Fat Greek Wedding. It's like literally the exact same thing would happen where it's like, oh, he's a vegetarian. Oh, we'll give him lamb then. Like that was my kind of family, right? That was my growing, where I grew up basically. So like it's very alien to basically all of my family. Although it's funny because I feel like I kind of started the trend a little bit. One of my cousins went vegan almost like very quickly after, and also one of my uncles who's like way older than me as well, which is very entertaining to me. But yeah, but I mean, outside of that though, we're very very big on meat family. So you know, and like my dad grew up on a farm like back in Cyprus. He literally lived in like a fucking village. Like I've been there, and it's cordoned off these days. You can't get in unless you were like born there or are you know, like you can't get into the village. It's like guarded basically. And that's where he grew up. So like, you know, all the food he had was what his mum could literally grow on the farm and shit like that. So he, you know, he has slaughtered chickens and whatnot. So I've heard that a lot from people like that, because obviously a lot of my family originated from that kind of area. They all did have like farms of some description. So yeah, so it's, you know, I'm very familiar with that idea, for sure, and I get it to some extent. It's one of those things where like I get it, and I used to kind of have this take as well. I actually really disagree with it these days, but it's, you know, like, if we want to get into that as a whole nother discussion.
And again, it's personal philosophy. It's like, you know, people will
yeah. No, I understand. Yeah.
different points of their life and whatnot as well. So it's like, you know, and again, it's why that whole kind of badgering thing, that whole philosophy, I think, you know, just doesn't work, because people will draw their own conclusions over time, and
yeah,
the person you knew, like, you know, 5 years ago will be most likely very different person like 10 years later. Like some things
of
will
course.
they'll, you know, it's like, you know, oh yeah, now I'm a millionaire. It's like, what? And it's like, you know, and then you find out, you know, they did this and stuff, and they changed so many aspects of their life, and, you know, went in a totally different direction. So
yeah.
it's like, you know, a lot of these things kind of just you know, change about that. But do you have like pets yourself, man?
Say that again.
Do you have pets yourself?
So I actually, yeah, I have a corn snake. But other than that,
Nice.
no. We got cats back at my parents' house. But yeah, I mean, I still have my corn snake and look after her. But realistically, like, this is another thing I had to consider when I went vegan. So other vegans disagree with me on that, and that's fair enough. There's different points of view on this. But I would not have any, like, I couldn't justify having a pet if it ate meat. Obviously, snakes very much do. But I got her before I was vegan, and at this point, it's like, well, I'm looking after her now. You know, it'd feel a bit shit of me to, you know, like,
Yeah,
I don't
you've
know,
got a
release
duty
her
of care at that point.
Exactly, yeah. You've assumed the role of the caretaker, so you kind of gotta keep it going. Otherwise, just, you know, it's a bit irresponsible, right? So yeah, but I do actually really like certain animals, and I would get a lot more reptiles if I wasn't vegan, but I just can't justify it at this point. So yeah, but yeah, I've got a corn snake though, and she's lovely. She's very cute, very dim. But yeah.
Yeah, they're the ones that are kind of like the most popular as pets, are they not?
Yeah. So corn snake, the two like most quote unquote beginner snakes you can look after are corn snakes and ball pythons. So ball pythons are a little bit harder to look after, but only like a tiny bit. Like corn snakes will live as long as you feed them more or less, and give them water. Ball pythons have slightly more rigid humidity requirements, and at the time I was like, okay, well, I'd rather have the easier one to look after. In hindsight, I think that was actually a bit of a dumb decision, because like ball pythons are the ones that are ultra chill and will like just sit on your lap and just vibe there for like hours. Corn snakes are constantly on a mission, so if you ever get them out, they're like wriggling about everywhere. They're very busy, very, you know, they got lots of places to go, which you know, doesn't gel with my what I would want in a pet, I guess, as much as it did back then. But yeah, that's kind of where I'm at.
Cool. It's yeah, and it was just worth asking that, just because of, you know, so many people have different stances in that regard. But yeah, I remember I went and spoke to you before. I went and mentioned that I figured that you and Omni would be a good match for a debate. Are you familiar with him at all?
So I watched the video you sent me, and I'm not familiar with him outside of that. I didn't watch the whole thing. I can't remember why I intended to, and then I like, for whatever reason, I just guess I watched something else on YouTube or some shit. Like maybe I had to go make food or something. I can't remember, but I didn't watch the whole thing. But I watched a decent chunk of it. Yeah, I mean, I'd be interested to talk to him for sure. I don't know what we'd necessarily talk about. But I'm sure, honestly, he's one of those people that I feel like he'll have something to bring up. And
He always does. Like without
no,
fail,
I got
he'll
that
find
impression a
something.
little bit. Yeah, I got that impression a little bit. So he'll have something to
Yeah.
bring up, and I'm sure he would have a lot of interesting stuff to say. I'd probably learn a lot off of him. I'd be interested to see. Yeah, I would be interested to chat to him. Yeah, it just depends on the topic, I guess. I'm sure he'd come up with something that I would have to think about at the very least. Seems like a pretty smart kid.
Yeah, and he's a vegan as well. And I think like you guys would have so much in common because he loves going down rabbit holes and hypotheticals and whatnot. And he's just like,
Sure.
I think he had a debate with someone. I think it was Ask Yourself about the poo. I don't know if that was
Yeah.
the
Is
video
it
I gave you.
irrational to eat feces?
Yeah, and it was just like, what on earth is this? I think I first started watching it and then I turned it off after 10 minutes. I was just like, no, I can't do this. And then started watching it again after I recommended it to you, and then it was
Yeah.
like the same thing again. I was like, no, I can't do this.
It's
They're
one of those
talking about
things
eating
where like
crap.
I was like, so when I was listening to that, the thing that I didn't fully like, the
It's
frustrating
hard
thing
to
to me.
engage with it.
Well, I could engage with it to some extent, but I didn't understand why Ask Yourself didn't just kind of like, because it seemed like what he was baking into his statement is that basically he doesn't believe anyone could exist in the way that Omni is describing.
Yeah.
But if someone could exist like that, then theoretically, I guess it wouldn't be it would be irrational. But
Yeah,
I
I
guess
mean,
he would
it's
argue.
like there
Yeah,
are
sorry.
species that eat their own excrement and whatnot. It's like rabbits do. They will
Yeah.
eat their, I think it's like 3 times or something, they'll eat their own excrement.
Yeah, something
And then
like
after
that.
that, they move on, and it's like, and it's because they're so lean because of the way that they're, which is why, like, if you were to only eat rabbits for a while, you die of rabbit starvation because
Huh.
they are so lean. There's like next to no fat or anything else on their bodies, so you just don't get enough nutrients for
Oh,
the
right.
amount that It's a bit like celery. Celery gives you like negative calories. I don't
I've
know what.
heard this, but I have no idea. Is this actually true?
Yeah, it's true. It's because it's like the celery has like it does have calories in it, but what it is it takes more calories to actually crunch and chew through the thing than it actually gives you,
Yeah, no,
which is
I'm
why so
aware of.
many people do it on diets.
I'm aware of that. Basically, I've heard that before. That it takes more calories to chew and like digest it than it does to actually like than it gives you. But I've
Mhm.
never actually bothered checking because like I have no like yeah that's quite funny to me. Yeah, no, I know. So the dude just said in chat, rabbits
Yeah.
have a reason to do it, humans don't. Yeah, I know that, but that's kind of why why he's
We
bringing up
were
the
just
rabbit thing.
saying, like hypothetically, there is a possibility where you could have a species that does do it. Like, and you get a
Yeah.
lot of species that do. Like, what was it? The flies. They tend to, be drawn to that kind of thing because and what they do is they have like a unique digestive system. They tend to vomit out everything
Yeah.
out of their mouth, all their stomach acids and everything. So, and what I'll do is they digest and break down the bacteria that's on the crap. And then what they do is they've got like that big straw and then they suck it all back up again, which is just delightful.
Yep.
It's like, and they do that on a turd. So it's like,
But I guess the point the
hygiene 101.
dude's yeah, no, exactly right. I guess the point the dude's making though is that like for the sake of the argument, it's like
Mhm.
it would only be irrational for humans. Basically, it would be rational for rabbits because they have to, right? Like or assuming a rabbit wanted to survive, it would be rational. Blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
But yeah, like that's kind of the point he's making. But yeah, I get what you're saying. Like obviously it boils down to the species somewhat, but that's why I guess like that's the thing about it. Because that's what the discussion more or less boiled down to. Because there's no necessity for humans to do it. Is it irrational? And the point Omni was bringing up is it would only be irrational is because obviously the obvious question is no, it's not irrational because, or not question, but statement would be it's not irrational because if someone derives pleasure from it and their moral system is based around pleasure and suffering, then it becomes rational to do it because you get the end goal of more pleasure, thus more moral, more like ethical utility, I guess. I don't know how you'd phrase it. More morality,
Mhm.
whatever. You'd get that from doing it, thus it becomes rational. But this is why Omni brought up the hypothetical of the person that has no desire, they gain no pleasure from it, they just have some desire to do it. But again, this is why I think that conversation was a bit bizarre, because I just think, like, I don't know why else himself basically didn't just explain that he didn't think that type of person could exist, because that's basically what they were hung up on.
Yeah.
But again, I only watched half of it. Maybe they did watch it.
Yeah,
Or maybe,
again,
sorry,
it
maybe
was
they did get to that point, is what I meant to say. Not they did watch it. Of course they watched it. They were there.
Yeah, but when it comes to subject matter like that, it's so easy to tune out, I think. But that was an example of, that's the, because I know, like, Zen, he wasn't willing to entertain hypotheticals, whereas Omni he'll dig his own grave with one. It's
Yeah, for sure.
So
So,
again,
sorry,
and
just real
again,
quick, I just want to respond to this in chat. So the dude said, also pleasure isn't necessarily rational. That's why I said, if your moral system considers morality to be, essentially, if you're a utilitarian, doing something pleasurable becomes rational. That's why I gave that little bit beforehand.
You did insert that caveat.
Yeah. Because obviously, otherwise, then it wouldn't be rational. It's just a thing you can do. There's no, like, reason to do it, right? So yeah. Sorry, go on.
Absolutely.
You're
And
talking about Omni digging his own hole with hypotheticals.
yeah, and I was just saying, like, he's like the polar opposite of, like, Zen in that degree. He's willing to entertain anything, and he's willing to, but he's like a dog with a bone. He will hold you to account as well. So it's like you're getting the best of both worlds, and he will. He loves that intellectual level of engagement, and I think you guys would be such a good match, because you both love the actual debate itself and the spirit of the debate, and I just think that you guys would just play off each other really well, and it's just a case of you guys having a sit down, like a discussion, to kind of decide. It's like, okay, so where do we really disagree? What's a hill you're willing to die on, kind of thing. And it's
Sure,
like that, and that I think would be fertile ground for a really good and engaging intellectual discussion, because you're both happy to entertain the ideas. And if you get like a really good flow with people who have that kind of debating chemistry, it just makes it so much more engaging for the audience, because they're more kind of it's like, oh, where the hell's this going?
Yeah,
and
for sure.
it becomes a lot more just engaging in general. So that was my whole kind of idea about it. And what was it, when I was watching the Zen debate the other day, because he's buddies with Mouthy Infidel, and
Wait, Zen Shapiro is buddies with Mouthy Infidel?
No. Zen Shapiro was debating Mouthy Infidel, and because
Omni
is friends with Mouthy Infidel, I was, saying that I was going to be speaking with you today, and I said that I was, oh, would you be, willing to debate Devin? I was just putting the feelers out, because I think you guys would be, good to sort of like have a big kind of deeper discussion and whatnot in so many regards. But again, it's like it's going to be tricky, because you guys, I think, would just agree on so much.
It's possible.
It'd almost be infuriating, but it's just a case of finding the hills you're willing to die on, and then for you guys to just let loose and just really tear each other asunder on the debating field. But I just wanted to sort of kind of mention that and whatnot, because I think I feel like you got cheated in that debate with Zen, because you really got pinned on that on the moral crucifix there, where it's like, oh, so you're to save 100 million kids, you're willing to, like, do this to a kid, and it's just like, oh, no. The optics on this are not good.
Yeah, no, it's true. The optics were definitely bad, but also I could not care less.
Yeah. But yeah, and again, it's just like, at that point, it's like people, once you've got the people in the middle that aren't willing to sort of like, go to your side, they're kind of disengaged from you, and it's like you can't win them over. But at any rate, it's like, you had your fun and whatnot, and it's just like, I don't know, it's like, is there any like particular subjects that you're really interested in wanting to engage in at all? Because I can always find other folks and stuff for you to.
I mean, to be honest, and I said this to Brittany as well, I'm kind of interested in debating anything, because like a lot of what I So like a large part of the way I learn and kind of like flesh things out is typically is kind of through debate. So like a lot of the stuff I've learned has just been by debating, like the guy who I was telling you about earlier, like my best mate. So we could just talk about fucking anything, and I always learn a lot. He's very insightful, and even if I don't like learn a lot, usually I have something to go and like research. That's kind of what I'm most interested in doing. So like I'd be happy to do like an immigration debate, and if this would spur me to have to go and do like research, I'd be happy to do any kind of economic debate. And again, it would spur me to go and do a bunch of research. Basically anything. Morals is what I know the most and kind of like the best.
Okay.
But yeah, realistically, I'm willing to like talk about anything. Honestly, I would be more interested in talking to people about more specific contextual stuff. So like the Texas abortion bill would have been a good one to cover.
Yeah, I had a very hard time trying to get people on point with that. After you left the discussion, I think you would have been able to speak up and hold people better to account if you'd stuck on, I think.
I unfortunately the way my room is set out, so like my bed's in the back, and my girlfriend lives here as well, so
that's
needed to go to bed. So yeah, I had to dip, unfortunately, but I did watch the rest of it, and I did feel a bit like, oh fuck, I kind of wish I was there. Although if I was there, admittedly,
it would have benefited if you'd been there. That's what I'm trying to say.
I do wish I could have been, and I think it would have been good for sure. But I will say for sure, Brittany would have been very upsetty spaghetti, because it would have just been hypothetical after hypothetical. Because after the time development came on as well, I think we would just go down that rabbit hole real fucking deep. It's just a case that I think the mods would get a little bit upset. But,
I mean,
it's kind of funny in and of itself, though.
Who'd you call him? Would you be interested in a debate with Tyler or something at some point? Because I think that would be kind of interesting. But I tend not to like him much for debating, because I think he's very bad faith in so many regards.
You said that. I found that quite interesting. So I don't find him bad faith, to be honest. Why would you say that, out of curiosity?
He gets very dismissive very quickly. If he sees you going down a road or something, he's just like, "No, I don't believe in that. No, we're not going to be able to rationalize that further." He'll just start saying things like that, and he'll just cut off. Yeah, he'll cut off. If you watch some of his other debates, you'll see. And he's very much orientated.
So I saw his one with Destiny, but was he like possibly a little bit softer in that just because he was talking with the big streamer and he wanted to come across better or something? Or do you think he did it in that? Like, what do you think? Have you seen that?
I think no, I haven't, but I heard that he was really held to account there, and I think he only just managed to get 1 point across, I think, if any.
I thought
Destiny,
he did. Ultimately, I thought that it basically boiled down to a case of oh fuck, I just got destroyed, dude. Sorry. I think it was a case of I wouldn't necessarily say that either person did better. It was just a case of both they had incompatible frameworks, which is what all of these abortion debates basically boil down to. I felt like they just kind of had incompatible frameworks, and it was a case of neither of them were ever going to convince the other one, which they already knew going in. But I definitely didn't feel like Destiny did a bad job. I thought he did a good job of getting across the points, and I would agree that he held Tyler to account to some extent. Tyler didn't accept it, but ultimately choosing to value human life is as arbitrary as choosing to value sentience. And that's what it kind of came down to, and Tyler just basically said I disagree. And then they couldn't go beyond that point. But there wasn't anything in that struck me as being bad faith. It was more of a case of just he couldn't. From my perspective, he just does. I don't think Tyler strikes. Put it this way, Tyler strikes me as someone who's very kind of new to all this, and he's pretty good at getting analogies across and thinking of relevant examples. But I don't think he fully understands what logical is or logical means. Because he seems to think that valuing stuff from conception is just logical, so to speak. But he didn't. He can't demonstrate that in any way. The only way he thinks is logical is basically because everything else is somewhat arbitrary. So, like conception is the one thing we know it starts here. So, why not value that essentially? But like the obvious counter argument is, well, that's not a reason to value something. That's just a starting point. That doesn't mean that doesn't tell you whether we should or shouldn't value something. That literally is just descriptively a thing that happens. But I don't know if you could get past that point. He has the same problem. Do you know Sam Harris?
Yes, the neurologist.
Yeah, he has the same problem Sam Harris does a little bit. Sam Harris is kind of the impression I get from him is he believes he's solved ethics, because he's basically saying that we should value experience because what else can we value? It's logical to value experience because there is no other alternative. That doesn't necessarily make it logical. I think most people would agree with you, but it's not logical, strictly speaking, and it's the exact same problem Tyler Bluntman has.
Yeah, no, I think that's a fair assessment. I also kind of feel that he was there for less than genuine reasons as well. He was he was constantly ducking his head down on his phone, and I think he was just constantly showing off that hat.
Okay, that's funny
wearing...
you mentioned that because my girlfriend Chloe actually watched the debate afterwards, or I think she watched a bit of it live and caught that, and she thought he was doing a thing, it was a political statement or something. So that's interesting because I didn't read it as that, but you might be right. I mean, I never pick up on this shit when people are doing that kind of thing. So the fact that you and Chloe also mentioned that makes me think that maybe I just missed it, and actually you're correct.
Oh, it's not a political thing. I think he's just shilling his merch.
It's his merch. I see. I didn't know that. Okay.
So anytime he wasn't talking, he was just heads down, and it was just the hat full shot in the screen, and it was just that's a bit obvious.
Okay. Yeah, I noticed he did that. But for me, I was always just down on his phone or whatever, and then Chloe was the one that was I thought he was doing a thing. So yeah, I think you're correct.
Yeah, product placement. But as well as he is quite predominant on TikTok. That's how he's sort of managed to gain his following, is through 1 minute short little clips and things. So he's basically the Ben Shapiro destroys of pro-life abortion argumentation.
Okay.
So I think he was there fishing for clips that he could take, and scam other people out on. Type thing.
Yeah.
He was looking for that, the clickbait and the sort of the buzz shots and everything.
Yeah.
I don't think he managed to farm much from it, to be fair. But I just thought it was completely harsh to attack Zen on all that stuff, because it's you would do that after a debate. You wouldn't do it during a panel or anything. You would wait. You'd maybe speak to him in a separate, discussion where it's just them both talking, but he was making an intentional show of it.
I mean, I guess
to constantly criticize him.
So you might be right, and I did not catch that at all in terms of the merch thing. So you could be correct. He might have just been farming clips, but I mean, honestly, I personally, I don't care too much about stuff like that. If there's someone who's on the same side as me and I think they're given a bunch of really, really bad arguments, I'm going to absolutely rake them over the coals for it, live. I'm fine with that. I understand why Tyler would do that. It's possible that he was doing it for disingenuous reasons and he was trying to, get a hot TikTok clip or whatever. I could totally see that. I really wouldn't be surprised. But at the same time, I could see him doing that for genuine reasons as well, because it seems regardless or not of whether you think, he's doing well off of it or anything like that, I do think that he does genuinely care about the discussion, and he seems to believe what he says. So, from that perspective, I could still see him wanting to strengthen the arguments of other prominent, pro-life debaters, right, like Sen Shapiro.
Mm-hmm.
So I wouldn't be surprised if it was just that, to be honest. But I mean, I didn't catch the merch thing. I didn't know that was his merch, so I wouldn't be surprised either way, really. There are definitely people who do that, so yeah, I really would not be surprised.
Yeah, I mean, if he's willing to shill himself on TikTok, I mean, it's
that's
pretty much the lowest rel of the bung.
I don't know, man.
Rung
Maybe I
at the
should
bell,
revive
or
my
whatever
TikTok.
it is.
I started a TikTok, and I think I put like one clip on it when I was doing like my Dark Souls stuff, but like
Oh, nice.
not engaged with the platform at all. Hey, maybe I should pick it up. That's all where the fucking money is, dude. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah. How are we doing for time anyway? Because you were saying before about your GF and the bed and stuff, you know.
Oh no,
and
it's
like
fine. She's not here tonight.
Oh, sweet.
She's looking after some cats.
Oh, bless.
Mm.
Yeah. Got one of my own. She was squeaking at me earlier,
Oh.
but she's through in the other room chilling now. But yeah, it's you know, I think we're having a good discussion here. It's a very good faith and everything, and yeah, I'd just like to know a bit more about yourself as well now, because you were saying like you were a drummer in a band and stuff, and you were saying that you were studying and whatnot. Was it philosophy that you studied when you were at uni and stuff? Was it uni you went to, or was it college?
I went to uni. I actually studied computer science. Philosophy is
nice.
something I got into, like, I guess kind of halfway through that course, just like, from getting into the vegan stuff. Also, my friend that I keep telling you about got into philosophy around the same time as well, so we had a lot to talk about around that point, just lots of like, philosophy 101 stuff. So yeah, no, I went for comp sci.
Nice. So what about the drumming then? Is like, are you still in the band, or is that like been and gone now?
So that specific band has been and gone, because that was like my band while I was at uni. But I'm in a band at the minute. I'm in like a post-punk band. Yeah, I'm just, honestly, like, I could talk about music for as long as you want. I'm just a giant fucking music nerd. So, like, I've been playing for a long time at this point. I'm still not very good, but it's how it goes with self-taught shit. And punk as well, funnily enough. That's fine. But yeah, no, I've played like in a decent number of bands at this point. I've been playing drums for like, I don't know, maybe like 12 years, I think. Yeah, I've played in a decent number of bands. Right now I'm in a post-punk band. I don't know what the fuck's going on with it, though. We haven't rehearsed in a while. We were actually meant to rehearse last Monday, but I got pinged by the NHS app, so I had to cancel, unfortunately. But next rehearsal should be soon, and yeah, we're just chugging along.
Nice. Yeah, and so what sort of, you said it was like post-punk and everything, and it's like, and I went and saw that you did a review of, I think it was like, it was Napalm Death, wasn't it?
Yeah.
The band, yeah, they're fucking classic. Love them. So good live.
You know what? It's actually crazy. So I've been into extreme music for a long time. And I've kind of like expanded my horizons beyond that point, like fairly recently, relative to my love for extreme music anyway. But I just didn't ever really listen to Napalm Death, and oh my god, that was a dumb decision. They have so many fucking bangers under their belt. Like, after I listened to that record and actually absorbed it for a review, I was like, I'm a fucking moron. This shit's incredible. So yeah, like they're a ridiculously good band. Also, I've never seen them live. I can't wait to, because I keep hearing incredible things. I had a chance to see them at do you know Boomtown Festival?
No, I'm not familiar with that at all.
So it's not so much an extreme music fest or anything like that. It's more of a so it's like, the way they pigeonhole it is, I guess, like anything you can dance to, quote unquote. So it's like, lots of electronic stuff, reggae, ska, some hip hop, some extreme music as well. They've started doing that more recently. But yeah, loads of like drum and bass, dubstep, grime, reggae, ska, dub, all that kind of shit. And they were playing that festival one year. I was there, and I just completely forgot to watch them, like an absolute muppet. To be fair, that festival's a bit different to most. So most festivals is like, you have a bunch of tents, and then you have a bunch of stages. You go from the tents to the stages, you watch some bands, pay for overpriced food, pay for overpriced drinks, go to a silent disco at the end, and voila, you've had a wonderful day. Boomtown is like a full-on theatrical experience, which I know sounds absolutely wild, but this festival has a plot and like actors that go around the festival acting characters in the plot, and like big events happen during sets and stuff like that. And there's a big opening ceremony, big closing ceremony, which is the equivalent of like the final scene. It's fucking crazy, honestly. It's an indescribable place. It is so strange.
And it's Boomtown Festival, you said, yeah?
Yeah, I think it's called Boomtown. I can't remember if the full name is Boomtown Village, or if Boomtown Village was a smaller version they wanted to run for COVID, but also had to cancel. I think it's just called It's called Boomtown Fair. I think that's the full name.
Cool.
But yeah, you'll find it if you just Google Boomtown.
Yeah, I'll check that out later and stuff. Yeah, so what's been your kind of journey throughout music and stuff? And is that like, is this festival something that's just, unique to the UK, or is it like a global thing?
No. This is a UK run, UK homegrown festival. My journey through music has been very long. When I was younger, I actually wasn't into music at all, funnily enough. I up until the age of 14, I literally listened to zero music. Like my parents weren't particularly big on music, so I had no inherited taste like a lot of people get with a lot of the classic rock shit a lot of the time. So I had none of that in my household. Then when I got to I want to say 13 or 14, I can't remember exactly when, I got super into Linkin Park because one of my friends was massive on them. Very, very
Nice.
classic starting point, I guess. But yeah, I got super into Linkin Park. Then from there, got into all the metalcore shit, and kind of a lot of the more popular rock music stuff. So, peace out, the dude. I'll see you around, right? Yeah, I'll ask you about that later. But yeah, peace out, just stopping by. But yeah, basically, with music, so I got into all of the metalcore shit. So Bullet for My Valentine, Bring Me the Horizon.
Cheers, the dude.
Yeah, cheers. Fallout. Obviously, this isn't metalcore, but the other popular rock stuff at the time, which was Foo Fighters, Fall Out Boy, Panic at the Disco, all that kind of teen bopper shit.
Yeah, all the pop.
Yeah, exactly. Then sort of a little bit later down the line, maybe when I was I don't know, 15, 16, I got into a band called Rise Against, who got me into kind of more, slightly more kind of punk rocky kind of stuff. They're still very clean and very popular, but they're still, there's a harder edge there. And after that point, I found Gallows, and that was the absolute, that was the tipping of the iceberg, so to speak. After that point, I was fucking obsessed with hardcore for, a while. I was well into the British hardcore scene. A lot of again, still fairly popular stuff, but bands like Cancer Bats. Trying to even remember who was playing around that time and who I liked. But Trash Talk as well, were like a hardcore power violence band. They're American actually, but yeah, just loads of shit like that. It's coming back to me now. Okay, so yeah, you had Feed the Rhino, who were rock and roll mixed with hardcore, very unique aesthetic. Their first album probably still fucks, to be honest. But yeah, that kind of shit. Then moving on from that, I got into more aggressive music. So I think I actually saw your comment on my Napalm Death thing. You were into Dillinger, right?
Oh yeah, I love them.
So I found
amazing
Dillinger was. Yeah, so Dillinger was the next big thing for me. I found Dillinger, I was like, oh fuck, I love this. Got well into mathcore and shit like that for a while. And then after, I'd say, I don't know, when I was about 18 maybe, at this point I was going to a decent number of shows, quite a lot. Then yeah, about 18, 19, I started expanding my horizons. I was already into some other niche stuff, so I tell a slight lie. When I was ultra young, the two people I did like was Gorillaz and Eminem, but I only really liked their singles and not so much albums. And those two things I still really enjoyed all throughout my life, and even nowadays. I'm not super into Eminem anymore, but I still fucking love Gorillaz. But the other thing I found kind of while I was going through the heavy music kind of phases, I suppose, is Aphex Twin, and I am still to this day obsessed with Aphex Twin. He's a fucking incredible electronic musician. And from that, I was like, okay, I really dig this sound. What's this called? IDM. It's the worst music genre in the world, as in worst name. I don't know if you know, but it's intelligence dance music, which is just unbelievably cringe, but whatever. So I got into loads of IDM shit. So Autechre, Venetian snares, loads of drill and bass and harder kind of fast percussion glitchy kind of stuff. All that electronic shit. Then I got into Tyler the Creator for rap, and then the floodgates were truly opened, and I just kind of was all right, I should probably just listen to a bit of everything, and I've been like that ever since. Yeah.
Have you ever heard of a band called Alarm Will Sound?
No, I can't say I have.
Right, because I think you're in for a treat then. They are a small orchestra.
Oh, okay.
And one of their albums is just nothing but Aphex Twin covers.
Oh, wow. Okay, all right. I'll definitely check these guys out then.
And one of the songs they do is Coq Vertin.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, which is, it's got those kind of borderline mathcore style beats that are just
Sure,
arrhythmic
yeah.
and stuff. And they perform it amazingly live. And they're a bit crazy when they're live and stuff as well, because they're kind of like a mishmash of an orchestra, but they'll still happily run in amongst the audience, and they'll be like, with their violins in their face and
Dude,
stuff. It's like
that's so sick.
crazy.
I'll have to check them out because so it's funny you bring that up. Those are always my favorite live shows by a long shot. There was actually do you know a band called Baby Godzilla?
No.
Or maybe they changed their name when they got a bit more popular. They were always small, but the other name they went by is Heck.
No.
Okay, so they're not a band anymore, unfortunately, but they were my favorite live band on the planet, and they still are, but they've broken up, so I can't see them anymore. But they're the best live band as far as I'm concerned that have ever existed, and oh my god, I saw them so many times. I think I've seen them like nearly 50 times. And that was in the span of like basically 2 years, because that's when I discovered between Discovery and then breaking up. And yeah, that's pretty much what they did. So like their whole thing was just creating as chaotic an atmosphere as they could. And man, there are so many stories from those shows. Like I think my favorite one I always tell people is the general idea of their band was, so they're like a mathcore, and do you know what noise rock is?
No, I'm not familiar with that, Sean.
Okay, so noise rock is kind of like, it's like a very rough, lo-fi, ragged kind of like rock sound that draws a lot from hardcore punk, but it's a lot more distorted, typically a lot more snarky lyrically and that kind of thing as well, and sarcastic. Kind of like do you know Dead Kennedys?
I was about to say, it sounds a lot like, what is it, Typo Negative?
Oh,
like
okay.
Their early stuff.
I'm aware of Typo Negative. I've never actually listened to them, but I wouldn't be, based on what I know about them, I wouldn't be surprised. But early early noise rock bands and stuff like Big Black, Jesus Lizard. You can go check any of these out. Then some of the later ones are like you had McCluskey, Future of the Left, who are still going, and all these kinds of bands. And basically, what Heck did was kind of a fusion between these very noisy noise rock bands and that kind of like very chaotic mathcore sound, with just a hint of like blues, just to really like add a bit of flavor in there. But their live show was like, they basically had so they had two guitarists and both of them did vocals. Then they had a drummer and a bassist, very classic 4-piece. But the guitarists spent not only the entire show in the crowd, but like they used the audience members as like essentially as like mic stands, and they would interact with the audience to an unbelievable amount. Like they would just throw guitars. Like the first time I saw, this is my favorite story to tell, because it's like the first time I saw them, the way I discovered them was I was going to a gig for a band called Arcane Roots. The support act was a band called the James Cleaver Quintet, and I fucking loved the James Cleaver Quintet at the time, and I didn't like Arcane Roots that much, so I was like, fuck it, I'll show up a bit late, I'll get there for the James Cleaver Quintet, and then I'll chill for Arcane Roots, because I'll have a good time, it'll be whatever. And I got there, the show was delayed, so I got there just before James Cleaver was supposed to start, but as I went up to the doors, I noticed that the room was like pushed right against the doors. There was like, it seemed jammed in there. There was like no room for any more people. And I thought, the fuck's going on? It's super early, and no one's playing. Well, I can hear music. I step into the room, I open the door, and then I realize, oh no, there's plenty of room. Everyone is just fucking glued to the walls as if someone threw a live grenade into the center of the audience. Because what I saw is one of the most memorable things I'll ever remember. I literally walked in and I see a guitarist surfing on his cabinet case, like from the stage further down the hallway. I look down the venue and I see the other guitarist, guitar on floor, mic in his mouth, like not holding it with any hands, hung upside down from the ceiling. Then I turn around again, look at the stage. The drummer is wearing like a white shirt covered in blood and his fingers are gaffer taped together. And I was just like, I've missed the best set. what am I doing? What the fuck is happening in this room? And yeah, that was basically what they did, and they never slowed down. They're a ridiculous band. I've seen them get shut off 10 minutes into their set because they more or less destroyed a boat. Not intentionally, but just from the sheer chaos they invoked. Like, yeah, they're a pretty silly band. So if that band that you've just said is even like kind of like close or in that similar vein, then I'll probably have a very fun time seeing them.
Yeah, they're not quite that hardcore.
Sure, yeah,
I'll do
I'd
that
be
later.
amazed if violins, but that's fine. It's, you know, that's fine. It's in the spirit of it, right?
Yeah, it's yeah, and you said you're like a major drummer and stuff as well.
Yeah,
Have you ever heard of Andre Duracell?
I have not. No, who's that?
He is a ridiculously good drummer. If you look up a video, it's just Andre Duracell and Turkin Harrier. If you type that in, you'll see like, you know, it's a tiny little set. I think he played in it must have been like a pub or something. So it's like, you know, the whole audience is probably about, you know, probably just a small crowd of people, like about maybe like 30, 50 people max. And they're all crowded around in a small space, and it's just him. And what he does is it's almost like mathcore, but it's like drumming. And he just he has like a full set of drums, and and I think it's like two of them are linked, and it's like they're pre-sequenced, so it like beats out a note. So it's just him drumming, and he'll drum out entire tunes that are like pre-sequenced. So the moment he hits the beat, it'll time, and it'll play that specific note, and then it'll go on to the next note and stuff. And he'll like the speed and rate he just fires through it is something to behold.
That sounds very strange. I think you're gonna. Do you know what? If you could just send me a link in Discord, that'd be great. So that sounds really interesting. But it's hard to visualize what you're kind of like saying, I guess.
Yeah, no,
but that
that's
definitely
fair.
Sounds interesting for sure. Yeah, just shoot me a link in Discord. I'll have to check that out.
Duracell should come up. Here we go. That's it fired up there. That's the cool. Link. It's a short wee 10-minute video. He's apparently he's quite ragged now. I don't think he can play the drums anymore. He's kind of gone a bit deaf and things, or there's some sort of like medical issues or something he's suffers from. But he's an incredible musician. Couldn't tell you. Like I've only like heard information secondhand from other people, sure. Like the updates and stuff around him, because it's like, you know, it's the sort of person I'd love to go see live, but you know, the venues where he would play would just be so far away. It's just, you know, it's never going to happen,
sure,
type thing. And obviously now it can't happen.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
But he has his own website and stuff as well. But it's something to check out. And Alarm Will Sound as well. They are pretty darn fantastic.
Yeah, I'll definitely check them out. No doubt about it whatsoever.
Alarm Will Sound Aphex Twin. Here we go. I'll just give you a quick link to that as well.
That drummer's life kind of sounds a little bit like. Have you seen that film, The Sound of Metal?
No.
So it's a really good film. I really enjoyed it. I'd recommend it. Funnily, it's basically about what you've described. To some extent, it's a film about this couple that are like essentially a two-piece noise rock band. Funnily enough, and they, you know, they're doing like a tour or whatever, and the drummer starts having hearing issues, and then it's you know, about him kind of like going through this journey and making peace with essentially being deaf. That may sound like a bit of a spoiler, but I promise you, like, the film is way more about the experience of how things happen as opposed to, strictly speaking, the events that unfold. Kind of like, you know, if you've seen The Revenant, like, you could explain the whole plot of that film and it wouldn't matter, because the experience of the film is essentially what the film is about, so to speak.
Yeah, No, I dig that. It's same with The Edge. You know, it's like when you see Anthony Hopkins and his performance and the way he guides him through the certain situations, and he uses his intellect to sort of like teach him and sort of like keep him on edge and everything, which keeps him alive and gives him the ability to survive all the different situations that he goes through. It's something to behold. So you can,
Yeah.
I can totally get what you mean. It's like, you know, you can tell someone the entire plot and it's still amazing to watch regardless. Some films are like that, like what is it, Shawshank, because it breaks so many conventions as well. Frank Darabont did an amazing job with that because he, like, there's so many rules to filmmaking, and he just plays so fast and loose with them, and just, you know, breaks all those conventions in order, and he just does it flawlessly. If you've ever seen the film, you'll know what I'm talking about. But and the same with like Breaking Bad as well. That film, that well, I say it's a film, but each episode feels like a movie because of it doesn't follow any particular formula or canon. It's quite happy to stare at ants for like 5 minutes. Where you know how many shows are willing to do that? Maybe Twin Peaks, you know, and that's a show that's very mixed and in its appreciation, because not a lot of people are into abstract kind of storytelling, and it was like you know that was a show as far as it goes, and that was kind of pulled apart because there was like two different people wanting to go in two different kind of directions with it.
No, it's funny actually, because like I've only actually recently seen Shawshank Redemption, funnily enough. So I feel like with that film, while I really enjoyed it, it was obviously a very, very good film. I feel like a lot of the rules of cinema that it broke, I wouldn't have been familiar with, because I feel like it probably did that for its time, but these days maybe you see that kind of thing more.
It sets a new standard kind of thing, yeah.
Sure, yeah. So I would imagine I'm familiar with kind of the rules it broke, because other things have like copied that since. Because again, I only saw it very recently. But yeah, I would definitely agree. I mean, like Twin Peaks is a trip. So
yeah,
I do really. I honestly I need to watch more David Lynch in general. I want to see Mulholland Drive, and I forget the one, but it's something Velvet. I really want to watch that as well.
Blue Velvet. That's
Blue
where
Velvet,
Dennis
that's the
Hopper
one, yeah.
is like, and I think it's like Cal McLaughlin as well. He's like the star of it, and it's yeah, it's a weird one. It's not aged very well, but it's still a good watch regardless. Because some things, you know, can age poorly. I'd say David Lynch is probably his best work, because it depends on what you're after. If you're after something that's just a pure psychedelic experience that's going to be a nothing but abstraction, then you want to check out his weirder films. If you want to check out something that's more grounded, that has an A to B to C story, then there's other films I can recommend to you. And it's like, you know, because he's got like such an extensive library of stories and whatnot. Like he did a Disney film at one point.
Oh really?
I'm not sure
I had no idea. That's wild.
Yeah, it's a straight story. It's called, and it's I believe it's based on a true story as well. And it's about an old, and this is one where you can literally tell the plot of the movie, and it doesn't, you know, it's still great to watch. It's about an old guy who, what is it? He hears that his brother's dying, so he makes I think it's like a several 100-mile journey, but he doesn't have a car or anything, and he's really old, and he's, you know, and he's stuck in his elderly years, so he packs himself like enough lunches and stuff. He just, like, you know, loads of hot dogs. He just like puts it all in a pouch on the back of his lawnmower, and then drives all the way up to see his brother on a lawnmower that goes at like stupidly slow speeds in order to spend out his remaining days with his brother. And it's a really sweet and humbling kind of story, which, you know, you wouldn't necessarily expect from David Lynch half the time. But
not.
And other kind of more kind of basic, you know, canonical stories that are just kind of, you know, the preset formula that aren't the kind of more abstract stuff. Probably one of his best ones is Elephant Man.
Oh I'm familiar with it. I haven't seen it.
Yeah,
But I'm
early Anthony Hopkins and John Hurt, just flawless performances throughout, just
Fair.
absolute treat to watch. And it's one of those ones where it's like, you better take a hanky just in case, because it might hit you in the feels.
Sure, yeah. No, that's fine. I'm up
And
for it.
the other film, which has just got a remake that's just come out as well, June.
So actually, I keep forgetting I've seen this. I've seen June.
Yeah, what did you think, man?
I did not think it was very good.
No? Have you read the books and stuff, or?
I haven't read the books, which might be part of it. It's like, I don't know. Man, I'm trying to remember because I saw it a while ago now. I feel like I'd actually need to watch it again to explain like my exact issues with it. But yeah, I just remember not enjoying it that much. I will say it was also fairly high, so I don't know if that helped.
Yeah, it's a film you want to be straight edge for, totally,
sure,
because
okay.
it's very long and slow paced, which is not good for a high.
I don't. When I'm baked, I don't mind that because like I can if something's gonna take a while to unfold, I'm just there. I'm chilling. Like I'm kind of alright with it. It's typically films that move quicker that I lose when I'm cooked because like it moves so quick that I don't remember how we got to anywhere and I can't string it together and form a cohesive thought. So it's that one's worse for me.
With June, it's very slow paced and everything, but everything that happens is done very subtly. And that's why you don't want to be bait, because it's sort of like you need to be paying attention. Because all the story is told in such a subtle way. It's like unless you're completely switched on, you're gonna miss almost all the story. And it's like, and it's told in such small little ways that you've got to be giving it your full attention. But it has some of the greatest cinematic moments in that movie. Like what is it, when you meet the Baron Harkonnen in that film, who's like the huge fat floating man, and he like pulls the heart plug out the guy. It's like David Lynch invented so much stuff for the movie, like and the book is like rich and full of content and stuff, so he didn't need to at all, but you wanted to sort of like craft his own narrative and whatnot. And it's got such a strange history, that movie, as well, because it was originally wasn't going to have anything to do with David Lynch. And I think it's maybe worth while sort of like hearing more about the film and understanding where it's coming from in order to get an appreciation for it. Because when I first watched, what was it, Francis Ford Coppola's Dracula movie with Anthony Hopkins and Keanu Reeves and stuff, I hated that movie. I thought, oh my god, it's so cringe, because it's like, what is with these over the top bizarre costumes and this and that, and it's like the acting range was so awful. Like some like Keanu Reeves was wooden as hell, and then you've got like folks like Tom Waits and Anthony Hopkins who are just absolutely stellar performances, and then you've got Winona Ryder, and it's just like, oh no, what is going on here? This is not a good match. I mean, I'm not saying they're bad actors, it's just they're not good in that film. It's like that's the one film where they deliver their worst performances, because like Keanu Reeves is trying to put on an English accent. It's like, yes, I am sure, and it's just like, no, this doesn't work. But I mean, it's like once you sort of like hear the breakdown of the movie and how it's actually an homage to cinema itself, and it's like, because like a lot of the special effects, you kind of go, oh, that wasn't really done very well. But when you realize that it's like, no, they purposely filmed these scenes on old retro style 1940s cameras and stuff to get a specific feel and everything. And it was an homage to these past Dracula movies and everything. And it's like, you begin to develop that level of appreciation. It's like, oh, but without that context, you just kind of go, oh, it's trash. And it's like, I think a lot of David Lynch kind of needs that to some degree. You need to have that sort of like, that foreshadowing and everything and all that kind of, background knowledge in order to go, that's what it is.
No, I definitely understand that for a lot of stuff. And I like, of all people, David Lynch would be one of the people that falls into that category for sure. Like, I don't know if you know, like, I mean, there's, with other films, I definitely have gone through that process. Like, have you ever seen a film called Synecdoche, New York?
Synecdoche, New York, yeah. That's the Charlie Kaufman movie.
Yeah.
And it was, I think it was Thingy's last movie as well. The actor that was in it.
Philip Seymour Hoffman.
That's the one. Yeah, he was a brilliant actor.
He was a brilliant actor for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, that film, because like Charlie Kaufman, he loves his going down the meta route.
Yeah.
And that film
No
was just
kidding.
the meta of metas, and it was
Yeah,
just like
yeah.
everything became a microcosm of itself to the microcosm of the movie itself. And it's like if you've ever seen these other films, like what was it, Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless
Yep.
Mind,
Being
that was
John
really
Malkovich
well done.
adaptation as well. Yeah.
Yeah, adaptation, I would say, was probably the much better and more coherent story, whereas Synadoc New York just kind of, it really burrows you into tangents, and it's not necessarily taking you anywhere either. So it's just a kind of,
I don't know if I agree. Actually, I would say Synecdoche in New York is that's probably one of my favorite films at this point. I think it does have a ton to say. I think it does take you a lot of very interesting places. I will say though, if I was put it this way, if I'd only seen it once, I'd probably be like in agreement with you or close, because it definitely is one of those films that for me took multiple viewings to really appreciate. Like after first viewing, I enjoyed it up to a point, and then I was like, I don't really know where it went. But no, now you're right. You're bang on about it being a very meta film, and that goes kind of even into the narrative to some aspect.
Yeah. I understood all that, but obviously, sure. Like you said, it is absolutely one of those films that deserves multiple viewings and stuff. And I think that's the type of thing that Hans Zimmer wanted with what was that film that was all about going into different
Inception?
people's sleep. That's the one. Now that had some really sort of like calculated things where it's like there are certain parts of the movie where certain little things happen, but you're never going to get as much to take away from it as you would like a film like Synadoc New York, because the takeaways that you get from the Inception are very subtle, and they don't necessarily expand in any kind of meaningful way, whereas Synadoc New York is the type of film that has got layers and layers of abstract philosophy and analogies that are informing you on different levels of different things. So there's like multiple narratives all kind of intertwined together, and it's like seeing multiple wavelengths that are just casually intersecting, and they're kind of creating a song in of themselves. And
for sure.
Yeah, abstract movies like that are really hard to pick up a lot of things on in the first take.
Have you ever seen another one of my favorites actually? Have you ever seen so I've only seen this once actually. I really want to watch it again. Have you seen The Holy Mountain?
No, I've never heard of that one.
So that's another one that I would like very much recommend if you're into those types of films. It is, I mean, like it's a surrealist film, so don't expect to be able to necessarily get like anything from it in terms of like an overall cohesive point, at least initially. But it is one of those films that like it's so unique and striking that even if you don't necessarily, and I mean, to be honest, you will get stuff from it. Some of its points are very obvious, and other ones are more subtle, and the overall like message of the film is reasonably obvious as well. It's just the moment to moments are a bit like very abstract. But yeah, I'd highly recommend The Holy Mountain if you haven't seen it. Then if you're into that kind of stuff, because it's exactly what you're describing. Like it has a lot to say. It informs you of the director's worldview. It's another film that's actually quite meta. Very, very unique film. I very much recommend that for sure.
Yeah, because there was one film that I watched and I just hated it, but other folks kept saying it's like, oh, you didn't get it, and it's like, well,
what film?
It's not some things you need to kind of spell things out for the the people in the back at the peanut gallery, type of thing.
Yeah.
It's like AKA myself. It was one of the more recent Coen Brothers films. It was No Country for Old Men.
Oh.
Because I watched that and I did not know what I was supposed to take away from it, because there was no soundtrack, there was no kind of overarching thing. It was like very much going in its own unique way. And I'm like, oh yeah, Coen Brother films. These films are funny as hell. It's like, oh,
Yeah.
I'm gonna enjoy this.
It's
and it's
the
like,
least funny one by a long shot.
yeah, intentionally so. But I had no idea going in, so I had no idea what to take away from it. So I kind of like thought, well, what is the conclusion I'm meant to have at the end?
Yeah.
But it's like when I heard and watched a documentary on it, I was like, that makes so much more sense now. But how the fuck was I supposed to know that? Because it was like based on some really, really old black and white movie where it's about a guy who's an old knight from like I think it's like the 1700s or something, who's getting chased by death, and he's dead, but he doesn't know it yet, and he's sort of like he's trying to rationalize and sort of like figure out how to cheat death at like a game of chess.
The Sixth Seal.
That's the one.
Yeah, no, I know the film. Oh, I didn't realize it was based off that. That's interesting. I guess that interpretation works actually, but that's not the takeaway I necessarily got from it. I guess my reading is a lot more surface level though. Like that's actually really cool. I mean, you said that was in the documentary. So is this something the Coen Brothers have like confirmed, or is this like an interpretation?
It was an interpretation. It was very much I was watching a YouTube video on it, and it was like they'd done an analysis, but it was a really, because it was like it was like shot for shot, so it was obvious that there was like a major homage to it, as well as both films didn't have a soundtrack, and as well, so it's like too many parallels for it to just simply be a coincidence. It was like no. There's a lot more to it.
That's really interesting. I've never I actually said the Sixth Seal is something I've wanted to watch for a long time, and I've just never got around to it. I've got it. I've got a copy of it. I just haven't watched it yet.
Nice.
But I never would have realized that. To me, I guess like No Country for Old Men struck me as a film more about kind of like I guess initially I was like, this is a film about consequence, because what I found interesting about that film is the first half sets it up in a certain way, and then the back half just crushes every expectation you had. Like, nope, no one's getting away. They're all going to get caught by this guy. And of course they are, because, this is what he does. He's very good at it. It wouldn't make sense any other way. Like, I thought it was a film very much about consequence and causation. And then my friend kind of mentioned that, like, his interpretation was it's very much about, about fate. But both of those are a lot more surface level than like pulling from a very specific like homage. So I really want to watch Sixth Seal. I'll get around to it at some point, and I can I guess I can agree or disagree with that essay. But I do find I do find with stuff like that though, even if I disagree with it, I tend to find that I get a lot out of just hearing other people's thought process for analysis. That's always something that's been ultra interesting to me. Like, even if I disagree with a particular take or interpretation, if they've laid it out in a certain way, that's usually something I can take away and think about and incorporate into my own thinking anyway. And, look at different parts of film or music or whatever that I haven't, for stuff, and look for things that I haven't already considered and looked at, I guess. That's something that's always been very important to me. It's actually, I could go on a whole fucking tangent here, but this is why I do criticism across fields, I guess. Like, I do music, I do games, I'd like to do film as well, I'd like to do TV, because I think that one thing that people don't do anymore, and it's, in my opinion, actually so unfortunate, I think merely engaging with the critical process is so fucking important. And if you can do it with media and something you're interested in, you can apply that to so many other things, like just gaining those abilities, that like critical thinking and like process-driven analysis. Just it helps you in so many other areas. And yeah, I don't know. More people need to be hypercritical of the stuff they watch and listen to, and really dig down and think about like why they enjoy it and shit like that. Because I think it's a really, really important process to go through. But yeah,
absolutely agree. Yeah, it's definitely good. Have you ever seen what is it? The Adrian Lyne film Jacob's Ladder?
No, I really want to watch. I thought for a long time Jacob's Ladder was a David Lynch film, funnily enough. But no, I haven't seen. I haven't seen Jacob's Ladder. I'm very aware of it. I know the like general idea, but yeah, I haven't seen it.
Yeah, it's amazing. It was like early Tim Robbins, and I think it was maybe for the first Macaulay Culkin film.
Oh right.
He plays like the the kid in it and stuff, and it's really, really well done. It's a magnum opus as far as movies go. I'd say it's one of those you have to watch it before you die kind of movies. It's
Sure,
definitely one of those must watch films. So what would you say is like your top three kind of favorite movies, man?
So
Or like ones that you rank really highly.
Yeah, I bounce between like a handful, I guess. But I mean, I guess like an easier one for me is top five probably.
Yeah.
And I would say that I think loosely I would need to think about like an exact top five for sure. But I would say that okay, my favorite films of all time would be so Pulp Fiction's got to be up there, Drive is up there, Her is up there, Synecdoche in New York is up there, Alien, Memento. There's probably more that I'm forgetting. I mean, honestly, I don't think I've ever actually said like this is one of my top films of all time, but it just fucking is. Arrival. I don't know if you've seen it.
No, I've not seen Arrival or Her, but I've seen all the other ones.
Okay, yeah, I'd highly, highly, highly recommend Her and Arrival. They're like two of the best sci-fi films released in the last decade. They're probably the two best sci-fi films released in the last decade, in my opinion.
Nice.
Yeah, do you want like a little plot synopsis to whet your appetite, or are you good?
Yeah, go for it if you're happy to sort of like engage in that type of thing.
So sorry, just real quick. Bones and Bones in chat just said you say it all the time. I do to you, but I don't say it's like they're like one of my favorite. Like my top five, I don't think I've ever mentioned Arrival in my top five, but I probably would these days. So you're just privy to better or quicker information, I guess. But okay. So basically, Her is a film where I think it's Spike Jonze plays the lead act. Wait, no, is that right? Is he an actor, Spike Jonze?
I think he does act as well as direct.
Oh,
yeah.
as direct. Either he directed, I can't remember for sure, but whatever. Her is a film about basically a world in which they have slightly better tech than we have right now, and they get to a point where they have like conscious operating systems, and the plot is him. It basically he falls in love with his computer. It is like the plot. But it's a fucking fantastic film. If you saw the most recent Blade Runner, imagine the subplot with Joy stretched out to an entire film and explored in like lots of different avenues. But there's a lot of overlapping concepts for sure. So that
sounds like a better movie.
Wait, what did you think of Blade Runner, the new one?
It was a cure for insomnia.
Oh wow, I was not as harsh as you. I thought it was actually pretty great, but I do agree that is I thought that film was massively overhyped for sure.
Yeah,
but I still do really like it. I think it's a really good film.
I mean, it was well done. It was a great story. It was just everything was really, really thoughtful. The set pieces were amazing. The artwork, everything, it's like so. You couldn't really fault any individual aspect of it, except from the pacing. The pacing was awful. It was just like I had that same criticism of the first movie as well.
Oh sure, yeah, we agree then. So I was gonna say that's basically my only thing. Like I think it was too slow as someone who does enjoy slow movies. I like the common rebuttal is that like the point is it's meant to be slow and it's trying to be as atmospheric as possible, and I get that, but it just didn't jive with me. And it sounds like you have a similar little criticism basically. But yeah, no, fair enough. I also do not like the first film either, for similar reasons, but also there's more criticisms because I think it's just straight up a less good film. The new one is better in my opinion for sure. But either way, yeah, that's Her. And Arrival is a first contact film, so like aliens come down and have first contact with humanity. I won't say any more than that because it is a film that I think it's one of those films that can be discovered, and I think that's a lot of why or at least part of why it's good. So I won't say more than that. But I would just say it's a very unique first encounter or first contact kind of film. I'd be amazed if you've watched anything like it in the past. I'll say one thing I will say is, have you ever seen? Sorry, not seen. Have you ever read the book Slaughterhouse-Five?
I have. Kurt Vonnegut.
You'll be. Yeah, okay. I won't say anything more than that. There's some similar concepts, I guess. But yeah, if you enjoyed that book, there's probably a lot you're going to like in Arrival.
Yeah, am I right in thinking that Slaughterhouse-Five was about the Dresden bombings and
Yes,
stuff?
yeah,
And
yeah,
it was,
yeah. The
it
Dresden
was a
fire
guy
bombing,
basically. It was like it was a film on different levels because it was like, you know, because you don't know, it's one of these things, the unreliable narrator
Yes,
kind of concept, and he's kind of what is it? He's obviously dealing with post-traumatic stress disorder as well as a variant of other things, and he's developed this kind of thing. But or is it all real? You know, and it's like, and at any rate, it doesn't really matter because the story is engaging. It's got all this different kind of levels and stuff to it. But I think I read it as like part of a. It was like an English hire thing, so it wasn't a book I discovered on my own, you know. And it's like when you're forced to read something, that's when you're like going to be not at your full level of engagement.
Yeah,
but
course,
I did read it, and I did appreciate it, regardless.
Okay, well, I mean, either way, that's the only, I guess, reference point I'd care to mention. But I mean, it's it's like, yeah, it's probably one of my favorite films of all time at this point. So yeah, those would be like my top films. What would yours be?
That's a good question. I would say, you know, probably at the number one spot would be RoboCop. Have you ever seen the film, or?
No, I have not actually.
You haven't, right? Well, you're in for a treat because it's Paul Verhoeven, the same guy who did Starship Troopers and Total Recall.
So I actually, so here's something you're gonna learn. My tastes in media are very contemporary. I haven't actually seen either of those films.
Really?
Yeah, I know I need to watch Starship Troopers at the very least.
It's because it's like what is it? RoboCop is such a weird concept, and it's done amazingly well on so many levels because it's like genre-wise, in Paul Verhoeven's own words, because he was a Dutch director, and all he did was kind of like World War kind of stuff,
sure,
like over in the Netherlands and whatnot. But when he came to the US, he was just like, dude, he had like full artistic license and everything, and he wanted to go all out, and like it's a satire, right? RoboCop. Like it's a dark futuristic satire that's amazingly predicted reality on so many levels in so many ways really well.
Sure.
It's also a magical retelling of the story of Jesus, as well as it's a Western. It's and of course it's a sci-fi as well, because it's about you know, what is it, the tagline for the movie? It's like half man, half cop, half machine, you know, type of thing. It's that sort of stupid type of thing, but it's so really well done, and it's like so many other films. Again, it was one of these films that just stylistically broke the mold in so many respects. It's like it had for the first time in any film, it was like, you know, to between like cutaways and like, you know, like between shots and stuff, it would have like adverts and things that would be going on in the TV, and then it would have like, you know, so you know, you'd get like a dramatic scene change, and it'd be like what is it? It's like I think I'll quote one from the second movie, because it was what is it? The LUX 5000. It's like, you know, sun cream. It's like, you know, and it's like warning, side effects are cancer. You know, and it's like.
Do you know what? Actually, probably a less good film that I watched recently. Kind of had a similar thing going on. Well, I mean, that's like I guess the concept of the entire film. Have you ever seen They Live?
I have. It's an amazing film. It is just.
Really? Oh, I did not enjoy it. I got what it was going for, and I understand why it would have been like. I got why people would have liked it at the time, but it was just way too schlocky for me.
Oh no, people hated it at the time. It's a cult classic, that
Oh
film.
yeah, that's true. Actually, yes, that's
Like
true. Isn't it?
almost all of, in fact, probably all of John Carpenter's films are just cult movies because they've always bombed at the box office. And this was the guy who did The Thing,
Yeah,
which
no,
is
I know of The Thing. Obviously, loads of people have told me to watch that film. Apparently, that's like another
you've
very
never
very good
seen it.
film. I like I said, my taste is very contemporary. There's a
Well,
lot of
that's
old
that's
media that
another
I've
one
just
that would be in my top films as well because it's such amazing practical effects that are still stand the test of time. And
sure, yeah,
they went all out, and it was just like, all the reverse cinematography, in order to do various things. And it's like it's one of those films that can still shock you.
sure.
So it's like it's total body horror. It's this, that, next thing. It's an amazing sci-fi concept, and everyone just loves the movie. But it absolutely bombed when it first got released.
Oh right,
Yeah, and again, this is like the case in point with so many John Carpenter classics, like what is it, Escape from New York as well,
sure.
which was absolute cult classic. That's what inspired the Metal Gear Solid series.
Oh wow,
Um,
okay, fair enough. I'll have to watch that then. I guess one thing I'll ask actually, 'cause I'm curious,
mhm.
as clearly you're a fan of his work. My major so I understood what They Live was like doing and ultimately trying to say, and my guess is that at the time it came out, the kind of like message that it was trying to portray. I mean, I read it as kind of like quite anti-capitalist. Ultimately, I guess I don't know if, and also very anti-consumerist, obviously. But I guess like the thing that didn't gel with me, and there may be a purpose to this that I'm missing, which is where you could like come in and say it's like for me that felt really weird with all of the kind of like I guess like the indulgence in traditional action media tropes that I just didn't necessarily feel like fit the overall it didn't really fit the themes. I didn't feel nor did it fit like the message necessarily. I If it was trying to be somewhat satirical, I could see that, but I just didn't think, for me personally, I didn't think the satire was, I guess, like sharp enough to hold up. But what are your thoughts on that as a criticism, just out of curiosity?
Yeah, I think it's a fair criticism and whatnot, but again, it's a film that does things on so many different levels, and it's like unless you get it like fully explained, you're not going to truly mesh with it and really uh, bond with it. Like, who'd you call him? Slavoj Zizek? Are you familiar with him?
No, I don't think so.
You should be because he's quite a outspoken philosopher, probably one of the greatest philosophers in our
Oh,
modern
wait,
times.
hang on. I just, wait, are you talking about the guy who debated Jordan Peterson not too long ago?
Yes, that's
Yeah, no,
Slavoj
sorry,
Zizek.
I do know him, I do know him.
Yeah, he does documentaries and stuff, and he did one, and it was called "The Pervert's Guide to Ideology," and it's like within the first 10 minutes, he does a breakdown of a few scenes, and They Live, and
Oh,
he does
right.
that, and he does a sort of like a deconstruction of it to say what it was about, kind of thing, and it's like a lot of the movie, starts, it's so much of the movie is symbolism. Like,
Sure.
where does he find the glasses? It's things like that. The
It's in
subtle
a
things that
garbage
you,
truck, right?
yeah, he finds it in an alleyway, and it's like, and he tries them on in a church and stuff, and he does, and it's like the places he goes to. It's like there's so much of the film is um, analogous and metaphorical. And like
Sure.
when he tries to get his friend to put on the glasses, they have like a really long fight scene, and it's like,
Yeah, like a
and it's so
comically long
bizarre.
fight
It's like,
scene.
yeah, and it's because of, it's that whole parallel of because one, it's done for comedy, so it's lighthearted to some extent, but it's also, it's people's resistance to breaking conventions, and breaking, it's
Okay,
like
sure,
it's
yeah.
basically breaking someone's cognitive dissonance, and breaking them out of the mold to consider new ideas and concepts, because it's like, oh, it's a conspiracy theory. I don't believe in conspiracy. People will just be dismissive, They'll just,
Yeah, of course.
completely break
Okay,
down,
okay,
and they
okay.
will fight you over it. And that's what that
Sure.
whole scene's about. It's just, it's a constant fight. And it's like, there's so many different levels to it as well. And it does it in a very sort of like visualistic as well way. When he puts on the glasses, he sees Obey and everything, and he sees that there's there's people who are horrendous, just barely wearing people's as skin suits, who are basically sociopaths and psychopaths. You see them that they're just incapable of empathy. They've got divergent agendas and whatnot. But yeah, when you really break it down, it just sort of like, it's like, oh, actually, this film has actually got a lot more depth to it than I realized,
Sure.
kind of thing. And it is all on a metaphorical level, and it's like you're only going to get out of it what you're willing to really invest and put in.
Sure.
And on the surface it does, I was the same as you when I first saw it. I thought, it's like, oh yeah, it's got some cool one-liners, and it's quite, quite tongue-in-cheek in how it does it, but it's like, it needs to be a bit more kind of, blatant in its messaging, because what is this movie? Is it a comedy? Is it this? And
I guess,
it doesn't explain itself.
I guess I don't have an issue with that so much. I guess so like I can definitely understand that, and obviously appreciate the extra level of effort put in to get stuff like that. But I guess like the core for me, and I can intellectually say like, okay, yeah, that all makes sense, and I can agree to that, and that, if you're into that, I can totally understand why. But I guess just for me, I guess it's less of a case of I guess my basically the issue I have is with all of that messaging, and kind of like with all the metaphor, I just don't necessarily feel like the having like a very I guess like I mean, again, unless this is metaphorical in and of itself, and it could be. I guess like the fact that it was such a like almost played straight action movie in a lot of ways, I felt clashed with a lot of what it was trying to do metaphorically. Which is kind of like, I guess, the core of my criticism. That's like the problem I had. I feel like if you could take the entire movie, change the protagonist, and I guess like deliver it in a different way, or maybe a different genre, I feel like the same core idea could have been delivered in a way that was just more impactful.
Yeah.
But I mean, maybe you disagree. And also the other thing is also, like, I wouldn't be that surprised if there is a reason as to why it's an action movie. There probably is some metaphorical reason. It would still mean that I don't enjoy the film as much because I feel like it thematically clashes. But I wouldn't be surprised if there is an actual reason by the sounds of things anyway. So yeah.
No,
but, I mean,
I would say your assessment's bang on, and it's like I wouldn't criticize you for thinking that at all, because that is the takeaway I had with it, and it's like it's only now that I've seen much bigger breakdowns on it. It's like, oh, actually, I do appreciate it, and it's the same reaction I had with the Dracula movie when I saw
Sure,
that. I was
yeah.
like, oh my god, this is such a big clash, and it's like, and I didn't appreciate the special effects for how much depth and everything they went into it, because it was like they actual had literal shadow puppets and everything in the
Sure, yeah.
movie, and it was like all these different casts and things, and they had what was it? They were actually doing several shots all at once, whereas like nowadays you would do all the different layers. You would have green screen, you have CGI and stuff, but they were doing stuff in front of a mirror with what was it? Miniatures in the background and stuff, as well as having them talking in the foreground, as well as also layering on other effects. So they were doing all these different multi-level things all at the same time in the same
Yeah.
shot. And it's like you just don't appreciate that when you're watching the movie. It isn't until you see the breakdown of all these things afterwards. It's like, actually, that would have been amazingly difficult to pull off. And it's
one thing I will say though is so like I can appreciate stuff like that, but I don't necessarily like. I wouldn't say it's necessarily quote unquote good. Obviously, I know it's a very subjective term. But like I guess like for me, like how difficult something is to pull off, or how technical something is, has never been like a driving part of media for me.
Yeah.
So yeah, like again, I can appreciate the amount of effort people put in for stuff like that for sure, and I think it also shows that like typically if you've got someone who's passionate about making a certain project, they will put more effort into stuff like that. And a lot of the time, the higher effort stuff correlates with, really, really high quality stuff because that passion is there to put the effort in the first place. But I guess the effort in and of itself has never been something I've been particularly worried about. It's like, when you listen to like ultra crazy technical death metal bands or something like that, and it's like they're showing off all this crazy playing, and it's like it never connects with me as much as something like the Dillinger Escape Plan, because the Dillinger Escape Plan, while they are technical and very flashy, they still come back to a place that's very visceral and kind of like, I guess, doesn't come off so cold,
Yeah, no, I hear you completely, and it's like, I think first takes are important because it's like first impressions. You want to sort of like, you want to get it right first time. You want to sort of like, the audience to kind of appreciate on that first take enough to really want to sort of like delve into it again to get more out of it. And if you don't get the messaging and everything else right, then people aren't going to be, that investment's just not going to be there.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it is a very hard thing to pull off because it's directors will have their own vision, they'll have their own ideas that they want to inject into it, and
of course, yeah.
You saw it with what was it like, a lot of modern cinema, like the modern Suicide Squad movie before the James Gunn one, and I think it was like some of the other DC movies. They just went through constant edits and re-edits, and they just completely changed the narrative so many times and changed the genre of movie it was, to the point that it was just completely unrecognizable. And then they left things in that didn't even belong in the movie, and it's just like, well, completely trashed that.
Are you talking about the really new one?
No, the newest one with James Gunn, I thought they nailed that. I thought it was an amazing movie.
I've downloaded it, but I haven't watched it yet.
You're in for a treat. It's really, really well done. It ticks all those boxes that you might have.
Sure. One thing I will say though is I am ultra fucking done with superhero properties in general, to be honest. Like, I've basically said, like, I'm not paying for another superhero movie in cinemas regardless. Like, I'll watch it once it's out and I'll find it on like a streaming service or download it or whatever. Like, I'll do something else. I'm not going to go watch it like on principle, because like, I was already fairly done with it when oh my god, like around the point of like Avengers Age of Ultron, maybe even earlier. And at this point, I'm just like, I'm so done. I'm sure Suicide Squad will be good, and I am definitely going to watch it. It looks like, it will be up my alley more so than the rest. But yeah,
because I would say it's because of trend. It's because of James Gunn. It's because of the castings. It's because the people in there are seen as a passion project, as opposed to,
of course,
it's like, oh, this is a by the numbers superhero movie. It is an absolute passion project, and it comes through in spades. You're going to be knocked away by some of the cinematography and effects, and some of the choreography, some of the concepts, the ideas, the way it'll get you to empathize with some weird CGI characters and things as well. You'll just be blown out the park,
I'm definitely looking forward to it for sure.
Yeah. And I don't want to sort of like beef it up too much for you or anything, have you sort of like going, this was not what I was expecting. It's
fine. I have very realistic expectations these days when I watch a movie. Because when I was younger, I was always that overly excited kid that would always, be like, go watch this thing, or go like, listen to Sam, was fucking amazing, gonna change your world, like blah blah blah. And it like, you always get those mediocre responses. So like, I'm a lot more tempered when I try to recommend things. There are some things that I can't help myself, because I'm just a very excitable person. Bones and Bones in chat, this is Chloe, by the way, has just said still are kid, which maybe there's a bit of that still left for sure. But at the same time, whenever I hear a recommendation, I'm never going to like, because I used to do that to some extent, like no matter how much you hype it up, I'm always going to, I know it's like just a film at the end of the day, and I probably still will enjoy it a ton, so don't worry about that. You can be as excited as you want. It's fine. I understand.
Yeah, you know what it's like. It's, you see so many films and you're just like, pass, and it's just like, oh, okay, it's yet another generic superhero movie. It's like, next, but when it comes to James Gunn, I'm genuinely excited for his movies because I don't know if you know much about his past work and everything, but he started off doing the C-list movies, like the Troma. He did Tromeo and Juliet, which
I've
had...
never ever heard of that. Okay.
You've never heard of
No.
it. You'll love
Nope.
it. You'll absolutely love it.
Oh,
It's
okay, all right.
Lemmy from Motorhead is the narrator, right?
Oh wow, that's bizarre.
Yeah, and it's right. I'll just say it straight out. It's one of these real nasty kind of low grade films that you don't want to watch with kids around or anything.
Okay, sure, all right.
It's
That's fine. No
it's,
kids in my flat, so we'll be all right.
yeah, and but no, it is an absolute joy to watch. I can still quite happily watch that movie, and it's just I mean it's so trashy, all the effects, the standards, everything like that, but cohesively it works really well as a kind of structured story, and
Sure.
he's known how to make cinema straight off the bat, and you see it in his more kind of modern films. I've still never seen, what was it? I think he did the Scooby-Doo movies. I'm not too sure.
Oh, I've seen the first one, the first live action one, right?
Yeah, I've still never watched those movies because I didn't even realize until recently he did them.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, thinking about it, it kind of makes it. He did Guardians of the Galaxies, right?
Yes, he did. He did. He's doing all three of them.
That kind of, I can kind of see it back in Scooby-Doo, actually, a tiny bit. That's so bizarre. Like, yeah, no, I remember the. Oh my god. Okay, sorry, I just got destroyed by a random person in a jar IO, and I was not expecting it. Oh god, that actually spooked me a little bit. Yeah, no, I can definitely see it a little bit now. That actually makes a weird amount of sense.
What was it as well? He did. There was like a superhero movie he did way before Guardians of the Galaxy.
He didn't do The Watchmen, did he? No, that was Zack Snyder.
That's correct.
Did he do it wasn't, did he do Sucker Punch?
No, that was Zack Snyder's.
Oh my god.
No, he did a film called Super. And I highly, highly recommend that film.
No, Super is a great film. I've seen Super. Super is a great film.
Yeah, it's just, he gets that mix just right of ultra violence.
Yeah,
just surreal kind of, out of this world like conceptions and stuff.
Yeah,
and he molds a story beautifully together. And if you like all those films that you've seen before, you're gonna absolutely love the Suicide Squad because it brings all those elements together.
Yeah, no, I could see that then. Okay, yeah, fair.
And I don't know if you're familiar with. Sorry.
Oh, wait, go on. Sorry. No, that's okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know if you're familiar with the castings of the Suicide Squad, but
a bit, not massively.
Well, Sylvester Stallone does the voice of King Shark in it, who's just like an animated shark.
Oh, okay, yeah.
That eats people.
Yeah. No, I've seen I've seen the trailer, put it that way, so I'm aware of like some of the characters and stuff. I don't know much about them.
Okay. The less you know, probably the better, because I mean, it's not going to make a hell of a lot of difference either way. But if you were a DC fan, you're going to be absolutely on fire because you see every character played out to their best potential.
Sure, yeah. Okay.
And if you're not, then they're completely introduced and fired out in such a perfect way that you wouldn't need to know any of the history either.
Cool.
So he manages to nail it in so many ways.
All right, cool. I'm looking forward to it. I'll definitely give it a watch. I am. It will definitely, no matter what, I can say for sure, based on what I know about the film, I will almost definitely have a fun time watching it. So I'm excited to sit down. I might do it this weekend actually. But yeah, I was gonna actually say while we was talking about James Gunn, do you have like a favorite director?
Favorite director? I'm not sure. I used to like Darren Aronofsky's work. I thought he was really good because I've watched so many of his films, like Pi, The Wrestler, what was it, Black Swan, and The Fountain.
Yeah. Requiem for a Dream is probably the other big one, right?
Oh, hell's yeah. And that's a great adaptation of a book. Absolute harrowing book.
Yeah.
And the author of the book's actually in the movie as well.
Oh, I did not know that. That's really cool.
He's the guy who's like the prison warden, and he's like,
Yo,
mashed potato.
I'm about
he's
to
like
blow your
stirring-
mind, but I haven't
Yeah?
actually seen Requiem for a Dream. I just know I should.
Ah.
I've seen
Yeah,
so of his films. I've seen Pi, which that was one of those early one of the earlier arty films I saw, and I was like, that was a very intense watch, and I kind of got a bit obsessed with it for a bit and showed it to everyone I knew.
Hell's yeah.
And yeah, no, Pi's a great film. I think it's a very interesting film. I'd still say it's probably one of the more intense films I've ever seen. Very strange atmosphere, that film. But yeah, I very much love that film. But yeah, I've just never seen Requiem for a Dream.
Yeah, it's it certainly carries on that standard, and it really some of the effects and everything else that he goes into are just so brilliantly done.
Sure,
But
yeah.
a lot of people hate him as a director because they just see him as surface level.
Really? That's interesting.
Because he isn't that deep as some folks would like him to be. Because he just goes, that'll work as a kind of cinema concept and stuff. And I think he kind of fell flat when he did a movie. What was it? I think it was like that Bible movie about Noah and stuff.
Oh,
The Exodus or something.
Yeah.
I can't remember.
I think it's just called Noah.
Is it?
Yeah, I think it is. I mean, so that's interesting because I've never heard that about Darren Aronofsky. So there's a couple movie critics that I really kind of listen to and trust, and then I've also got a bunch of friends that I very much listen to as well. And then of course I go from there basically. But I mean, I don't know anyone who's who would say that about Darren Aronofsky. Do you know who I hear that critique a lot of? It's oh my god, what's his fucking name? The guy who makes really, really nice looking films. Grand Budapest Hotel.
I know the guy you mean.
Fuck, what's his name? Chloe, if you're in chat, you'll know.
The comedy director.
Oh my god, how have I forgotten this? Fantastic Mr. Fox, Isle of Dogs, all those films. Either way, I've heard people have that criticism of him, which I understand, but I'm one of these people that so I think I really enjoy all aspects of art, and if you want to just be someone who makes a very kind of surface level but very good looking film, I'm fine with that. If you just want to make a very aesthetic film, I'm kind of fine with that. I almost think more people should do it to some extent as well, because I think there's a lot to be garnered from just doing something for pure aesthetics reason.
Yeah.
But yeah, he gets that criticism a lot. I've never heard it of Darren Aronofsky though. That's interesting to me.
Yeah, and it's Red Letter Media who kind of make that criticism of him.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
that's interesting.
Yeah, I thought it was as well, but it's just I think it was just it was a case of don't meet your heroes.
Sure, yeah.
Because they were sort of oh, this is amazing stuff, and then they heard him what his actual thoughts on things were, and it was just okay. That'll work. I'll just do that. They were expecting it's actually it was actually the philosophical, they were expecting something really deep from him, but it's just and I think it's fine to be pragmatic in a because what he does and what he creates is great stuff. The way he fades out to white in some movies and stuff as well, which leaves it more open-ended, and it's sort of if you just fade to black, that's been done 110 times before, but when you fade to white, it sends a different kind of tone and messaging. It's oh well, what has happened there? And he likes to leave certain things open to interpretation.
Yeah.
And I think what was it, The Fountain that he did, which was a brilliant movie. It's got the guy who plays Wolverine in it.
Yeah, no, I've seen it. Hugh Jackman is what you mean.
Yeah, that's an abstract movie because it's
sure,
you don't know what time period it's meant to be set in and stuff, and it's you can interpret it in any number of ways, but it's not the most deep of movies, but it's one that you can quite easily enjoy and still pick up a lot from.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, what's your opinion on this in general? Because like my perspective is like I basically go wholeheartedly down the death of the author route. So like to me, any piece of art can be interpreted in any way, basically, and a piece of art is only as kind of only as important to you as you want it to be. So I find it very odd when people are like, well, I listened to the director's thoughts on this and they didn't really seem to have a plan. So like I found that less appealing. And I get why people have that take. I understand it, but for me, I'm polar opposite. Like I am, if I watch something and I connect with it and I have my interpretation of it, if the director comes out the next day and says this is what it means, you are wrong, you think the opposite of what it means, I will always stick by my interpretation. Because I'm hardcore down the death of the author route personally. I think that's not to say, one thing I will say is that's not to say that a lot of people think that when I say that, what I mean is anything can be interpreted in any way, and that's not quite what it means. Because so generally speaking, I think for interpretations, they need to be like, I kind of approach it like an argument to some extent, right, or like a debate. Like there has to be kind of like some logical structure as to how you've got to your interpretation. Like, okay, you saw this scene and to you this particular event meant this, and thus you build up your case over the course of the film, and then you get to your conclusion. So like there can be better and worse interpretations. You can't interpret anything in literally any way possible, but what it does mean is that almost any interpretation is going to be valid to some extent. There'll be different levels of validity based on how well you've argued it, essentially. But that's kind of like my approach, I guess. That's how I view art. Like to me, art is almost like art is actually the experience of the art in a sense. So like whatever you interpret it as, whatever you take away from it is kind of what the art is, so to speak. That's kind of how I view it anyway.
No, I think that's a very fair and reasonable take to adopt, because some things can transcend their original meaning.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I've seen certain examples of it. I can't think of too many that come to mind. But it is something I've definitely seen before, and it's actually, it's like, oh, actually, the larger interpretation of that actually sounds a lot better. Like, what was it, the Stranglers with Golden Brown? You must be familiar with that song.
I'm familiar with it. I haven't seen it. I'm gonna be honest, can't say it'd be up my alley. But go ahead.
Yeah, it's golden brown texture like sun. That song is.
Oh wait, no, sorry. I thought you said The Strangers as in the movie.
No, the Stranglers.
Okay, yes.
Apologies, my thick Scottish accent.
That's completely fine. I should be used to it as an Englishman, but
yeah.
Oh god.
But it's just a case of with that song, so many people took it to mean what is it? It's about heroin. Because it's
okay,
like
sure, yeah.
golden brown, texture like sun, on the ship, tied to the mast, taking it out, and it's like if you broke down the lyrics and stuff, it does sound like they're talking about and the way the song kind of goes, it's that whole kind of weird melody where it is kind of like flowing into a dream, and it's like very, and I think that interpretation sounds better. It's a much better take than what the original guys said, because they said it's like, no, it's not about that.
Sure, yeah.
We just wanted to do something that's a bit kind of cool and stuff when we wrote it. And it's apparently it's the same with what is it, Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds? The Beatles song.
Oh yeah.
Because the abbreviation being LSD, which is acid.
Yeah.
Basically, but they said no, it's nothing to do with that.
It's that's just quite funny. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's lots of examples of that, to be honest, actually. But yeah, like
So sometimes there's deeper meaning found in things where it was literally just kind of open to interpretation, and folks have managed to extrapolate so much more from it. And I think
sure, yeah,
really classic case of that is Sex in the City. Because it's
okay, this is interesting. I've not heard this before.
Right. Well, with Sex in the City, so many people came out with interesting takes on it. Because have you ever seen the show? Or
So I watched that film. Like I don't know. And I was it a show first, then the film came out or whatever.
Yes, it was Sarah
Okay.
Jessica Parker, and it was like an HBO exclusive series that had
Sure.
came out, and it was like one of their big major releases because I think just before that they'd gotten really famous with Oz, which was their big prison show. Because before that, HBO they just kind of specialized in pay for movies. That was their whole shtick, and then
Yeah.
they started making original TV show content. And the first one was Oz, which was Oswald Penitentiary. It's like a whole prison show and everything. Really good show. It just went made a hell of a lot of people's careers and stuff.
Sure.
Really needs to be digitally remastered because you can't watch it now. It's like the sound quality is absolute pish, and some
Yeah.
of the video quality is really bad as well. So it's if it gets digitally remastered, watch it. But if it doesn't, then watch it knowing it's going to be really bad
Sure.
quality.
Yeah. Knowing what you're getting into.
But to bring it back to Sex and the City, that was like their next show, and they wanted to sort of like they were doing edgy, different sort of stuff, and so they gave Sarah Jessica Parker a license to write her own show and everything, and it was all about this, this reporter and everything. She's going about she writes her own blog in a magazine type thing, and it's like her section, and it's all about her life and her friends and everything else and all whatnot. And it was all
Yeah.
like women loved it. They were all like, "Oh my god, it's so lovely," and it's so like it's so lighthearted in some aspects, but it does tackle real issues and stuff as well.
Hmm.
And so women absolutely loved that show. And the big take on it was that the people who reviewed it many years later and stuff said it was like yeah, it's the absolute height and pinnacle of female narcissism, because all it is it's literally these women who obsess over themselves. They're judgy. They're just complete narcissists. They don't give a crap about the partners and stuff they're with. They're just
Sure.
obviously
Yeah.
objectively thinking about their own selfish desires and brooding kind of natures and things, and they just do everything on a whim, on just and it was an absolutely chilling take that was just so close and cutting to the bone. But it's like, and again, it was like it just broke open this whole show and just made it so much more deeper than what it was.
Sure. Oh, that's quite funny actually. I've never heard that before.
Yeah, and and again, it's just these kind of takes and examples of things like, and it's the exact example of what you were saying before, which was like the whole take that art can transcend the author and the original interpretation,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
a director who lives by that is the one you mentioned, which was
Charlie
David
Kaufman.
Lynch.
Oh, okay. Oh, David. Well, I'm sure they both do actually.
Well, David Lynch says, it's like, oh, so, what's your take on the movie and stuff? Is and he says, I don't give a fuck. You figure it out for yourself. That's his take on it. He says, it's like, it is what it is to you. It's like,
Yeah. Yeah. Charlie
I have.
Kaufman's very much the same. Like when he was talking about Synecdoche in New York, he said he wanted to make a
Mhm.
film that was kind of living, a film where basically like, you could watch it and have a certain interpretation of it, but then you'd come back to it like 5 years later, and because you're in a different place, you're a different person, you'll have a different read of the film, and that's kind of what he strives to do with a lot of his stuff.
Yeah. And I think he's fantastic with all the work that he does. Like like that adaptation with Nicolas Cage, that was such a good mix up as well. Like I'd say that's probably Nicolas Cage's best film,
I mean,
hands down.
I have seen it, but it's one of those films that I need to watch again because when I watched it, I was not giving it my full attention. So yeah, I need to watch that film again for sure. Now, especially now, because I'm more of a Charlie Kaufman fan these days than I was back then when I watched it. But yeah, it's one thing I will say about it. It's definitely a very I love how meta that film is. Again, going back to that whole can of worms, but yeah.
Yeah,
But no,
I'd say
Kaufman is a very cool creator.
it's very meta, the film, as well as it's a lot more digestible than the likes of Cinedoc New York, which does take several more viewings to
Yeah, for
fully
sure.
appreciate, because that was just, I would say that Cinedoc New York is minimalist in its nature, because it packs so much content all within like such a tight movie, that you could be unpacking that one for ages. And one of the films I saw that I absolutely hated, that I just thought came off as pretentious crap, was that one with Michael Keaton, Birdman. And
I fucking love Birdman.
you loved it. Oh
Yeah,
no.
I think it's an incredible film. Yeah. Oh, that's so
Yeah.
funny.
Because I mean, I get it. I get everything that it's trying to say, everything that it's saying. It's just, the reason I hated it was like, for one, it was like the constant motion of the camera. It's never still. It's constantly moving and everything.
Yeah.
And there's like no real transitions and stuff. It's just constantly, and that just wore really. It wore me out very quickly.
That's
Just
fair.
no.
I mean, yeah, it's definitely not a film for everyone. And I can
Yeah.
understand that for sure. Yeah, like, I mean, the thing is, right, is like, at the end of the day, with all of this stuff, everyone has different tastes, and if you didn't like the film, it's yeah. There's some people are going to dislike media properties and stuff is going to happen. And I think if you don't like something, that's one thing. But I guess like it's a different thing to say it's like I guess to say it's like poorly made or something like that. I think those are two different criticisms, right? But I mean,
what I didn't like was the takeaway that Hollywood had, because they were constantly saying, "Oh yes, it was his apology for making those Batman films," and it was just like,
oh, that
as
is
far as takes
absolutely
go,
not what that's saying.
yeah, and it was just like the takeaways. I think that soured it entirely for me, because when I was
Fair.
hearing
That's
things
so
like that,
funny.
I was just like, fuck off. I think I hate the movie by proxy of those
Sure,
takes
yeah,
of
fair
it.
enough. Yeah, that
But
happens.
yeah,
For
I mean,
sure.
I'm interested in your take now, because it's like, you've heard me slaughter it. It's like, I want to hear you build it back up again.
Sure. I mean, to be honest, like, I would say that the majority of the reason I enjoyed that film was largely down to, honestly, this is maybe slightly hypocritical of myself, but it's one of those films that I just enjoyed from a sheer technical perspective, and I just found it entertaining as well. Like the characters were entertaining, but like the way that it's actually done and like the way it's cheated to look like it's in one take, for the most part, is I think like expertly crafted, and the amount of like coordination and timing they must have had to go through to pull something like that was insane. And again, that is definitely one of those films as well where it is quite a meta film. But I don't necessarily think it's trying to. It's definitely not doing what Hollywood's saying. That's not my draw away from the film at all. But it's definitely one of those films I'd want to watch it again before having like a solid take. I just know viscerally I really, really loved that film, like from a plot point and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, but I honestly like to get into like the nitty gritty of it, that's one of those films I don't think I could interpret that film properly. But yeah.
No, I think that's fair. It's you know what you like. It's like I think there's subjective and there's objective. Really,
Yeah.
and it's like you can just like something because it's it just resonated with you at the time,
Yeah,
and
no,
it's
of course, yeah.
like you can, and I think the same is true of music. It's like you can really hate music, for appreciate it on that objective level where it's like oh yes, yeah, it's like I love it for what it is and everything, but then you can subjectively hate it because you were ill at the time and you maybe had a massive toothache
Sure,
or some
yeah.
shit, and then it's just like I
The whole
can't watch
film's
that
fucked to
movie
that
now.
point or whatever, yeah.
Yeah, and it's just like it's like oh yeah, it's amazing film, so well done, but fuck me, I'm never watching that.
Yeah.
It's just like
It's interesting because I actually I slightly disagree, but only slightly. So I guess for me, I think different art forms have different levels of subjectivity to objectivity. So I would actually say that I think music is I mean, like, I think it's completely subjective. I don't think there is. So there are objective measures, as in you can say that, like, okay, this person played a guitar with this tone and in this key or whatever. And you could even say that, like, okay, this person is quite clearly a very skilled musician in whatever way. But I don't think there is, like, I don't know if I would say there's an objectively good form of music as such, but I would say that about film. I think, like, when it comes to camera work and acting, I think those things can be objective in the sense that if they were done a certain way, they would be better. It's one of those things that, like, it's really, really hard to justify. So it's one of those things that, like, I've only discussed a couple times, so my thoughts on it aren't completely fleshed out, but yeah, that's kind of like my general feeling on the matter. I don't know if it's an opinion I could justify, to be honest, but I'd need to think about it for a long time before I could decide, basically.
I hear what you're saying, and it's like I think probably the best analysis would be to, for like in terms of classical music, when it comes to artists like Johann Sebastian Bach, when it comes to their technical level and stuff, you might not appreciate all the music, like on a subjective level, you'll go, oh, I don't like that song, but you can objectively love it, and and appreciate the overall artist and his work, because it's like from the technical level of when you're actually playing that tune, that it actually works as an amazing workout for your appreciation of the organ and the instruments and stuff.
Sure, yeah.
In terms of giving yourself a full-blown workout before you do another type of song. It's like you've touched, your fingers have touched every single key type of thing. And Bach as well, he also did he wrote entire compositions that just used the pedals as well, because he was amazingly fast with his feet when he was doing all that. But he was he didn't just like music. He thought it was the biggest homage to God you could ever give, type of thing. He was pure which is why, it's like when it came to, are you familiar with the Voyager probe?
No.
If you've seen the first Star Trek film, you will be. Star Trek, the motion picture.
Yeah,
it kind of goes into that. But the Voyager probe was the first probe that they sent out into deep space, and they wanted to send a message on it. So they put on like a big laser disc and everything. They put on like lots of the most important aspects of humanity and stuff all on it. And they went and put what was it? They were about to put Bach on, and they said, it's like, no, we can't put Bach on. That would be boasting, And they ended up putting on 3 Bach songs, because they wanted to show off humanity's works and stuff. And yeah, his works are just absolutely fantastic, because it's like on so many technical levels, his work is amazing. Like because they worked with a different ketone structure and stuff when it came to the music. So because we just go from what is it, A B C D E F G, and it's like
I don't know anything about music theory, so I'm not the
I'm only telling you just like a cursory thing anyway, but like the scale he worked with went all the way up to like H. So Bach would always sign his songs with BACH at the end of his work, kind of thing. So he was adding signatures to it and whatnot. So it's like, it's quite funny from that kind of perspective. But he was a master of like creating paradoxes within the music as well. Like on a technical level. So it's like the ever increasing beat, how it's like and it always sounds like it's ever increasing and ever escalating, but it's actually not. It's just constantly in a loop.
Funnily enough, actually, do you know Death Grips?
No, I'm not familiar with that.
Okay, well, Death Grips are like a very experimental hip hop trio, and they're very fucking weird, but they're very good, like mind-blowingly good. Probably one of my favorite musical things ever. But when I went to see them live, the support band, quote unquote, was just that for an hour.
Amazing.
They were just like, because they do that whole thing where they like troll their audience quite a lot, and yeah, like they do a lot of that kind of shit. So yeah, just small footnote I wanted to mention. It's kind of funny, but sorry, go on.
It's that was about it, and I was
Oh,
just
okay,
kind of on the line of and the subject matter of subjective versus objective in
Oh,
terms of
sure,
music.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
like on a objectively his work's amazing, but you develop a more greater appreciation if you understand music more
Of
when
course,
you
yeah.
break down and analyze his work, and then once you literally play it for yourself, you just the deepness of it and everything just intensifies, and your kind of understanding and appreciation of music in general as well. And I don't think you can say that about many musical artists, in terms of how they structure and create their work. But he created it in mind so that it would have legacy to it,
Sure, yeah.
and on so many levels. So it was just um, to see and appreciate and understand all that. It just sort of like it deepens it. So you might hear a Bach song and you might go, yeah, I've heard that before because it's just pre-copyright music. It's copyright-free music, so
Sure,
you know
yeah.
you just end up having this visceral, kind of level of it. You don't really appreciate the level of depth that's in it because
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
not necessarily being played by a good artist that does understand or appreciate Bach. Because
Sure.
there's a different thing as well, like Goldbach. There's like the Goldbach variations, which are very famous variants that came out of his work because he intentionally left his work to be open to interpretation, so you could always add on or take away different aspects, and it would still be structurally sound
Sure,
overall
yeah.
for the whole cohesive piece. And the Goldbach variations were very heavy variations of Bach. And the way that they came about was because there was like a king who suffered incredible insomnia, and the only thing that could send him to sleep were the Goldbach variations. And so
Sure.
he got them played live for himself by this artist who actually came up with them. And it was the only way to send this king to sleep. So it was
Oh,
like,
wow.
it was just
With old like music and art in general, I find it funny how much of it is like there's so many like bizarre little stories and stuff like that. When you dig back, I always find very interesting.
mhm.
But
Yeah. Anyway, I think I'm probably sending you to sleep now because we've been going on for what is it? It's nearly 4.5 hours now.
Yeah,
So
it's been a long chat, that's for sure.
yeah, it's
I've
very
had a good
fruitful.
time. It's been wonderful chatting.
Yeah, and I'd be happy to sort of like engage in discourse and stuff again if you're ever game, and I'll see about like if I can set you up with some sort of like debate or something in future.
Sure.
Like it doesn't have to be with Omni. Like I said, I had my own reasons for why I thought you and Omni might be a good match, but then I've never set up debates or anything before.
Yeah,
I was
fair,
just I just felt like you'd been cheated, but with Zen, and you never really got your moment to shine, as it were. So
honestly, don't worry about it. It's completely fine. For two reasons. One, I mean, I'm already chatting about having a vegan debate. There's apparently someone on the politically provoked thing that wants to have one. And,
nice.
so I'm excited for that. And also the other thing is I'm not worried about the Zen thing. Like for me, the whole thing was just very funny. And I think the people that have like an understanding of the philosophy behind what we were talking about will mostly fall on my side. I've already seen a decent amount of it. Again, not that I'm trying to like necessarily convince anyone, so to speak, but like if I can find people that kind of are interested in the same things as I am, it would just be cool to like talk to those people, right? So I'm glad it wasn't just a wall of like people that are completely missing the point I'm trying to make, I guess. That would be slightly depressing. Having said that, though, I'm very like, I don't know, I can take an unbelievable amount of abuse and be completely fine with it. So it's probably why I'm so geared and have a tendency to do this kind of shit in general, because like I don't give a fuck what people think about me, honestly. So yeah.
God bless. No, that's good. And I've got to say, I watched that show, the one that you said was a total shit show. The video
flamenco one.
Yes, that one. I was just interested in your takeaway from it and stuff, because it was just it really did go down some rabbit holes, I think.
Yeah, I mean, there's not really much to say about it. Like, we were coming at it from two different perspectives. I don't think he understood the point I was trying to get across at any point during that. But I don't know how much did you watch the whole thing?
I did. I can't say how attentive I was through
Okay,
it,
no,
but
no worries. I mean, the only thing I want to say is, like, honestly, I'm just glad I did the whole thing, because I don't know if you remember, but there was a point during the end where he was just like, oh fuck, what did he say? I should know this because I hear it literally every time I stream almost.
Oh no.
Oh my god, he caught a point. He was like, oh my god, you're so fucking dense, or something like that. And that's, you dense fuck. That was it. He said, like, you dense fuck. And that is now my sub sound. So I'm glad, if for nothing else, just to have that. It's every time I hear it, I get so happy. It just makes me feel warm and fuzzy inside. It's such a good sub sound.
Because I think Flamenco is a good guy. He's and like you said, I think you were majorly talking past each other. You weren't really, you were butting heads more so than anything else. I don't think he was like. I think he just maybe felt like, it's like, well, where is this going? What's the deal? He didn't, because he wouldn't have had a good baseline for you to sort of like build off.
Yeah. I guess what I can explain from that, from what I remember, is so we were talking about memology because he made a video about Anissa Jonha. And I guess my perspective is because I'm very like I don't know, I like if people are happy in a relationship, I don't give a fuck what they do. I don't know why anyone else seems to care. And those two seem to get a lot of the ire of the internet kind of like hate, especially like when she announced the OnlyFans and everything. And what I was interested in more so was just the descriptive claims. And I think what we got hung up on was, and it was whether Anissa was basically saying that a certain thing was a consequence, or because I think he felt like what she was saying is that he felt like she was disrespecting iDubbbz, basically, is what it boiled down to. Whereas from my perspective, she was just claiming something descriptively. She was just saying, look, this is how things work. And that's kind of what we got hung up on. And then it just boils down to like, reading comprehension almost. I still think I still think he was off mark on that. I still think I was basically correct, but whatever, it's really old. And honestly, like that whole thing was such a good meme that I don't know, the whole thing is just very funny to me. That's all I have to really say about it.
Oh bless. No, I'm glad you got what you needed out of it as well. Definitely worth it for the soundbite. Classic. But yeah, I think this is a good place to end it, and I'd like to sort of like I'd like to contact you again and stuff. Maybe we can sort out a debate or something at some point. I don't think you and I would really have it much to debate on, to be honest.
Oh, okay, but, fair enough.
If because we tend to agree on almost everything. Really, it's like
sure.
Maybe if we find a movie that we disagree with or something on a take, it's like, no, I will die on this fucking hill.
I'll tell you what. Let me rewatch Birdman. And I'll come back with the fiery hot defense. All right, that can be it.
Oh bless.
We can get into our first bridge burning. Oh, it'll be amazing. so excited for it. Oh,
too sweet. But so yeah, like topic wise, you said you're willing to take on just about anything.
Yep.
So and are you willing to take on any side of an issue, or is it?
No, I mean like depends how it's framed basically. I'd happily argue in favor of something like pro-life. I don't mind doing that. That's fine. But I wouldn't, as long as it's as long as everybody knows basically what my actual position is.
Yeah.
That's what it will boil down for me. So I don't mind arguing either side, but I would want it to be known that this is like where I actually stand. Because generally, I mean, the reason I do these things is because I find them fun, like I said, and to flesh out my own ideas. So generally speaking, it's better for me to argue on the side I actually believe, so that I can flesh out an idea that I actually believe in, right?
Yeah.
But you know, I'm not against arguing either side. But what I'd probably want to do is at the end, I'd probably want to explain why what I have gone through I do not believe, and kind of like, yeah, just go through that.
Okay, so I'm going to fire out a couple of contentious issues for you,
Sure.
and you can tell me, if you're like kind of, what your perspective is of them. So, what about Islam?
That's probably it's probably something I'd need to research. I guess I'm kind of on the fence. Like, I don't like any religion really. I don't think
Mhm.
Islam is especially bad. I think a lot of the reasons we think they're or like a lot of the reason a lot of people think they're especially bad is more to do with like destabilized countries and stuff like that just tend to produce extremists. Doesn't really matter what the reason is, at least from my understanding. So that's kind of where I'd fall on with that. But at the same time, I probably would say there are things in Islam I really, really dislike. I would say the same of, yeah, pretty much all religion. So yeah, that's pretty much where I'd fall on it.
Yeah. So religion, you're very much anti-religion then.
Yes. Overall, yeah, for sure.
Anti-religion. So possibly a theological debate then.
That'd be one
As
I'd
an
have to prep for.
exercise.
My God, I don't think I've ever delved into theological arguments. It's always been one of those things that, like, for me, it's always been so self-evident almost that it's like, okay, I don't know why you'd believe this over any other particular thing. It seems like there's no evidence for, God versus simulation theory versus whatever Scientologists believe or some shit. So I don't know how you'd ever
Well,
pick.
I think the main reason why people like myself tend to pick out Islam as an example is mainly because of it's not just a religion; it's a theocratic government framework as well as it's its own legal structure through Sharia law and stuff as well. It's like this multifaceted thing where they also do declare like caliphates and stuff. They also have jihads and the such like as well, where it's like and they have this like dominant networks and stuff, and it's so cohesive. It's not like other religions because it has all these different frameworks installed, and it's not typical to, and I would say it's not compatible to other religions because of all these extra um, structures that have evolved from it. Because in regards to Christianity, Christianity had the Enlightenment. It was like the Old Testament was hardcore and evil and stuff, and then the Jesus came along in the New Testament, and then it was like all Reformation. He was like basically a glorified hippie. He was like love and peace, man. Just like don't be a dick,
Sure, yeah.
And then, but like with Islam, it was the opposite. It was like Muhammad was very peaceful. He was a loving guy, very caring and whatnot. And then he became a warlord, and that was its reformation. And that's where it became as political as possible. And it's totally unique in compared to other religions. Like, the only one that could even come close to it in terms of structures and everything would be the Roman Catholic Church. And they're almost ideologically opposed in their framework and how they've been conceived and stuff over time, that they're just chalk and cheese to one another. But
So
that's why I focus on Islam there, because the whole entire framework and structure of it are just totally alien to other religions, which tend to pacify over time. It's actually become more extreme over time.
So that I find that quite surprising. I mean, this is one of those things I just need to do a ton of research into.
Yeah.
But like the thing I wouldn't understand though is because I mean I always feel like those types of like I almost feel like you could find something like that for every religion to some extent. So like there have been times where Christianity has tried to essentially expand more aggressively, and I'm sure that you acknowledge that or whatever. But I understand what you're saying in that it's a fundamental difference and that it's like after Reformation, this is kind of where it's been left at. But the thing that I find bizarre then is that you've got examples of like loads of Islamic kind of like I guess empires that have completely peacefully coexisted with many other religions. So like in the Ottoman Empire, for example, for a long time they coexisted with Jews and Christians, as far as I'm aware. And there was like, obviously it went through periods where it was more antagonistic and less antagonistic, but as far as I'm aware, it seems to be more like that's a product of where the empire was at in terms of power, as opposed to a function of the religion itself. But again, I would need to do a lot more reading before I could have this discussion. But that's kind of like, I don't know, I'd find that surprising because the Ottoman Empire was explicitly kind of like more coexistory, I guess, especially during some inflection points.
Yes, and the Ottoman Empire was almost a reformation in of itself to some degree, because it was actually spent most of its time fighting other aspects of Islam. So and that's the thing with Islam, is that like the Armenian genocide and whatnot as well. There's like Islam's probably the worst culprit for genocides. When it comes and that's within its own structure, so it's killing other Islamist tribes and whatnot. It's like they're just because they declare the jihad, the holy wars and stuff, and they don't stop until the other one's completely decimated, or until it completely succumbs to the major other ruling nation. And it's maintained that structure. But again, it's really interesting. It is worth doing the research and stuff on it, just to because you might not agree with my take on it. I'm sure because again, there's so many different sects of Islam and stuff as well. But the more there are a lot more totalitarian aspects, and it tends to be the more ruthless and cunning ones that tend to subjugate and destroy the other elements of Islam. So the totalitarian one always ends up reigning supreme, because people are typically passive and whatnot, and they'll just go, yeah, okay, I fold. I mean, just take a look at what's happened to Afghanistan. It's like they held it for like 20 years, and now it's just completely toppled.
But Afghanistan is like such an insane story. I think there's so much more to that. Like, not only have you got like, okay, so the US went in and installed their own government, but at the same time, because of the kind of destabilization that caused, and because of all the corruption that was going on with the Afghan government, the majority of Afghanistan seems to support the Taliban, because they would almost see like a brutal, essentially a brutal, theocratic dictatorship, I guess. I don't know what you define it as, but something along those lines. Mm-hmm. They would almost prefer that to the corruption of the installed government from the US. So I would almost say that's kind of like, there's so many kind of complicated things with that that is something I would also need to research shit on more.
Yeah, it's trying to unbake a cake. I know it's not the best example, but I mean, if you were to look at like the caliphates and stuff and how they've progressed over the years, that's probably a better measure. But that's something that's way too deep that I can't really go into, because again, I'm not that educated myself on it. But it's a very deep, it's a very rich history and stuff as well.
Yeah, no, of course, yeah. I do get what you're saying to some extent, but I guess my main pushback would just be on the fact that, like, I think ultimately the fact that we have Islam in, like all across Europe and in the US, and it seems to be like fine for the most part. Obviously, you get some more radical churches, but you get the same with Christianity. I know it's not quite to the same degree necessarily, but the fact that we have Muslims that we can coexist with, and there's sects of Islam that we can seemingly coexist with, I would say that, like, I don't know, even if what you said is true, it seems to not be the case necessarily that Islam is always trying to like dominate and whatnot, because otherwise I don't see why you wouldn't see an uprising in basically every I guess westernized country, right?
I think it's worthwhile looking into some of the areas where Islam has and is dominated. Like in places like Africa and Indonesia, and just looking at the history and the how the culture's kind of permeated and how it's kind of evolved and taken over these places. Again, it's not something that you can just suddenly just go, I'll just read a quick textbook on it. It's a
of course,
massive undertaking, and it's not something I'd ever delve into. But again, it was just that's why when I hear people say it's like oh, I'm against all religions kind of thing. It's like, well, Islam's a bit different. It's not your typical religion. It's very different.
I don't know. I mean, that's something I'd need to research, right? Like, I can't just agree with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have to look into it myself. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know.
No, it's fine. Anyway, moving off that, because that was just, I'm just looking for topics here. The
no worries.
What else was it? Like major contentious issues. Well, you've already kind of covered abortion. What about eugenics? Your kind of euthanasia, your assisted suicide, which has become quite a major topic in the UK as of late, especially in Scotland.
Oh, right. I actually wasn't aware of that, to be honest. How come?
Well, again, YouGov polling shows that people are very favourable towards it, the idea of assisted suicide.
Oh, right. Fair enough.
Which is basically euthanasia, but they make the distinction because euthanasia means like other people controlling and doing it, whereas assisted suicide means the person does it themselves but has other parties present, kind of thing. And it's what is his name? Dr. Death, aka Dr. Kevorkian, used to do with his van. He used to have like the death mobile or whatever, and he used to go around and help people die all across the US in different states who had terminal illnesses that were just completely degenerative disorders, but they couldn't. They didn't have the license or anything like that to sort of like kill themselves, but he would always kind of get away with it and stuff, to some degree. But anyway, it's an interesting kind of topic, but if you're not that familiar with it and stuff, and you're
I'm not that familiar with it. Honestly, I probably wouldn't see a problem with euthanasia, purely because I guess I would fall on the side of assuming. I mean, it boils down to who you're unplugging, right? If we're talking about somebody who's completely unconscious in a coma, and we don't know if they're going to come back for the next 15 years, they're unconscious unless you know for sure they're going to wake up at some point. I don't know. And obviously with the percentages it gets a lot fuzzier, but let's just say hypothetically we 100% know whether they're going to wake up or not. Then I would say if they're not going to wake up, then it's ethical to unplug them. Falls within my moral framework, completely fine. So I could argue from that perspective. In terms of how to tell, obviously I'm sure it gets a lot fuzzier, but I'd be interested to look into that. I can't see myself having a problem with either assisted. I mean, I'm in favor of I'd be in favor of legalizing some form of just regular suicide kind of procedure. In my opinion, in terms of bodily autonomy, I think suicide is the ultimate form of bodily autonomy to some extent. And there's lots of problems with it. Obviously, you couldn't just say okay, have a booth, and then you pop in $1 or whatever, and then a knife, a gun comes out and claps you or something. You couldn't have that because you wouldn't want people making the decision impulsively. It would have to be a long procedure. You'd consult a board of mental health and kind of psychology experts and figure out how to do it in such a way that it's ethical. It's over a long enough time that you can confirm the person's of sane mind, or that kind of stuff. But I would be fine with also assisted suicide, because broadly I am probably okay with legalizing suicide in some way. And you mentioned eugenics in there as well.
It's a kind of they touch on each other to an extent, because it's eugenics is selective breeding and whatever. It's I don't want to have a baby because it's going to be a girl kind of thing. It's that is typically eugenics, which is very much what my personal preferences, because it's like, I'm pro-abortion kind of thing, so I'm very much, off that ilk, of
Yeah.
going down the road of selective breeding. And it's like, I think it's something that you would have to have heavily regulated, because you could,
Sure.
you would have to really have major justifications for it and whatnot to.
Well, I mean, like, it's going to be reality not too soon. Like, the second genetic engineering becomes like a more prominent thing. Like, we're going to be able to cut out all sorts and change the genetic codes to essentially whatever. So it's going to be. I mean, it's a future. It's coming. It's going to happen. There's no stopping it. So.
Speaking of which, that brings us to another topic, which is transhumanism.
Oh, sure. What, like prosthetic limbs and like technical eyes and stuff, or?
Yep, the whole shebang.
Also including like genetic engineering for your own code and whatnot.
Yep, to transferring your consciousness out with your body to something else.
Sure. I'm generally going to be in favor of stuff like that. I don't know, digitalized consciousness seems fucking based to me. So, yeah, upload me to the mainframe, make me a digital immortal. I'm all for it.
Yeah, and I'm trying to think, what are the other major contentious issues that folks like to kind of talk about? Is there anything that in general that you'd like to kind of talk about? I mean, you're into your games, you're into your music and stuff as well. Is it?
Yep.
Is there like any particular genres and stuff? Because you were saying that you like to play indie games.
Yeah. I mean, I just play fucking everything, to be honest. But yeah, I do like indie games. I like abstract kind of story-driven indie games. So the last few games I played were so I'm playing Return of the Obra Dinn right now, which is a very strange game, a lot of fun. I just played Outer Wilds, which was fucking fantastic. I played Fury, which is also very good. I need to play that one again, though, I think. I think there's more to delve into there. I played Cave Story. I played just loads of short indie games. That's kind of my vibe at the minute.
Yeah, Cave Story is a classic. Are you familiar with Itch.io?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, okay, because I was just going to say that's a great resource for games. Are you familiar with Epic Games?
Sorry?
Epic Games.
As in the like platform?
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you have it installed and everything?
Yeah.
Ah, cool, because it's like the free games you get from that every week some of them are very much worthwhile.
Oh, no, for sure, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so it's like it was just to make sure that you're aware of all the different free resources and good places to get.
I definitely am, yeah.
Gaming and whatnot. Because I was speaking to Big Papa Fascist on his AMA, Ask Me Anything type thing, and he's very much into old DOS gaming and whatnot.
Oh, blimey, wow, okay.
And I think he was looking to maybe do a gaming segment type thing at some point. It's very much one of these nebulous ideas that he's never really sunken in on, but would that be something that you'd be up for doing?
What do you mean specifically?
I don't know, if he decides to set up a show or something and he's like going through games and stuff, and then you come on and sort of like, if it's like some retro game or something that you've played before or whatever, you can sort of like throw in your 2 cents. I don't know what he's like after or anything, but it's just like, it was something he was like talking with me about, like a kind of a general geek show where you talk about films, comics, all that kind of stuff, gaming.
Sure, okay.
So I don't know if that would be something that you'd be interested in, possibly.
Yeah, maybe. I'd have to think about it. Very possibly, for sure.
Yeah. But anyway, I've got to go because I'm needing to go to the gentleman's room.
It's 1 a.m. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. But thanks again. This has been a great chat. And hopefully
sure.
speak to you again soon.
Yeah, I'll speak to you soon, sure. See you around,
Take care.
You too. Bye. All right, well, that was quite the talk in the end. For anybody who's still here, if anyone is still here, cheers for listening. It's been a fun one. I guess I'll see you all on the next stream, Saturday, I think it is. Right, it's Friday today, of course, because we ticked over, my bad. Yeah, so I guess I'll see you technically tomorrow. No, I'll see you all on Saturday, all right? Stay safe, my dudes. Return to the Obra Dinn is coming back. Peace out. I'm gonna go sleep.